eye pointed in the other direction as the other is kind of mean. I didn't notice before, but he made sure to emphasize it. So what can you say? What do we got here? Yes, I did see this. This tweet really should just like go viral with like the Ozempic community. just if you just present it to the Ozempic community with no context, see if it just takes off and goes viral. Someone give it a try. I was working more on the Jasper animation. I won't show you the whole thing. It's up to like 4 minutes now. I'll just show you the end, what we got here.
We actually showed up 15 minutes early because we were hoping that if we showed up early,
yeah, who could it be now?
Exactly when our appointment was.
He's looking to the left and the right simultaneously to see who could it be now.
And we could get out early to do the rest.
I love this plan. Plan 1, show up early. 2, appointment is still at the same time. 3, question mark. 4, we leave early. Sure.
The stuff we needed to do during the day because we had a very busy day planned. So, first of all, we show up early, okay? And I'm not kidding you. This is what they tell us at the front desk. Oh, you're early? Well, we can't check you in until it's time for your appointment.
Seething.
What? Yeah, we're not allowed to check you in until it's time exactly for your appointment. So, you're just stuck. You came for no reason. Just sit here in the lobby. Great. Well, Jasper hates being in this carrier, and now he's stuck in the carrier for extra time because they don't care that we're there early. They just, oh, just wait. All right, fine. So we wait, and then when it's time for our appointment, we check in. Okay. We then wait in the lobby for about another 10 to 15 minutes. So apparently they weren't ready regardless. And then...
By the way, it takes DSP nearly 20 minutes to tell this entire story.
A tech comes out. And the tech comes out and says, oh, you were early. I swear to God, this is what the tech says. She goes, oh, you were early. Well, the vet is late. Still on lunch. Stutters her words, like cuts herself off and changes what she was saying mid-sentence. Still at lunch. So obviously, the tech inadvertently admitted to us that the vet was late for work. Okay? So
that's where it cuts off. I want to at least get to this area here. Let's see. Right here.
Okay. So we can't get you in yet. You have to wait in the lobby. Actually. And once the vet is back from lunch, we'll let you in. But our appointment is at this time, and the vet's not here.
Our appointment is at this time.
So what is going on? Now, in the meantime, other people are coming in with their pets. There was someone who came in with 2 chihuahuas. They were let in within 5 minutes into an exam room, and you could hear the doctor over there.
You see, we're so close to the chihuahuas. We're going to get there so soon. Just hang in there. The chihuahuas will make their appearance. It's going to be great. It's going to be a grand appearance.
Examining.
They're going to be wearing sombreros. They're going to be shaking maracas. They're going to be having such a great time.
And dealing with the chihuahuas, having a great time in the room. Another person comes in with a cat and a carrier. They're allowed right into an exam room. It's only us that are stuck in this lobby waiting with Jasper and his carrier. Now
it's going to be fun just animating him just seething.
Now, if you add up the time, it's been over a half an hour he's sitting here in his carrier in the lobby.
So a half hour of time, something that people wait for like all the time as adults. DSPs thought it was so consequential that he wanted to turn it into a story for his level 1 podcast.
And we're not even allowed in yet. So finally, the tech is there, and I'm like, well, how long are we going to wait? What is going on?
Mariachi.
All right, we're going to take him in.
Mariachis.
The tech takes Jasper,
Mariachi.
but not us. What?
What?
So now Jasper's in there by himself without us in the room, and we're not allowed to come in. Why not? The people with the chihuahuas are in the room. The woman with the other cat just went into the room. Why can't we go in? No, you stay in the lobby. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. So they take Jasper in.
I'm thinking about just like having Phil's face cam down in the corner so you can see his actual expressions. Play though. There we go. Button.
5 minutes.
Look at that hand.
I'm not kidding. I timed it.
Look at that
5
hand.
minutes. After 5 minutes, they take Jasper back out and hand it back to us.
5 minutes.
And I'm like, did you do anything? Did you examine? Don't worry, the vet will be right with you. We wait another 20 minutes. So now Jasper has been in his carrier over an hour, and it's not even clear if they examined him or not. We don't know what happened yet. Okay?
Sorry, sir. You smell like wet diapers. We're not going to let you into the room. You're very disturbing. Please go wait in the lobby.
So now we've been there an hour.
We have a diaper change station in the women's bathroom. You could probably get your mom or wife or whoever that is to help you out with that.
Finally, a woman who they...
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
This story is so crazy, it's so lack of common sense and entitlement, it's really something you could see on something like The Simpsons or Family Guy.
Great pause. I was thinking about maybe, like, all of a sudden the receptionist looks like Frieza and just, like, holds up her finger and says, 5 minutes. 5 minutes is all I have time for you.
Oh, I'm the vet. You should have seen this woman.
She's gonna be pretty cool. Hey, Suburban High. Hey, Currenox. All right, we got plenty of tabs. We got a lot of tabs. I got a lot of animating to do. I'm probably gonna run out my entire Grok usage limit for the year making this thing, so I'll probably hit a wall and then I'll do something else, maybe gaming, I don't know. We got a bunch of tabs. Robust Urban Garlic talking about the ESP doing his victory lap over Raw Phil. We got Gamer from Mars with the old classics. This is someone new. Someone new, is it? This is what we just watched. I don't know why I went with Who Can It Be Now, but it just popped up in my recommend, so I'm like, hey, why not? Rev talking about anime degenerates. This is a new one. Something we haven't seen before. Fillion is missing a video on. Fillion is missing. Just so we can get all caught up, just in case she comes back. We know the whole story. Lucas Werner, as by Fada Walter, talking about Reddit nice guys. Nova Online has continued his very, very noted, very bad year, having people show up to his house in droves, creating an entire, basically, riot out on his front porch. It's pretty crazy. Do not condone, do not encourage off-site contact. The people involved were very irresponsible and stupid. We're going to hear about that. And another person having a very, very, very bad year. Jeremy Hambler.
This is like World Market and stuff like that by the end of the year. But Jeremy, stickers and drop shipping, how could you possibly be in stores? Right, exactly. Well, let me tell you this. If I was drop shipping, I wouldn't be on Amazon either. The profit margins on drop shipping would not be big enough. But you know, there's a quartering extended universe where people believe that, and that's fine.
It's all fan fiction.
We had our best June ever.
Hey guys, Luther Morgan here, and unsolved coffee is now solved coffee. And it really is the ultimate irony that just yesterday, Jeremy Hambley was telling us that it wasn't drop shipped, and literally yesterday I put out a tweet saying, hey, you know, why don't you just tell us where the coffee factory is? Well, guess what? Hambley must have been listening because he obliged. So if we go in over here, there's many people that have sent me this clip, and basically it's Jeremy pulling up the shipping labels for his coffee. And you know what? I honestly thought that this was going to happen because he's so careless with his material. I thought that he actually would expose himself. Now, I was thinking it was going to be a email exposure where he was actually accidentally going to show an email from
the day
his roaster.
after.
That's how we caught him, you know, reporting people to YouTube. I mean, this guy's just so careless where, you know, he signed into Zachary on his Amazon account. That's the owner of Meta PCs. You know, we caught him buying his own coffee on Amazon. That's against the terms of service. He doxed, you know, his own wife's Amazon. You know, he leaked his own cup porn thing on X, on his history. Like, I knew that it was going to happen. I had a feeling it was going to happen. It was just a matter of time. And boy, did he deliver. Because not only is it confirmed that Coffee Brand Coffee, where it's coming from, we finally figured that out, but we have in 4K the shipping labels proving
Yeah, look at her face.
that it is drop shipped coffee. Oh my God. So let's get into it right now. So let's actually go through those labels one by one. Now there were, I believe, 6 distinct labels and 5 were different locations. So the first location, that was 2150 US Business 70 Highway Business West and North Carolina. this is a Amazon fulfillment center.
Well, thankfully
if
they
we go
weren't
to the
people's
next one,
houses.
it was 20701 Tramiria
So he didn't dox
Avenue,
customers.
Riverside, California. And it says FBA, that's fulfillment by Amazon.
So he doesn't actually do any of the fulfillment. They just send it to Amazon and they ship it.
Via UPS. So that is a
It's almost like a pyramid scheme.
UPS shipping
Get people to make them think they own their own coffee company and they're just like the payee.
center where they also do Amazon. Then you go to the next one. This is
This
615
seemed like a
Boulder
scam.
Drive in Allentown, Pennsylvania. This is a Amazon fulfillment center. And then if you go to the next one, again, it's 211 North Union Street, Middletown, Pennsylvania. This is a FBA fulfillment by Amazon with UPS, and they do Amazon
I just don't
fulfillment out of there.
understand why
And then,
this, of
last
all
but
things,
not
is the
least,
hill
there's
Jeremy wants to die on.
3388 South Cactus Avenue,
Well,
Bloomington,
he can't sell
California.
it.
92316, and that is again a Amazon fulfillment center. So
Nobody
all
wants
of
their
these
hands on
shipping
coffee
labels
brand
were
coffee.
coming from the coffee brand coffee manufacturer, which I'm going to get to in just a second, and they were all going to Amazon fulfillment centers from the East Coast out to the West Coast. The address where all this coffee was being shipped from was 319 Conowingo Road, Corryville, Pennsylvania, 17566. Now, there's two businesses related to this address. The first company here is Noltpack, a co-packing company. So that was actually a theory that I had back in part 2 of Unsolved Coffee. The reason why Jeremy Hambly had to go $300,000 worth of debt was because he was using a co-packer. Well, this is a co-packer that specializes in K-Cups. So that $80,000 K-Cup machine that he supposed.
So the idea was that he needed just like a minimum amount of volume before he was allowed access to sell the K-Cups from the factory.
Bought, this is the service that he's using.
And he spun it as him buying the K-Cup machine himself when all it was just having enough sold coffee bag volume to sell the K-Cups.
Private
Which they themselves are pretty much a scam.
label K-Cup co-packing services. This is where the K-Cups come from. I think we can basically guarantee that with 100% certainty. Now you say, Noltpack, what the hell is Noltpack? Well, if you go to the Pennsylvania Department of State government website and you type in Noltpack LLC, it is a real LLC out of Pennsylvania. It's the same address, 319. And then if you look here at the governor's, it's Gary Nolt. Now you say, well, who the hell's Gary Nolt? Gary Nolt is the coffee bowl. The other business that uses that address is Java Taza
Nolt.
LLC.
Rhymes with
And
no.
if you go to our company here, Gary Nolt is actually in some of the promotional material. So this is where the coffee comes from, at least for the K-Cups. And it's everything, even the bags look very similar to the bags that Coffee Brand Coffee uses. I'm not sure if this is where all the coffee comes from, but I think we can, probably 90% chance this is where most of the coffee comes from, but the K-Cups for sure. So if you look here, what are you interested in selling? Bulk beans, 12-ounce coffee, K-Cup. These are all the products that Jeremy has. So, this is definitely one of his suppliers. So what's crazy about this guy and the company Java Taza is they're an actual coffee company. And if you know that because they have promotional material and they actually show off their coffee company. So if you watch this video, this promotional video that's on their website and on YouTube, you can say, okay, yeah, this is the coffee factory. So this is where all the coffee comes from. And it's, a smaller.
Hey,
This is
Ludwig.
Gary Nolt.
Hope
He's the
you are
coffee
well,
bull.
bud.
Yeah,
He's the
doing pretty
president
good.
of Java Taza. He's also
Had a
the
good day.
president of Noltpack.
Got what he needed
here
yesterday,
it is,
taken
guys.
care of pretty well.
Jeremy Hambly told us where the coffee's coming from, and the coffee bull here makes the coffee for him.
I'll just be
obviously you can
streaming
tell some
on
of the buildings in the
Thursdays now.
background. It's very similar to the address. I'm not going to show the address because it's a residential address.
Instead of Friday.
Even though it is used for his business. Let's be nice to this guy. Okay. But anyway, this is where the coffee comes from. It's over. It's fucking over. And it's a real coffee company because look, this is where here's the coffee, here's the roasting facility, here's my roasting machine that I'm very proud of. I have, I guess Chad Nolt. It's literally Chad Nolt. Chad Nolt, the
Chad
coffee bull, is making
Nolt.
the coffee for Coffee
Chad
Brand Coffee.
Nolt.
It's over. It's fucking over, Jeremy. So now that we know the truth about Coffee Brand Coffee, you know, what's Jeremy going to do next? I mean, are we going to believe him and his lies that it's not dropshipped and that he has a real company and this and that? Or are we going to believe the, you know, Cotton 4K proof proving that from his supplier directly to the Amazon fulfillment center and then from Amazon to the customer? It's the definition of dropshipped. It's the definition of dropshipping. And, you know, will he continue in these lies and with these delusions of owning a coffee factory? What's going to be his response? Now, if he doesn't respond to any of the controversy, he doesn't try to put anything out, he's just going to put his head in the sand. Now we're really getting into the wackadoo territory where, you know, he talks about all the weirdos, you know, so-called weirdos in the quartering extended universe, which I guess I'm a part of, where we live in an alternate reality. It's like, no, Jeremy, we live in reality. We live in reality where Notepad and Javataza, you know, they're your suppliers. They send it to the Amazon warehouse. You live in the alternate reality where you own this coffee factory and you have this amazing, thriving business. You know, because every single time Luther Morgan puts out a video or other people put out a video exposing you, all of a sudden you have the best month of sales. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And who are you trying to fool? It's over. It's fucking over, and it's never been more dead. And I really wanted to like come out, do the crab dance and celebrate, but really I'm just glad that like the truth was exposed, and like I knew it. I knew that he was going to fuck up and expose himself, and he did. So thank you, Jeremy Hambly, for finally telling us where the coffee comes from. And there won't be an Unsolved Coffee Part 6 because it's over. Like, it's fucking over. Like, the investigation's over and Coffee Brand Coffee is over. You know, he's not going to get into Walmart. He might get into World Market. I don't know. But it's like the business is not thriving. It's not growing. How is it being advertised outside of your failing YouTube channel? It's not. It's dead in the water. So why persist? It's just for vanity's sake, but it's like no one believes you. Like, you're just embarrassing yourself even worse. It would have been better if you just closed it down, quite frankly, because it's over. It's fucking over. Well, I did want to thank everybody that helped and contributed with the investigation. You know, it wasn't just the journey, it was the friends we made along the way. So thank you so much for watching, you guys. We're going to be doing more coffee investigations. I got a really big video coming out on 1775 coffee. There's also going to be a new coffee company.
Going after more scam coffee companies.
So stay tuned for that.
Going after Tim Pool and
thank you so much for your time. Till next time.
He has plenty of other quartering videos, though. Might look back at the quartering, since it does seem like there is a continued meltdown, as well as the continued meltdown here.
Nova Online's life is spiraling out of control, even more so lately than usual. From endless betrayal by his friends to new revelations about his mother's health, Gabe's life has been pretty nuts for the past couple of months. But just recently something happened that takes things to a whole new level, and it was called the Novine Takeover. It seemed that local residents and TikTok users had grown tired of Nova's antics, so they decided to peacefully protest in front of his home. All of this was made even crazier by the fact that Gabe was live at the time, so we got to see his initial reaction to people showing up.
There's a few YouTube comments that ended up in the harassment files admitting to...
A few YouTube comments ended up getting in the harassment files.
Oh shit, they're here. Someone's right outside of my property. Shit-ish. Oh, shit-ish. They're here. Oh, don't talk shit or smell my dog.
Of course Nova is a furry in Fortnite.
Of course. Camera. Fucking camera.
So Nova hears the takeover going down and decides to rush outside after ending his stream. But this is not the end of the footage from the event, because of course participants of the peaceful protest were filming too, and what they caught on camera was a not too happy Nova, who started flipping people off and threatening to call the police.
Camera! Camera! Fucking camera!
Hey, Nova, look at camera!
Can we come in?
Take all that! You'll get all of the middle fingers! A middle finger barrage!
Told you this would happen.
Rapid fire middle fingers. Birdie, 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 birdie. Get off my property, Nova.
Oh yeah, the big N.
Yeah, I've been
There's
playing
his
more Power
house.
World. I have my
Yeah,
No,
his.
no, no.
I'm on the shared Elite server, and I built up my shack, and I have a pretty good supply line. About 6 pals working on resource gathering.
Oh wait. Okay.
A slave trade has been
Flip the
established.
camera. Flip the camera, man.
Nova Online House. You're outside with your dogs.
What the fuck?
Get 'em, boys.
Yeah, I've had Power World for a
It
while.
looks like the cops were just late. There was like a couple cops on the road, like 4 blocks back, that were heading out. So
It seemed
yeah,
that
if
the
you're in the
Novine
Discord, you can
takeover was just as
check it out.
concerning for Gabe's neighbor as it was for him. I can't really say I blame the guy. It's got to be absolute hell
could DM
living
him, I
next to
guess.
Gabe. If you want to hear more from him, check out my last video. But during an interview that he did with Bloodspeth, he
You
thoroughly
can look up the server in the public server list. The only thing you need is the password,
described his
which is the same it's always been.
experience being Gabe's neighbor,
If you
and
know,
it
you know.
was just as unpleasant as you'd think. There have actually
Look at that
been
hair.
quite a few interviews going on in the Novine universe. Those who were close to Nova previously often do interviews with Bloodspeth after breaking their ties, and it was no different when Nova's newest business associate decided to turn on him. For a couple of weeks, Gabe has been talking about a business associate that he has, and nobody really knew much until she came forward to do an interview.
I don't know.
One that revealed
I don't know who
some
is allowed to
pretty
join. I don't want
shocking
to
information.
invite
She would
people
start
on my
by
own.
revealing that her and Gabe had known each other
'Cause it's
less
not my
than a
server.
month, while also
It's not my server.
describing just what it's like to be an employee of Gabriel Gage.
So he wound up. I'm not gonna say he made me, because like I am my own person, but he wound up sending me links on from his personal number, just Amazon, like, oh, here's a paracord kit, here's the rig you have to do it on, and I
This
did
person is
wind up
very weird.
purchasing those items to help him, and he like at that point, because I'm helping him and he seems like really like just chill about it, like we're doing the support thing together and whatnot, and it's been going well. And at that we played Fortnite before that, like it was all chill up to this point. There was genuinely nothing weird, so I was so confused what people still meant about anything, because he was very chill, no inappropriate things, just weird. It was just like, oh, I'm in pain again. It's like, it's very just random. I don't know why you told me this, but hey,
I'm
are
in
you
so much
okay?
pain, I'm in so much
Sorry, I feel
pain.
bad.
I'm in
And you know,
tremendous
that night
pain.
again, going back to that, that's when he taught me
Okay.
how to
I thought
make
we
the
were here to sell
paracords, and then I was
bracelets.
trying to be like, okay, I'm tired, I'm gonna hop off after he showed me the first one. Then you go, no, you need to stay so I can show you the next one. And then he showed this was at this point it was like 3 a.m. because we got on at like 9. I stayed all the way up to 5 a.m. So he showed me a second weave. I think that was like the shark jawbone, whatever it's called. And I was like, okay, that's cool. He's like, you think you could do this? I'm like, yeah, I can do that one. And then I did the same thing. Like, I'm going to hop off. I'm just really tired. And then he's like, no, you have to stay for this one too. I was on camera at that point. And I was like, it doesn't matter. He's seen me at this point. So we're just chilling, talking, and he's just doing the paracords. And when he saw that, he's like, oh my, you're so fucking pretty. You're so, and that was like,
Wow, you're so
thanks. Like,
pretty.
it was a little more awkward because it's like not face to face, but face to face. That wasn't too weird. And then he mentioned, I thought as a joke at first, he's like, oh, you should come down to Idaho.
When asked about how much she knew on Nova's past, she feigned ignorance, claiming that what little she knew she took to be fake, and she would also claim that once she found out about some of Nova's wider crimes, that it was her reasoning behind betraying Gabe.
So I made that Galaxy Twitter, first Twitter I've made. No clue how to use Twitter, but Nova kind of helped me with that. And that was just to have and to reply to stuff and whatnot. And just, it was really he said to make sure to stay up to date with the trolls, but don't follow them. So like I was an idiot. I didn't think about that. So like I followed a couple of them, and I guess he saw that on my account, and I think he was angry. I'm not quite sure how he came off in text, but he was just
Yeah,
like,
people
"Don't
ended up
follow them." So
invading
like,
his
okay, yeah, my
house
bad.
or home.
I unfollowed them, and I was like, "How do you keep tabs on them?" Then, and then he said, "Oh, they're in my search bar." So it's like, okay, I just did that. At this point, there were some people messaging like in the comments that there's like, it was only actually 2 or 3 because like no one saw that account yet. Is like, "Oh, why are you working with this guy? He's a pred, and oh, he's a creep." And then there was that was mainly just it. And I didn't have actual proof at that point, so I was like, I it got too hot in the kitchen for me, honestly, but it's whatever. So I was like a little on edge at that point. Wound up, I got some more messages, and I believe I replied to one. I don't quite remember what it was because I did get rid of that account because that's like when I caught off Nova. Someone commented, there was a couple people, and they said like, "Well, you don't know any of this," and I was like, "No, I haven't seen anything
Why not?
crazy. Can you guys show me?" Because and then this one person said like, "Oh yeah, just look up the Nova files, because that will give you everything you need."
Sounds like willful ignorance.
And then I was like, "Okay, thank you. Like I will watch that." And he directed me to a guy starting with an S on there, Solidus. I think that yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So he directed me to that, like, "Oh, Solidus is all the information."
Okay.
And I did post something like, "If and when I see tangible evidence, I will take Bloodspeth up on that interview."
Nova had tried to stop her from watching negative videos on him, particularly the Nova Files, which is a deeper examination of his infamous Twinkle Twinkle video, and he tried to hide this from her for good reason, because she claimed that after viewing it, she was no longer interested in a working relationship or any kind of relationship with Gabe. But that doesn't mean he wasn't able to pull his usual shenanigans on her before she cut contact. She would reveal that Gabe would often solicit her for fast food items, something that he's been documented doing heavily in the past.
Me.
I'm ordering him DoorDash, he's asking for stuff. And there's still nothing like what I would call weird. So he was talking to me, and he told me that, "Oh, don't tell anyone I'm telling you this stuff," until I figured out like, oh no, he's telling everyone this stuff, that he doesn't have money, his mom's on like state government assistance or something. His main source is TikTok, and he said he doesn't get anything from that. So my brain was kind of like, oh, at least like get him food. Like that's not too hard. I've done that for multiple people. It's just common sense to me. And so that started with just like a couple things. And yes, he did hit me with the "Can you get like a Dr. Pepper?" like surprise me kind of thing. And it was really strange because I would throw ideas like, because I don't know what you want. Like, "Oh, you want this? No. Do you want this? No, I'm too tired of chicken." And he said no to like 4 things. So I'm like, okay, so it's not a surprise. And then he like asks, "Oh, do you see a specific food place?" And I was like, "Yeah."
This reminds me of just a while ago when we were discussing the infamous orange soda meltdown video, where after threatening himself, he begged Alice for snacks from 7-Eleven. I'm not even joking when I say Gabe will emotionally manipulate people to get food. And
surprise me. No, I don't want that. No, I don't want that. No, I don't want that.
People
surprise
that have
me.
fallen victim to this scam. But this is far from the most shocking thing said in the interview. That would actually come when she was asked why she bought Nova food in the first place, and her response was completely unexpected.
He told me at this time his mother had gangrene. She got her foot amputated on her birthday. Shit. And so she's not there. He said like his aunt comes by a little bit. One time he's like, "Oh, she came to cut the grass." But like I was not informed that he had any kind of food. It sounded like he didn't. So I just kept just delivering him just DoorDash, whatever I could from here.
Okay.
It was out of concern too at this. It's still because like I started that before knowing anything. So I was like, oh, I just want to make sure he's fed. It seems like it was just a very sad story.
With the
but I did find out also that he actually did tell other people. So he was just saying like, don't tell anyone, but he told like a ton of other people. So I wasn't special or anything. Every other message, was I'm sad, I'm hurt, my back hurts, I'm hungry. So that was like I would consider that pity.
Nova's mom has been in very poor health for the past couple of years, and Gabe has done next to nothing to help her. He's unable to transport her to doctor's appointments, unable to cook her a healthy meal, and most importantly, unwilling
Hi,
to
Ludwig
treat
and
her
chat.
with common decency and respect. Not only does Nova mistreat his mother, but he acts like she is mistreating him. Learning that Nova's mom had gangrene so bad that she allegedly had to get her foot amputated is shocking, but sadly not surprising.
Not
Whether
very
it's the
surprising,
absolute
like-
garbage that Gabe brings home,
And he clearly didn't really care about all that much.
calling it food, or the literal garbage in the house, the infection came about some way. Cases of gangrene
He's
are not
such a
typically
bad
associated with highly hygienic individuals, and we
Hey,
have
everybody.
been made more than aware of the mountains of animal feces that reside within the Gage household. Nova's mom is disabled, and the house is in absolutely no condition to meet her needs, but instead of helping her out and cleaning up, Gabe was fantasizing about moving away with his new business partner, planning to abandon his extremely ill mother.
Yeah, it went both ways. The first plan was because he wound up saying like, I'm scared I'm gonna get kicked out. I don't do anything for my mom. I'm useless. And he went on the kind of little
Yeah.
tangent of just like self-deprecating. And he's like, I really need to make a plan. We need to really make a plan if I get kicked out, and then we need to make a plan A and a plan B, and then we can add or take away from it as we go. And then he wound up saying, originally it was, I'm gonna move down to you. It would be cheaper for you to drive here anyway. And because he can't he can't pay a flight unless he got an excess order of paracord, is what he said. I would stay the night at like a hotel if I got kicked out, and then you can drive down and pick me up because I need to bring a lot of my stuff. And he started listing off like his setup, his PC, a PS5, just common heavy things. And then he said like, "Oh, I need to bring one more thing." And that's when he said like, "I'll bring the trike." That's when he first said like, "We need to make a plan A and B, and then add and take from it as we go." But the first one that I thought was a joke was about 2 weeks in, but like nothing ever happened after that. So it's like a laugh, haha. Like, no, I'm not gonna. Well, it was a joke. I thought because I'm not gonna move down there to be the paracord guy. Like I'm not moving down there and uprooting my life. But it seemed like a joke, so it's like that was nothing. And then the actual plan was it was very close to the ending of me blocking him off. So I want to say about like 5-6 days ago. And then so he wound up saying like, "Oh, there's so much cool stuff in Idaho." And then he asked me like, "What do you have that's keeping you from not moving?" And I was like, I still have my family. I take care of my family when they're sick and whatnot. I still have my parents." And he's like, "Oh, family, that makes sense." And then that's when he flipped it to like, "I can come down to you." And then that's when it was like you can drive.
The coworker would also reveal that this was not the first time Gabe had planned on moving away. The person that Gabe calls his brother is most likely a person that he met in a family role-playing Discord server, but Nova calls him his brother nonetheless. Well, initially the plan was to move with his brother to California, but that fell through after one of their more recent arguments, causing Gabe to make the coworker his backup plan.
I was talking to him because his mother's now in the hospital. He said his aunt comes over a little bit, and I was asking, do you have a plan if something happens, no one comes back to pay the bill, and you're just stuck there? And he's like, "Yeah, I originally had a plan to move with my brother," which he then told me like isn't his actual brother, and he's in Cali, I believe. I didn't know much about his brother. He mentioned it twice. And it was the first one was just when we were on a call, and he was what he said ghost calling him, I guess, was like just nonstop. And he was like, "Oh my fucking god, he's calling me." And I know that he just said like they didn't have a relationship anymore, and he was calling nonstop. I was like, maybe you should answer it. Like, you wanted to make amends, and if he's calling this much, because this was after the takeover, so he wanted to check up on him, is what Nova said.
I also want to make it very clear that Gabe wasn't messing around. He was completely serious, constantly talking in private about how he was afraid of getting kicked out, slowly pressuring this coworker in the direction of moving.
Yeah, it's expensive to live in
Because
California.
went
I know
to
all about it.
We jumped into the voice call with him showing
And
me
crime
how
is
to
legal there,
leave
thanks to
certain
old
paracords.
Gavin.
And it was very he was pushing it a lot. Still thought it was like, I mean, at that point it didn't seem like a joke because he was fully planning it. But first he mentioned it once, like, yeah, it'd be really cool if you moved down here. And then like he went quiet about that. We were just talking, weaving paracords. He was weaving paracords and showing me. And then he wanted to come back to it and going, I'm sorry if I'm being pushy, but like it'd be really cool if you moved down here. And he did something like that about like 2 or 3 other times.
Fuck
Oh, sorry if I'm being annoying, but you should move in with me. Oh, sorry if I'm being annoying,
in
but
12
I think it'd be
hours.
really cool
And he
if you
does the
came down
wrestling
here.
promo where he's,
Sorry if I'm annoying, but like
dude,
there's
this has gotta be
really
so
cool stuff down
annoying.
here, and like it just kept like that's just what it was.
Look at that video.
That was the gist of it. He did get really pushy in that call, and that it was very. It started
And the
becoming
neighbors
more
have to sit and
frequently,
watch this.
and it was clear that it was no longer a
as
joke.
he's playing the
and
music.
He seemed like he would. It sounded like he would just be like, "Yeah, no, let's go right now." Like it was very much planning, not like even if he's getting kicked out.
And
It
scratches his
sounded to me
butt.
like, "Hey, let's make this a thing as soon as possible."
This woman also claimed that Gabe was extremely flirty towards her, along with the fact that he paid her in Dash Pass, even offering to pay her in paracord bracelets. It was
Cool.
an absolute
I can pay you in
mess,
bracelets.
and she didn't really have her story straight. I don't buy for a second that this individual didn't know who Gabe was before they decided to work with him. I think that now they are just trying to mitigate the criticism that they will receive. They've expressed their fears of Gabe doxing them in the future, so my assumption is that this is meant to lighten that blow when it inevitably comes. If you'd like to see the full interview, I've linked it in the description. It's definitely worth the watch to get all the small details if you have the time. But for now, I want to take it back a couple of weeks. Usually in my Nova videos, I like to keep things chronological, but I think that the takeover and the coworker interview recontextualize a lot of things that were said and done in those past weeks. Comments about his paracord business, fights with his mother, him worrying about the coming takeover, and of course, the endless betrayal by people messaging him on Discord. We go back to about the beginning of June when
Bracelets
Gabe was
and
seen
dash
taking
passes,
a
what more can
photograph
a
in
girl
what
want?
is believed to be a hospital or some sort of clinic, with many assuming that this was in reference to his mother's health. And only a couple of days later, new leaks come out with someone Nova was messaging on Discord. And it's mostly just him bitching about how terrible his life is. I just want to know, how the fuck am I still alive after all this negativity I receive? I've been saying I should go fuck myself for the past 2 weeks because of all this. And what do I get in return for trying to entertain? Shit. Actual shit. I am sick and tired of this bullshit, and I can't escape because no one wants to hire me. The leaker then tells Nova to take a break from social media, and Gabe responds, I would if someone would hire my ass. It's literally how I make my money. Without it, I'd be even more depressed and probably would be dead on the streets. We then get some miscellaneous
hardcore.
messages also of him complaining. I'm sick and tired of everything at this point. Fuck me. I lost another
my
friend.
life.
People who thought they were my friends turning out to be utter assholes. I'm sick of being unemployed. If it weren't for my trolls, I'd still be at Walmart. FML. A quick little side note,
F my
trolls
effing
have
L.
never been the reason for any of his firings. It has usually been to incompetence. He then goes on with once again dealing with threats of being kicked out, with nowhere to go. He's been talking about being kicked out for months. I truly believe it's a scare tactic for Mama Gage to try and get him to clean up, but he always calls her bluff. Nova then starts talking about the mysterious pain in his leg. I am once again dealing with an immense amount of leg pain, and I want it to fucking stop.
foot
When told to go to
stimulation!
the doctor, Gabe responds, they never
hates it
gave
too.
me a medication the first time. It's a Musculoskeletal issue. I think it's a curse a troll put on me. A curse from a troll, the wrath of God, results of years of unhealthy eating. Who's to say what's going on with his leg? But he's been talking about it a lot lately.
Emma Watson, it's your fault.
My foot and wrist really hurts, so I'm gonna stream later tonight instead. Peace, y'all.
Well, Gabe, I'm sure it's nothing. It's not like you have a history of amputations and diabetes in your family. If memory serves, his pops died from a stroke in his 40s. Anyways, food for thought. We're not even done reading this set of leaks. At this point, I should go fuck myself. I'm sick of being in pain and getting into constant arguments with my family. At this point, why am I still here? No one wants to hire me. Even my fucking family is starting to hate me. I am just sick of my shitty ass life. When told that it gets better, he responds, I fucking hope so. I'm tired of living like this. I think God either gave up on me or is putting me through something. He then goes on to show this person a picture of boxes that have been constantly sent to his house for the past couple of months. Apparently they're all empty and he's received hundreds of them, turning his yard into a rat paradise, something that his neighbor expressed concern with. That was the end of that particular set of leaks, and of course this was all followed by one of Nova's infamous WWE entrances. If you don't know what that is, a quick explanation would be that every time Gabe gets betrayed by someone, aka they leak their messages, he will do a WWE entrance trying to look tough, while accomplishing the exact opposite. I don't know if you could tell by that set of messages, but things between Gabe and his mother have deteriorated rapidly. It seems that she's fed up with him, and I can't blame her. She was disabled before she got an amputation, and even after, Gabe has done nothing to help her out, along with disrespecting her every chance he gets. Nova had the audacity to repost a TikTok where someone was talking about how their mother was not treating them right. I want to make it clear that he posted this after her amputation, but not before the news of it was made public. He's not giving his mother any form of grace for her new situation, let alone any kind of help. In fact, he's doing the opposite, shit-talking her to millions of people. I also think that this repost was one of those emotional manipulation tactics that he was trying to use on the coworker, trying to appeal to her bleeding heart. Oh, my mom's so bad to me, help me move out. If you need more proof of Gabe being emotionally manipulative, look no further than what I'm about to show you. A post he made about orange soda. For those who don't know, in his most recent leaks with Alice, he broke down in tears because he lost one of his friends, and after threatening himself, he begged her for an orange soda. But now, a couple of weeks later, he's taken the piss. That just goes to show that it was not at all a serious situation, and that Gabe often whines and cries to get his way. Then he'll turn around and act like he's this great victim. A prime example is the so-called harassment files, a supposed document where Gabe is covering all of the trollsome comments that he receives from people. In this TikTok post, he claims with the rate of hate messages he's getting, Sad Boy Eats might become more common, and the harassment files is gonna be ever growing. The harassment files are a bunch of cope. Gabe thinks that a police officer is gonna take
Who
these
likes
and
orange
hunt
soda?
down all of his trolls.
Kel likes
It's
orange
really
soda.
just gonna be a useless pile of junk that the police couldn't even use if there was probable cause. Nova thinks that it scares people, but I've seen nobody act like they are. It's more of a running joke at this point. What isn't a joke is Nova's current state of health. He's been constantly talking about how his arms and legs are hurting.
Also, my arm is writhing in pain right now, so if I sound pissed off, it's the pain. Blame the pain.
And it seems that the mysterious wounds have reappeared on his arm, worse than ever.
The garlic chicken actually contributes to the spice a little bit due to the intense flavor of the garlic. And I also think there is some onions in here as well. And I also forgot about the tomatoes. This sandwich is wonderful. I always get the grilled chicken when I go to this spot.
I'm not a doctor, I have no idea what's going on with Gabe, but it seems pretty serious. The rapid weight loss and then gain, accompanied by the mysterious wounds and supposed pains throughout the body. Not a good recipe if you ask me, and I think a lot of the blame for his current state of health is his diet. Gabe claims that he's still making home-cooked meals, like in this Twitter post where he claims his aunt complimented his cooking. A complete lie, by the way. Gabe has been endlessly reviewing fast food items. I don't think I've seen him do a cooking video in over a year. So my point is that Gabe is lying about so much and hiding even more. It seems like for a while now, Gabe has been getting his TikTok page spammed by bots, most likely trolls that are attempting to get his TikTok account banned. He's been ignoring this for a while.
Yeah, the site's been down for me
actually
too.
starting to bear some consequences, and he is terrified of losing his main account.
Uncommon.
Hey y'all, I'm sorry, I had to make this video, like, right now. Fuckers are spam engagement my account buying fake saves. So, hey, follow my backup, please. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Nova has stated many times in the past that he relies on his TikTok income to make what he calls a living, so trolls threatening this probably has him under more stress than usual. It also seems like Nova is pretty broke. He's grown reliant on people buying his biohazard bracelets, and also grown reliant on the charity of others. Gabe would start posting videos where he ate factor meals, trying to rebrand his eating content as healthy, and Nova has actually been eating these things, but we know due to the interview with the coworker that he's not paying for them. She was. The next big thing to happen came around the end of June, and it would sadly be something that Nova would celebrate. Bloodspeth's Twitter account would be banned after a spat involving him and Gideon. Popular theory is that Gideon's fans spammed his Twitter into getting deleted. Well, Gabe would celebrate this heavily, making a post on Twitter. Rest in piss, fake Speth's X account. It won't be missed. El Bozo. But Gabe's massive amount of unoriginality is not what brings us to this post. It would be the community note that Twitter staff left below it. Gabriel Gage, also known as Nova Online, operates this account. He has been accused of grooming several minors and has documented visits from the police over the risk he posed to them and people who highlight his behavior. Gabe is becoming extremely infamous. More and more people learn every day of his predatory actions, and it has severely impacted the way that he behaves on social media. And this post I'm about to show you is a perfect example of that. After consideration, I will no longer be rating other Twitch streamers after my own streams due to my trolls, ruining my and other streamers' experience. Sorry to the real fans. Fuff you trolls. Apparently, Nova had tried to raid another streamer on Twitch, which is where you end your stream and send all of your audience to another one. And when this streamer found out who Gabe was and what they'd done, they were disgusted and disavowed him. It warms my heart that such information is so readily available, because sadly, most people just know him as the cringy TikTok Discord mod, and not the extremely predatory Discord mod. And make no mistake, Nova hasn't changed. This predatory behavior continues every day. Recently, he was discovered in another Discord server with minors, sending pictures of himself and talking to them. He also recently proved that he was the person that tried to dox me. Most people assumed that it was him after his IP was pulled on the farms, but it's now been confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt, with the discovery of a secret YouTube channel that Gabe was operating, one that went under the same name as the one that tried to dox me on the forums. But Gabe somehow thought he could conceal his identity with a voice changer.
If you have not read it yet, I am not going to be using my real voice
or showing my face because it embarrasses me that much. But today we're just going to be doing a 10-minute uncut clip
At
He
the
thinks
end,
no
you can
one-
hear Chin Universe fixing the
Thinks
audio
no one
to
knows.
make it sound more like Gabe. It's 1000% him. And it proves that there's really
no
no
one can tell,
length
huh?
that Gabe won't go to get back at people that he views as wronged him. He's such
Oh,
a
just pitch it
hypocrite,
down.
setting down
They can't
claiming that
undo
people
that.
are harassing him and his family while going out and harassing families himself, ones that don't even have any connection to him. It really just speaks to Gabe's general attitude of not caring about anyone else. As long as he gets what he wants, he doesn't care how much anyone else has to suffer. People are nothing but props in a universe that he believes revolves around him. But that universe will swiftly change. Mama Gage will not be here forever, neither will the TikTok checks. And when they're both gone, he will have nothing and no one, but he's got no one to blame but himself. The future will be incredibly difficult for Gabriel Gage, and a big step towards that future happened very recently. Needless to say, the Novine universe is falling apart. We are witnessing the end of an era. We just don't know it yet.
This user? Okay. What is this user? Oh, it's Tamir, of course.
I am begging you, please release my left eye.
Let go of my left eye.
Tension.
This one.
That you're putting using
I don't know,
some
maybe
kind
drink
of
more water.
algorithm on my left eye. I don't want to do extreme training programs. I don't want to be forced to move like beating a horse and it runs.
Beating a horse?
I don't want to do something extreme.
Nobody wants you to beat a
and end
horse,
up
Tamir.
a restless cyborg. I don't want.
Be nice to
I
be a
don't
cyborg.
want to suffer. I don't want
to be made to feel
end
like a
up
girl.
badly. Please release my left eye. I am just a
Release
beginner.
my eye.
I don't know much.
Don't know much.
I don't want to do anything extreme.
Well, then no one will remember
I
your
regret having
name.
done that 10,000 seconds. I didn't know that I would end up with my left eye being locked down. I didn't know.
Unlock my
I
eye.
didn't know. I just tried. I was experimenting. Please release my left eye. I
How
don't
were you
want
experimenting
to do the
exactly?
no program. I don't want to do anything extreme. Please release my left eye.
His left eye remains captured to this very day. Good stuff. Oh no, Philip. Philip, what are you doing, Phil? We're not in any hurry to catch up on old Phil. Let's see what Reddit is up to.
Hey everyone, this is Walter, and we're back here once again to read some cringy posts I found on Reddit. Nice guys are men who demean other men to hopefully make themselves look better, and they demean women just for the love of the game.
7TV.
Let's get into it with Nice Guys from Reddit. These posts come to us from Reddit Nice Guys. You made me feel uncomfortable. I didn't like the fact the barman told me I was a lucky guy for being out with you. Next time you need to tone down the hair/makeup/clothing. I'm not the lucky one. You are, and that needs to be remembered. Plus, the way you insisted on paying for half of the meal in front of the waiting staff made me look bad. Was there any need? They're going to think I can't afford to take an average girl out for a meal. I would never tell someone to be a dick to the waiting staff, but you can go ahead and worry a little less about what they think. Like they have the time to theorize on how broke people are.
See if we can find a good one.
My ex used to talk just like this. And the funny thing is, he used to pay the bill at the restaurant and asked me to pay him back my share of the bill.
See, the thing is, you basically have an endless supply of Tamir emote faces just by scrolling down his shorts feed. Like, eventually you're going to find one that's just, like, perfect. Like this one. You just provide so many. I'll keep seeing which one works.
Later on. My ex was also like this. We took it in turns to pay for food/activities when we went out, but I would have to give him the cash beforehand when it was my turn so it looked like he was paying. He also used to get mad at me if I changed fuses and plugs or did any DIY in the house.
This one's pretty good.
Something which I have always been able to do, because those were his
Please
jobs.
make him leave me alone!
He used to accuse me of not letting him be the man in our relationship. So fucking fragile.
It's like a Doom
Jesus
wallpaper.
Christ, I was leaning toward this being rage bait, but I guess some guys are actually like this. No one is impressed when you pay for shit, except possibly your date. This is wild.
I don't
I'm
want
not
your
the lucky
31,
one
you're a
you are.
cyber,
Is an
and
insane
you-
sentence to be coming from
and
someone
you're
who
a
wants you to
career
like
bitch.
them.
You're a cyber bitch. Okay.
Found some old screenshots. Figured I'd share because if I don't laugh, I'll cry or feel a bit sad. Context: my 11-year relationship ended 3 months before this, and I'd known to this guy online for 5+ years. I never imagined he only liked me because me woman, he man. I thought we were actually friends. He gives a very stereotypical incel response to being rejected too. That's true. I never said I'd 100% want you, but I do want to be your friend. If my friendship isn't enough, then I can't offer more. My
Oh,
ex
there we
took
go.
everything else I had
I think
for
this
now,
one is
and I
gonna
don't
work.
have it back.
This one.
See,
Perfect.
I knew it.
Aggressive punishments for
You
mundane
already
acts.
knew it. I've never said otherwise. I don't know who or what I'll want by the end of the year. I'm sorry to hurt you, but I've always been clear that I can't promise anything. Just like I thought, no one truly does want me. I never said that. I don't want anyone right now. It's not you. According to the OP, he's not even asking for a relationship here, but just for sex. Yeah, women love it when you get really whiny and beg for sex. I know my ex said that was the least attractive thing someone can do. That's basically what you're saying. It's not, for fuck's sake, but whatever. Believe what you want. I warned you. Sinister. You chose to stay my friend, but I told you it was a bad idea. I didn't think you'd get angry for not wanting to fuck you. Who said I was angry? I'm upset, and sad, and hurt. You accused me of lying. I wanted you regardless.
See.
Regardless of what? Regardless of accusing you. And soon you'll be
Some A/B testing. Let's see. Which one is better than the other one? This one or this one?
Just stop!
I think this one might look more angry. I don't know. It's kind of hard not having the full face to compare it to. Let's see. Left or right? Right, left. Okay. And here's also Sandy Ditch. Come on, open up. Perfect.
blocking me. I'm not blocking you. Why do you think I hate you so much? I've spent hours telling you I don't hate you. I'm kind of tired of it now. Why don't you trust me? Because you don't want me. I don't want anyone. I was dumped. I'm heartbroken. Doesn't matter. I am included in that. Yeah, her feelings don't matter. This guy wants sex now, damn it.
He wants
That's
it
literally
now.
what he's saying. Whatever. My friendship obviously isn't enough. Even though it was for years when I had a boyfriend. Goodbye, blank. Thanks for all the fish. See, I told you. I knew you'd cave. I think anyone would cave when you force them to. You can't set a house on fire and be surprised when it burns. You have actively tried to make me hate you, and joke's on you. I don't.
Okay.
But you also lost a friend. I deserve a friend who cares about me, not just obsessing over the fact I won't date them. I'm not forcing anyone to do anything. You're the one who made the choice to stay friends. Oh, come on. Staying friends is a choice that two people have to make. He acts like he just has to go along with whatever she says.
There it is.
I hear that kind of
And you
howl on a
lost
full moon
someone
night.
who is willing to give you a good new life in America and treat you the way you deserve to be treated. I don't want to live in America, and I don't want to be with someone who's more worried about the fact I won't fuck him than the
I
fact
am
that I'm
not
scared and
a
alone and
Pokemon.
need a friend right now. I was willing
It's not showing up
before you
in chat for
decided to
me, but
keep
it's showing
turning
up
me
on the
down.
emote wall.
I got dumped. Of course I don't want you. I don't want anyone. I don't want anything but a friend, and you are not a great friend right now. I got dumped more times than you. I know how it feels. And from my experience, a rebound always helps. I kept telling you I'm not a great friend, and you kept denying it. And I still would have given you the life you deserved, whether it be here or there. Fine. Wow, I didn't see this before. Did you really tell me to rebound? And claim to know more than me about my own feelings? Well, he suggested a rebound, but he's going to crash out if you rebound with anyone but him. Imagine going through your own serious breakup issues and having to babysit this man-child at the same time. Holy crap, OP. You have the patience of Job. What a sad little boy he is. I've been putting friendship tokens in you for years. When is the sex coming out? You can't set a house on fire and then be surprised when it burns. I love that. I'm sorry you lost what you thought was a friend. I doubt this dude knew about losing a relationship that lasted 11 plus years too. Can't imagine why he's been dumped so many times. Thank you.
It's my
a sucker
turn
for a good
now.
metaphor.
Basically.
The bizarre thing is, for the first month after my breakup, he was so supportive and kind that I could have, maybe someday, saw him as more than a friend. Just not yet. So he completely dug his own grave on that one and jumped in it. I'm so glad he did though. Yeah, it's a good thing his mask slipped, I guess. I fully believe that someone being too nice to you is a red flag itself. There were a bunch of guys in my life that were like, no one likes me anyway. So now I'm just very much stone-faced and reply with, you're right. Sick and tired of people who try to guilt trip me. He seriously thinks you should just get over your 11-year relationship and sleep with him. Or more specifically, by sleeping with him. Wow, what a self-centered ass. Okay, let's move on to another moron. Don't be too clingy, emotional, or dramatic. Guys like someone who's there to relax, hang out with them, and occasionally suck their dicks. As fellows, we're not designed for drama. Once you get to know that person, and actually have time in the relationships, then both men and women should be comfortable in their emotions, feelings, and bodies. Hope this helps. Fellows, this one is for you. Stop throwing away money at females you meet at bars or clubs. They are not girlfriend nor wifey material. Before you hit it raw, remember more than half your paycheck will be going towards that six you thought was so cute, and them kids every other weekends, G. Be smart, players. A real woman would help you build an empire drama-free. I like how the women at the clubs and bars are a monolith and are all the same, but obviously men can be different. I'd actually agree not to throw money at women you don't know in general. Just like men, a lot of them aren't great people. He looks like a dollar store Elvis impersonator. Female strikes again. Along with wifey material. The OP is actually a male friend in this one. Hey, thanks. Going to get off of social media before I hurt or kill myself from the depression piling on. Yeah, he already sounds like he's a real joy to talk to. I tried to not say anything, but this has been bothering me. Bruh, how does depression have anything to do with this? Why tell me? Are you trying to guilt me? I have clinical depression, dude. I never talk about it or use it against someone. I hope you figure yourself out, dude. I hope you get a better opinion of women and sex workers, too. Don't ever use your depression like this again. From someone who almost jumped off a bridge and was stopped by their wife, that isn't cool. Well, I'm not having it as good as you. It's not for guilt. I'm just speaking the truth.
I'm just being
Tell
honest.
yourself
People
that I'm just
can't
using it as an
stand
excuse,
honesty.
so you can convince yourself of that. It's not the first time I thought of ending it, and I've been too weak to go through with it. Actually, I was just strong to not give in. I'm thankful. Hey, but like countless others, you never know when someone might snap all of a sudden. All sense just thrown out the window, because everyone would rather collectively talk down on someone else for thinking differently. I wonder how many times you've done that and actually messed someone up. But lucky you for having the good life, living out, having a good job, having someone that loves you unconditionally. Because of some women, some of these fake-ass broads that like to flaunt their slutty assets around without a care for an easy buck and just to get away with it for an easy life. It makes life for some actual honest guys to live like you do. Unlike you, can't always show off like you do. Some of us do our best, give it our all, but it never enough. Hard to tell those that are actually kind-hearted and real when they hide it behind all that makeup
Everyone else
to
is
hide
so
their
fake.
fake, selfish, gross, demanding ways. Not all of them are greedy whores, that I know. But my trust, anyone's trust, isn't so easily gained when those closest to you stab you in the back. Best friends do it, girlfriends do it, a fiancé? A sweet wife could even be the one to twist the knife, pushing you to an edge and changing you into something that was never there before. Lucky you for having someone that didn't hurt you for selfish desires. I would ask this guy who hurt him, but I'm sure he'd just rant about women in general for a while. Honestly, glad I got rid of you. The amount you showed off your wife, pics, art, whatever, was really sickening. I hated it. I try to keep a straight, smiling face to be nice, but since you want to shoot down my thoughts and opinions just because you don't agree, screw you. I'm not the only guy who thinks the way I do, who dislikes sex workers and all these two-faced bitches skipping about like everything's a party. I think he puts sex workers in scare quotes because he really prefers to call them whores. He doesn't need friends either. He can go post on the incel forums with his people. As someone with depression, I fucking hate it when people use their depression as an excuse to be a piece of shit. Also, it sounds like this dude is super jealous of OP, and that's why he's mad. Like, how dare you post pictures of your wife and your talents and your life that's better than mine? I'm gonna kill myself is textbook manipulation. I'm glad OP called them out for that gross behavior. If this guy gets cremated, do you think his ashes would actually be salt chunks? If you are a person who will readily use the threat of suicide to callously manipulate people into doing what you want while entirely disregarding their feelings, then you are a person for whom we will not grieve. Your non-existence is not a net loss. Society will prevail without you. Yeah, my thoughts on this guy aren't very politically correct either. It's weird to think that someone might be seething every time you post about doing well on social media, isn't it? Okay, this video might go on a little long, but let's read this one. The only recent post I've used today. Any plans? Not really. I might go to the pool after work today, and probably tomorrow. I'm hoping to get my paddleboard out in the water this weekend, but we'll see. What about you? I definitely have thoughts about the last time I saw you, but you know, we never did too much talking anyway. Thoughts about the last time you saw me? How do, if you don't mind me asking? It is all good. You don't have to explain anything. I always enjoy seeing you. I understand if you felt differently. I don't know how to succinctly put it, other than saying it's a bunch of the same stuff that has bothered me since we dated 14 years ago. I've never been able to have a conversation with you, and really don't feel like you've realized or acknowledged how much that has impacted me all this time. Okay, we both were not great to each other at times. I understand. Sorry. I won't bother you. Well, alright, we're already back into Sad Sack making himself the victim territory. And this guy really isn't a victim either. You came down here on my birthday, 2 weeks after I was in the hospital for a stroke. You hid in my extra bedroom and made no attempt to hang out with me, see how I was doing, or even ask what I would like to do or eat on my birthday. If you are seriously going to discount all that and say we both have done stuff to each other, then kindly fuck out of my life. I've given you an incredible amount of grace and chances over the years that you frankly haven't deserved. I don't have room for anyone who genuinely doesn't care how their behavior impacts those around them. Dude, I cooked you a steak on your birthday. You do not even remember. No, well, I will leave you alone. Bye, OP. I am not perfect. Neither are you. That is kind of you. Forgot about the steaks, though. Oh well. This is already too much. Reminds me why I stay away. Damn. LOL, I know exactly what you cooked. I didn't ask for it, but of course you're missing the whole point. Delete my number. Stop reaching out. You are as selfish, self-absorbed, and delusional as you have always been. The conversation wasn't that long, but we have context that makes it worse. Additional context. I, 35 female, dated him, 46 male, when I was freshly 21. We had only been seeing each other a couple weeks when I went to meet him at a bar and ended up getting drugged by someone and date raped. Though he started seeing me again, he made it clear that I was never going to be worthy enough to be his girlfriend. He was embarrassed by me, and I had nothing of value to offer. He tortured me over this event for years. I couldn't even speak without him constantly talking over or straight up ignoring me. It would just be him and I would start to try and say something, and out of nowhere we would just jump in and start talking about something completely unrelated. It got so bad that for years, I actually developed a bit of a stutter. It has taken me many years to recover a fraction of my self-esteem that was obliterated in our non-relationship. About 7 years ago, he got sober, and I let him come back into my life at a distance. I moved away 5 years ago, and he has come down to visit and stay with me 3 to 4 times. The last time, during my birthday last year, it became very apparent that he is no different than he's always been. He doesn't care about my well-being, let alone my likes or dislikes. I wanted to get out of the house, go be in the sunshine. I didn't want to have a bunch of dishes or a kitchen to clean when I was having to use a walker to get around and couldn't stand for longer than 2 minutes at a time. I didn't want any steak, but alas, I'm invisible and mute in my own goddamn house. But you've done stuff too. Loser behavior. But he made steak though. I think the part that pissed me off the most was he made it with a side of potatoes, which he knows I don't eat in any form. Forget me saying I'd like to go out and not have to worry about the housework I couldn't do because I was still having active strokes. You force this food upon me, make me eat with you in the kitchen instead of allowing me to go back to my comfortable bed, where I don't have to think to hold myself up. No, I still gave you grace for trying, but fucking potatoes? You really truly believe, even in my own home, that this is your world and I'm just living in it? And for the record, I like steak, but I wanted fish, damn it.
Okay.
Obviously, everyone else in the world is an NPC.
It's almost over.
And this guy's the main character. And he really thinks he's a tragic hero somehow, too. Anyway, it's about all the time I have for you today. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you like the video, please...
Yeah, that wasn't really a nice guy from Reddit. That was more like a am I the asshole? Alright.
Hey, everyone.
Let's focus more on Lucas, an
and we're
individual.
back with another view into the dismal life of...
Lucas Werner.
Hey, everyone. This is Walter. And we're back with another view into the dismal life of horror cow Lucas Werner. Yeah, this is the guy who made the news for hitting on a young Starbucks barista in 2017, when he was 37. He's now banned from Starbucks, but he's still on that grind, trying to find a Gen Z girlfriend online. Let's get started with Lucas Werner posts. Guys need to focus on their hobbies. When you're on a date, then you'll have plenty to talk about with her. I like how his face is right next to it with the goofiest expression imaginable. Lucas's board games are easily his most boring content, so I can't imagine the date would be too interesting either. I regard Jesus in the same way I view Yoda, a fictional character with powerful lessons that ring true. The girls are there. Remember the mighty chimp. The male approaches the female. The Wern comparing himself to a chimp is just too appropriate. I might have had to do it myself if he didn't. I find it better to not talk about things like porn with women, unless they start down that road of conversation. I mean, I agree, but why would anyone need to say this? I can only assume he learned from decades of experience creeping women out. I don't see the need to kill people who like capitalism. They can like it all they want. It's not going to change anything. Also, I don't see the need to murder my kind, because socialism at the local level, like in Southeast Asia and India, is often a direct democracy. Where I'd go further is by saying people are motivated to work based on their material conditions to help their community thrive and to have good standing with neighboring communities, which is largely a motivation that steps beyond monetary exchange if you truly love and care about your neighbors. People like this idea, without knowing that's the goal of anarcho-communism. Jeez, who said anything about killing people? Happy Cinco de Mayo. Anyone got any nacho money? And after this, Lucas would show himself going to Walmart to buy some herbal supplements, and of course more cheese. I just went to Walmart for some energy and stamina herbs. I took one of each. I'm already feeling more energetic. I'm high as giraffe coochie. You think of them as thoughts, but really at the quantum and cosmic level, we're receiving messages from the future. My balls just exploded. I'm not even hearing it. The only thing mind-blowing about this post is the fact that he thinks it makes him sound like an intellectual. Why do women date toxic guys? You complain about them enough, but a lot of women continue
Anarcho-communism
the
still
trend
makes no
despite valid
sense.
complaints.
Someone is going to rule over
I
you
had a
in a
thought
communist
today.
society.
Maybe there's so much past in the past.
Just a
Time,
poor
independent of
bum.
space, becomes so gravitationally strong that time itself gathers mass, which triggers the Big Bang. It definitely sounds like he's smoking a lot of pot. He reminds me of this old post they made fun of on Something Awful. I could only find it in copy pasta form now. But his theory is that everything on Earth came from marijuana, and he calls it the Big Bud Theory. That's what Lucas reminds me of right now. Then we got another picture of him that I'll probably be using in the thumbnail. He looks as stable as ever. Glad to lose friends over board games. They weren't friends anyway. Good riddance. Energy drink ice cream float with Neapolitan ice cream and a raspberry bang.
Ew. Gross.
Oh, and with a plastic cup no less. Pretty fancy stuff. How do I have so many beautiful women on my friends list and none of them of my girlfriend?
They're all fake.
Why are you even here? It's not even to like anything I post, because you're certainly not doing that either.
It's a profile
No
picture.
money,
Let's
no
make
car,
and drink that.
no house, but I've had girlfriends. Maybe you're just a classist dog whistle. I made a whole video about this, but Lucas has almost certainly only had one girlfriend. I used to hate tattoos, but really I think I'm just apathetic towards them. I don't specifically want to go under the needle. It's a rational fear with diabetes to not want to go through such a process. I've met people with tattoos I rather like. I'd probably get them if I didn't see the universe as a fluctuation and try to maintain comfort in fluctuation as a person with bipolar and diabetes both. I have to check my sugar every day and do. I fell on the ice 5 times a couple winters ago and still have scars. Tattoos for me are a potential life-threatening injury. I'm just glad you're comfortable with your own decisions and have the health to be pricked several times with a sharp object. I can't physically do it without ending up with permanent scarring. You'd think that energy drink float would be a rational fear with diabetes, but here we are. And we all know he can't afford tattoos. He didn't really have to come out and tell us he's scared. I have nothing against gay people. It's biological. You're born the way you're born, but why would I want my ass penetrated by a dick if I'm not gay?
I don't know, bud.
Who the hell is he talking to when he makes posts like this? He really expects his female followers to leave likes on this? I'm not against gay
Just
people.
as confused
I voted
as you
for same-sex
are.
marriage in my state. It doesn't mean I'm going to do gay shit. It's
We
like a
don't do
less
gay
homophobic
shit.
version of Chris Chan's I Am Straight video. Apparently, when you cool particles past 0 degrees Kelvin, something weird happens. The particles don't clump into a block like with ice. They become super hot and excited, as though they've reached infinite heat.
Crazy.
This may explain why order comes from disorder, because of entropy running in reverse, as with the cosmic expansion of the universe. Going below absolute zero is like dividing something by 0. It actually makes no sense in concept. However, the second part of this AI answer lets me know that Lucas has been reading into theoretical physics that he's incapable of understanding. Now let's check out his new board game, Spellcaster, with a K because Lucas is stuck in the 90s. Spellcaster is now completely reforged.
Heck yeah.
The runes still serve as road
With a
pieces.
K.
The letters do not play in. The object now is to place your meeples so they move along the path that can run into other meeples, and spellcast against the others by moving a mandatory 1 to 4 spaces a turn. And winning the conflict by being on a piece adjacent, with a geometry that explains the strength
Oh my
of
God, it
you when
makes so
on
much
it by
sense.
being worth 2 points per dot, plus 1 point per
Right, of
line,
course,
giving you
naturally.
more, so you capture the adjacent opposing meeple.
Well, say no more. I mean, it's obvious.
So he completely changed the objective of the game?
Combat
How is it
with
supposed
AK.
to be playable? The cool thing about not having had sex in 15 years is that a vasectomy would be pointless. If you don't give a fuck about what I have to say, why would I invite you to eat at my table? Sister Christians, if you didn't have that property, if you didn't have that big bank account, if you didn't have that nice car, if you didn't have that large, comfortable house, if you didn't have that power and influence from the root of all evil, you wouldn't be his. In God's name, read your fucking book. I might be a staunch atheist, but
I know
ladies,
more about the
let's
Bible
talk about
than
your
most
spiritual
Christians.
crimes. Classism. Spiritual crimes?
Sure.
He talks like a cult leader without a cult. And it's a good thing, too, because he'd probably make his cult members play meeple toss or something. Why do you see women who dangle a big, fat, disgusting cross around their necks rolling with guys with a shit ton of money? Jesus wouldn't approve. Have you even read Matthew 6:24, you absolute fakes?
Classism is just the
Does
sin
anyone
of
else
envy,
feel
though.
like he's talking about White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt here specifically? I'm not a big fan either, believe it or not. I envy some of you. 99% of my feed shares 99% of my opinions, and yet people only comment on my post to argue with me, unlike you. Everyone can agree with you or everyone can argue with you, but it can't be both, come on. Oh my god, he's still making posts about being straight. I'm straight, but there has to come a time when you realize there's no straight pride month because no one was ever killed for being straight. It's a shame so many Generation X people that grew up on Nirvana when Kurt Cobain was bisexual still became massive homophobes and transphobes. There was a time when I felt we were all on the same page about respect and basic human decency. It was called the 1990s. I'm 46. It seems like a lot of people my age clearly jumped the shark when it came to empathic credulity towards people who may be different from themselves. The only worthy form of intolerance should be disrespect towards the intolerant. Oh yeah, I remember the 90s, that magical period of tolerance where we casually called anything we didn't like gay. What the fuck is this guy on about? You're a beautiful woman, and I'd like to date you. What's a one-day protest going to do? What have these one-day protests done? Nothing. Trump is still getting away with it. You've accomplished nothing, my kings. Absolutely nothing. I think he has trouble remembering that other people have jobs sometimes. And it's rich to hear this coming from the virtue-signaling king of slacktivism himself. Then he got some gas station sushi and put God only knows what on top of it. Cheddar dogs with ranch dressing and Taco Bell Diablo sauce.
Ew!
Oh my god, he's trying to do the fancy plating thing again, with ranch dressing this time.
Yuck.
Gen Z women don't hate men.
They just hate
want them
male
to be better.
feminists.
Post a pic on Instagram eating cheese. Get 33 likes. Post it on Facebook. Nothing. Most of you guys really suck.
Aww.
Here's the picture of him eating cheese, by the way.
Well, but it's amazing. Why didn't anyone like that?
Most couples I see are fighting each other, but I rarely see it so prolonged or unforgiving between age gappers. You wouldn't make a banana bread with a green banana without spots, would you? Then why aren't you dating older men, Gen Z?
What?
That's a classic Lucas comparison. Just compare it to something random, without any thought toward relevance. Also, the guys he's complaining about aren't children, they're young adults. Same thing he says about young women all the time. Stop infantilizing Gen Z men, Lucas. If you're against age gaps relationships, you're a bigot. People think they're being logical, when they're merely rearranging their prejudices. Just call me McWerner. Do. I'm loving it. Maybe I will add that into my rotation of things to call him.
McWerner?
Touch grass and cope before being a snowflake about your keyboard warrior fifis and projecting your own insecurities onto me. Always stay busy, and girls will come to you. And if they don't, when you approach them, you'll have plenty to talk about, and will enjoy her stories as well. Sometimes I'm not sure if he's offering advice to his followers or himself. Feminism as a capitalist institution, rather than socialist, forces constraints on women and their own exploitation. You can't fight male-dominant capitalism with female-dominant capitalism. You fight male-dominant capitalism with socialism.
Socialism. Okay.
I'm curious, Lucas. How are you helping the homeless? Like Wayne said, you really can't control what Elon does with his wealth. So if Elon does not want to help the homeless, in your opinion, the question is, how could you help at least one homeless person? I actually know the answer to this. Lucas once gave the homeless shelter 9 pounds of popcorn because some asshole YouTuber made a video calling him greedy. Women won't tolerate bigoted men, or men without money. It's hypocritical at best how they could be anti-patriarchy and pro-capitalism. And men are hypocritical because they want women submissive, then support dominant women like Erica Kirk. Yeah, this is some serious word salad, with Alfredo sauce instead of dressing.
Excuse me?
Why does he think capitalism caused the patriarchy anyway? Women were being oppressed way before anyone came up with capitalism. I'd make it illegal for any business with a CEO to create wealth. Workers could keep operating them, with earnings distributed as wages for 8 years. Afterward, government would dissolve the company. This is all so stupid I couldn't even figure out which point to complain about. I'm going to have a booth offline to sell and showcase my games towards the beginning of August.
No, you're not.
I'll be sure to let you know if McWerner has a booth at a convention or something. It's always funny when people get pictures of him out in the wild. Gen Alpha will probably face legalized prostitution, taking the place of dating. How porn-brained is this guy? Taking the place of dating? He wishes. In the future, women will have no men, and men will have no women. So they turn to AI and robots with AI, until the opposing sexes stop acting like assholes/bitches towards the opposite. Robot prostitution is the future. Women only want to date for money, and men only want a pretty face. The hookers and robo-hookers will be seen as a viable alternative to attitude problems. I guess we're getting some incel science fiction here. Being single never killed anyone, but a suicidal codependent weakling. I'll go when I feel right about it, when I feel comfortable. Lucas has a documented history of suicide threats, so I have no idea why he's trying to throw shade here. You can't force me to date fat women. I've dated one before, and I never will again. Yeah, but what if they call you a bigot and use the word weightism? Commentary about Lucas is like shooting fish in a barrel. A woman with an OnlyFans is judged to be women's empowerment, but a guy who buys such content is a creepy loser. How does that make sense? It doesn't. Yeah, he just made this post the other day. That isn't the prevailing opinion on women doing OnlyFans at all. Maybe he got his time machine working, and he's posting from the past. Billionaire shuts down a whole city section to have a wedding to her millionaire NFL finance on one of the busiest traffic days in New York City is rather indicative of where we are right now in terms of French Revolution type shit. Wow, so now he wants to legalize prostitution and he's pissed about Taylor Swift? Maybe you should have a crossover with Russell Greer after all. Anyway, it's about all the time I have for you today. Thanks for watching,
what he was
everyone.
talking about.
If you like the video, please give it a like. If you have something to say, make sure you let me hear it in the comments. I'll be reading them while the video's new. If you're new to my channel, consider subscribing for Reddit content and some videos about lolcows. I kinda want to talk about Gideon, actually. Finally, big thanks to my
Lucas
awesome
is loving
patrons who
life.
support me more directly over on Patreon. Let's shout them out by name. Jimmo, Gwenor,
Can skip on
Ava
that.
Swan, Levon.
Big ups. Ada Walter. Thumbs up. Good Lucas update on what he's been babbling about from his homeless shelter. Fillion is missing. Okay. All right, Philip. What do you have?
Urban garlic flavor. Welcome
Home.
home. So that needs to stop. The transformative work stuff, I have no problems with. What I don't want, and what is illegal and should stop immediately, is people who are live restreaming me right now because they're not adding anything. They're literally illegally stealing the content and making views and money on it. People who rip my raw and just put it up illegally. That has to stop. But I can't stop it because I can't be issuing lawsuits up, down, left, and right. I don't make that much money.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 3 of the Raw Phil termination arc. So what is going on? Raw Phil tried streaming on Kick, which he does all the time, but he had a huge spike in viewership, and Kick decided, hey, you're not allowed to restream other people's content because it's against terms of service. So he has retreated to another streaming site. Meanwhile, Phil has a case of small sample size syndrome and thinks that his views are going to consistently stay up because Raw Phil has been terminated. What he doesn't understand is that the people will eventually get bored if they can't mock Phil in the chat. And the thievery of Phil's content has continued as Duty Streams and Snort Hogan rip Phil's entire daily rap and post it on their channel, not even bothering to clip it, in the spirit of Raw Phil, apparently. Apparently, they want to be struck by Phil, too. So I'm going to react to the daily rap. Obviously, I'm not
Oh man,
going to
look
react
at those
all 14
views.
minutes because there's going to be a load
They
of
really
garbage on there that's
skyrocketed.
not worth your time anyway.
The
So
detractors
here's Phil to
knew
tell
not
you
to
more.
tune in
Really
and
weird
make the
day.
view count go
Why?
up.
Apparently,
But I
one
knew
of
their
my
plan, and now they're
detractors
mad.
getting banned, and everyone blaming me for it, despite the fact I didn't directly do it.
I didn't
directly do it.
That sounds like an admission of guilt, Phil.
Wasn't
The reason why
direct.
he's just so fervently denying it like this is because if he admits to it, he can't help himself from gloating. And he knows if he gloats about it, that will make people even more angry. So instead, he takes the coward's way out and denies it. Now, it's entirely possible when Phil gave all the evidence to YouTube about Bucketeer and mentioned that he had a restreamer, of course, that could always have made YouTube look into the situation without Phil's further involvement because that's obviously a TOS violation. And that's actually the funniest thing possible if that YouTube took their own agency and did that because Phil gets the blame for it and he didn't intend to do it, even though he totally wanted it to happen. The thing is, Phil never bothered to do this in the past because Raw Phil would have just reemerged with another channel or somebody else would have done it. But the thing is, Raw Phil got so big that it's now a huge problem that it got terminated because everybody is focused on this. Whereas if Raw Phil had 30 viewers, who's going to complain? So Phil is back to doing the same old damage control, portraying himself as the victim because that's what's essential for his business. His dents only pay him when they feel like he needs to be taken pity upon. For once, Phil did nothing nothing wrong where there was a channel that was legitimately bootlegging his content, nothing transformative whatsoever, and he's still going to take the flack for it because he procrastinated and he didn't deal with it for years, and now that he's popped that pimple, all that pus is going all over him. And he didn't realize what kind of attention he would get. He thought he was going to get positive attention, more views, more money, but the reality is he's having a bunch of seething people that he already banned in his chat not happy with him. He waited too long, he neglected enforcing the copyright of his content, and he's suffering for it. And he may think things are just hunky-dory with the views being up right now, but they won't be for long. People get bored when they can't do what they're accustomed to. They're not sitting on your chat all day if they can't mock you, because then it's not a game, then it's not entertaining. They don't want to abide by your rules because your rules, you can't even give him the slightest bit of criticism unless you give him a ton of money.
At least to my knowledge, it was pretty crazy. If you want the summary and the skinny, because many of you don't, many of you will not care about that. You're like, that's drama.
Phil, you put in the title in this video, views are way up. Views are way up because of drama. People didn't suddenly say, hey, I'm
That's
more
the
interested
thing.
in this content
They didn't
than I've
spike
ever
higher
been.
than normal
it's
following
because they
something
wanna see
dramatic happening.
what you say because they think you did it. And you were trying to have your cake and eat it too, but you were over-explaining and you're digging yourself a hole that's only going to get deeper for you. You could have either ignored it or just said it in like 2 to 3 sentences, but you're incapable of doing that. So, yeah, you over-explain.
I don't care about drama. I agree with you. If I didn't have to talk about it today, I wouldn't have.
You did not have to talk about it at all. That is absolute nonsense. You control your streams. You can talk about whatever you want. This is your way of just subtly gloating and trying to do damage control. And it's also another opportunity for you to paint yourself as a victim because you love doing that.
But it would have been more of a problem if I left it as an elephant in the room and never addressed it than
He's
directly
still at
taking
less
it
than
on
1%
head-on
of his
like I did
subscriber
today.
count.
But you did not directly take it head on. You could have just said, this guy was banned. He was restreaming my content, which is obviously a violation of TOS, and I don't know what happened. I didn't do anything with that. But instead, you over-explain, and you make everybody seem like you actually did it because you're making all these excuses. You were completely terrified of the detractors because Rawfill's audience was triple to quadruple the size of yours. And when your feed started blowing up on Twitter, you panicked because you didn't think it was going to have the effect that it did. And you're terrified of people coming after you as retribution. And obviously, do not go after Phil.
So I did on the podcast. All my positive viewers are happy.
Positive meaning people that give him money and don't question anything he says. Yeah, they gave him a ton of money because they think this is a great victory for Phil. For Phil, a great victory is fixing his toilet after 10 years, so yeah, I guess this is the case, but it's definitely going to be a Pyrrhic victory in the end. Because what is going to happen is that people will eventually lose interest in his content when they can no longer consume it the way they want. And if there's less interest on the periphery of the Snortex, it's going to eventually circle back to him. Because if there's less people watching him to clip him, he's going to have less of an audience, even if they're not paying him money.
All the detractors are upset. I can't help it. That's life.
Phil, there were 2 times where you had cover to deal with Raw Phil before this. Obviously 3 when Raw Phil was not gaining traction because nobody was paying attention to him until
the detractors are upset. I don't care. It has nothing to do with me or the threats I made.
During the Asmongold bump, you totally could have
Whatever,
taken
that's
action
life.
again. During the
That's
Kino
life.
Casino arc, you totally could have taken action again.
dipshit.
You had enough Kino Dents giving you money to provide you cover. You waited around, you let the weed grow and flourish until it was destroying all of your garden, and now there's nothing you can do to fix it.
But here's what I can definitively tell you. My number 1 restreamer is gone, okay? Was banned completely from YouTube. No, how about this?
No.
Banned.
Probably gonna come right back.
Gone. Forever. And apparently
Keep
tried to
telling
restream me
yourself.
today on Kick and was told by Kick, you can't do that, and they had to leave Kick. I guess they are still attempting to restream me on other platforms, but the truth is, the real problem of this restreamer was that they always restreamed me on YouTube. And if you searched for my content on YouTube, they would come up first.
The
Here's your
reason being
motive.
for that is when somebody is live, they have priority. So if they see that this live streamer is in the same area of content and they have more viewership, they're going to push that one harder. But the odd thing about that is that Raw Phil apparently didn't put ads on his live streams while Phil did. but Raw Phil also had memberships and super chats enabled. So I guess they were looking at it and saying, hey, this chat is more active, has more viewership. Might as well funnel people there than to the actual DSP gaming channel. And let's be real, if you search DSP, you won't find DSP videos, you'll find Attractor things. But if you search DSP Gaming, you will find DSP's channel. Like seriously, DSP should just rebrand the channel to DSP, he'd be better off. Because people are more likely to search DSP than they are DSP Gaming.
Because of the way that they had been gaming the algorithm for years.
DSP
so Raw
Space
Phil gamed
Gaming.
the algorithm because he actually had a chat where you could actually engage with the content and criticize Phil. And people want to criticize Phil, they don't want to kiss his butt, and Phil doesn't understand that. So that's how Raw Phil got attention from the algorithm. The algorithm read, hey, this chat is more active, let's send people here. And if people are watching Detractor content already, they're going to send them to the Detractor stream instead of Phil's stream.
Therefore, people legitimately looking for me and my real
Raw
content
gained a lot of
would end up
traction
in
because
their
of all the
stream
people who Phil
thinking
banned
it's
for
me
asking
because
about
technically, hey,
champions.
that's me on the screen, and then they would watch there.
There was a guy named the Wolverine doll who makes like music videos about Phil. He made a video where he sent Phil an email saying he gave money to Phil's Raw Phil channel. And hilariously enough, there have been times when Phil's fans gave money to Raw Phil because they had the wrong chat open. And the reality is, it was more convenient to be subscribed to Raw Phil than the DSP Gaming because you would see the content and you wouldn't be inundated with 10 videos a day.
They would contribute there. And this guy would literally get views, money, notoriety off of my work.
And you sat there and tolerated it for like 3+ years and did absolutely nothing? Wow, you surely are a very intelligent businessman. This isn't a case like where it's Tevin, where you have to like Tevin to watch the restream. This was bootleg Phil.
Every single day he would do it. Every single day he did it. He broke the law.
I don't know necessarily if he broke the law. I'm not going to get into that. He definitely broke YouTube terms of service.
It was
Not
always
definitely.
against YouTube's terms of
It
service.
was always
It's against
transformative.
any streaming platform's terms of service to impersonate someone, to misrepresent
didn't
yourself,
impersonate
to try to
you.
benefit off of someone else's work if you're not making it transformative.
It
which
was
this person never
transformative.
did.
On the third case, he's absolutely right. The first
absolutely
and second ones are a
wrong.
little gray because the thing with Raw Phil is that most of the people that watched them were in the know that this was just a Phil restream because it had both the chats on the stream. Phil never interacted with the Raw Phil chat. And the way Phil acted to his chat by policing it, moderating it so thoroughly, anybody with half a brain would realize, hey, this is not Phil's product, because he would be in here banning everybody in the Raw Phil chat. So those two things are kind of murky.
Today, without this person streaming on YouTube, I had nearly double viewership
Wow,
on
200
YouTube.
to 400.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's
like
actually really
a
concerning that you
drop
didn't
in
have
the
like
bucket.
quadruple the viewership because people were like, "What happened?" They wanted the story and they
Phil
wanted
has
it
no
quickly.
idea what
Your
transformative is.
misunderstanding is that
How
this
many
trend
times was
won't
his React
continue
streams shut down
they've
because he
already
was
gotten the
offering
story,
absolutely
so
nothing?
They're not going to hang out there. The reason
could
they were in
literally
Raw
shut
Phil's
down
chat
on
is
YouTube.
that they were in the chat mocking you. They're not going to hang
Just
out in
sat
your
there.
chat forever if they can't mock you. That is what you've always failed to understand about this situation, because you suck all the fun out of it, so then they're going to go somewhere else or not watch you at all. You are entertaining for all the reasons you don't want to be entertaining, and that's how you have a following. I mean, just look and scroll down and see the comments on any one of my videos. It's all criticism of Phil. On a DSP Gaming comment section, you either kiss his butt or you're banned. So yeah, this is a fleeting increase in viewership. It'll go back down once people realize Phil did it, 99% likely, and that it's nowhere near as fun as being in Raw Phil's chat. Now, his kick viewership may benefit, but the thing is, Phil doesn't understand that the benefit he gets from Raw Phil is going to be like maybe 5 to 10% increase in viewership. He's not going to double, triple his audience. He's not going to get extra money because he doesn't cater to what the people will throw money at him for. He's not going to lean into the fact that he's a complete joke.
And nearly double viewership on Kit. I just want to make this abundantly clear because for so long,
Phil, hot drama sells, and a week from now, you won't have any more hot drama. You always do this where you look at a trend for one day and think it's going to be the same trend for 6 months. You think if you get $300 of support one day, then every day after that, you'll get at least $300. It doesn't work like that.
people said, oh, those viewers aren't yours. They'll never be yours. But then why did I have such a giant increase in viewership today.
It's temporary.
Oh, wow. Phil, hold off on your victory lap. Don't count your chickens until they hatch. You are completely careless. This thing was blowing up on Twitter. This
They're
was
already
hot
gone,
news,
yeah.
Phil.
You're
Just
already
like
missing
how
goals.
you thought the Asmongold bump
Not
would
hitting
last
goals.
forever, you think that this momentary bump will last too. You're not going to become a beneficiary of this because you're not going to open up your chat.
Not just on one stream, but both.
Yeah, because they're
Both.
waiting for you to admit that you were the catalyst for Raw Phil getting terminated. Like, Phil, what you don't understand is you have to sustain something, and you think your regular content is going to sustain it. If they can't interact the way they want, eventually they're going to leave.
My late stream tonight was just hanging out, looking at my old games collection and cataloging them and grading them and pricing them. That was it. It was 2 hours of just hanging out, and I had
Begging the
almost
entire
400
time.
viewers on my YouTube channel. Do anyone remember the views I used to get? Around 400, no matter what I did on YouTube, and I had that back today. Gee, I wonder why. Maybe it's because no one was illegally stealing my content, and anyone who wanted to watch me could actually go to the source and enjoy it. Okay?
Well, Phil,
400
No one is allowed to enjoy any of it.
7
because it's
active
not
participants
enjoyable.
and 1
viewership for
was
6
night
months,
bottom.
you actually have a case for a lawsuit on your hands. And then you have to open up your finances to Discovery. So we'll all see how much you make.
You want the full story? Watch today's Level 1 podcast. It was thoroughly covered.
Yeah, wait around for like 20, 30 minutes for him to actually get to the point. That's what he doesn't understand. Watch the Level 1 podcast, but it's wait for 20 to 30 minutes to get to the actual part of the video that you want to see. But he won't timestamp it so you can go there immediately. You have to go through all the slop. He would have like quadruple the viewership if he actually clips stuff out. And there's a really easy way for him to do it. His stupid lights that they have in the back, he can just change the color when he's talking about something else. So when he goes back to the stream, he can say, oh, the color changed. I can clip this right here. But he's too lazy to do that. He has to hire somebody that costs him more than he's getting from those clips. He needs Darziak back bad.
If you like me and my content,
Little bit of
if you want to
Darziak,
enjoy
he
it,
walked out.
you want to interact
Little
with me
bit
in a
of cherry
positive
juice for
fashion,
my gout.
watch me on YouTube right here on DSP Gaming.
No.
Okay? If
Absolutely
you're a
not.
troll and you want to razz me and make fun of me and say things, watch
wanna
me on
say
Kick,
things.
which is DSP Gaming Real.
Or you could just wait for Phil to post a clip or some other
Say
clipper to
things?
post a clip
What?
and actually
If you wanna
watch that
say
instead of waste your
things,
time.
go to this
Try
other
avoid
chat.
getting
Has
banned by this spam when support as
777
well.
views.
The fans watch
Where
on
are the
YouTube.
Raw Phil viewers,
the trolls
Philip?
watch on Kick.
Where'd
The
they go?
whales with sock accounts move in between and give me all the money. I think you've all seen like the non-stop ban lists. Apparently he's banned like 10,000 plus accounts on Kick.
I'm going to abide by this. I've already told my moderator today about it. I said, yeah, let's just be more open here in this chat.
Only
that's
I'm
how
allowed
it's
to
gonna go
ban.
moving
You're
forward.
only allowed
But
to
then
time
the
out
problem with
people.
that is that the trolls are going to get bored that you're not responding to them, and they're going to try and push the envelope. Like, if you don't ignore your Kick chat, like have it off screen, you're going to crack really quickly.
Yeah, today was day 1, but already I saw a sharp increase in attendance.
Phil, day 1 is always the strongest. Then it teeters off. You think it will stay consistent. That's always your problem. Because the reality
Until I'm
is
allowed
it's
to
not gonna
call
be
your
like
fat wife
that.
fat,
The
your chat
iron is
isn't
hot
open.
right now, but that doesn't mean
Well,
it'll
you
be
can
hot
say
3 weeks from now.
things. I
Yes, you
guess,
might say, well, it
whatever
was
that means.
Assassin's Creed. It was a new game. You're right.
It wasn't about the game, Phil. It was about the drama. And people are probably staying, hoping to see that you would let something slip during the gameplay. They were probably disappointed.
But the late stream was just me hanging out, and I had double viewership. That's significant.
True, it is significant. You did get a bump. But what you're forgetting here is that this is a Snortex frenzy situation. You think it automatically is a new normal, where we don't have the information yet because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. But you're being a fortune teller right here, thinking it's going to be the same. This is why you suck so badly at running your business. Because you can't project, you can't think. What you see in front of you is what you think is going to happen in the future. And what could also be a possibility is that some of your audience that don't watch you every single day tuned in today because they're like, this is going to be a big thing because Phil got a major win. Phil just doesn't understand that he's just going to bore people because what he produces is too long, too meandering.
That's what I should have had all along before this guy stole my content and misrepresented himself.
Phil, you wouldn't have been able to handle it back then. No way. You can't handle it now. So there wasn't an opportunity there for you because you wouldn't commit to being more lax. And everybody knows you like to talk about how you will do something, but your actions eventually will prove differently.
That was mine. Now I'm getting it back, and that's awesome. Okay.
Yeah, well, then it's already gone, so what does that
sky high.
mean?
Started off with almost 600
Now I'm going to
viewers
get
on
400
YouTube,
viewers
over
consistently.
200 on
That'll
Kick
prove
all
it.
day. Yes, that went down a bit. I'd say by the end of the stream, it was around between 380 to 400 on YouTube and probably just under 200 on Kick. That's still ridiculously more viewers than I used to get, solely because my restreamer was gone. So again, I hate to say it, I was right all along.
Oh, I am filing those
He
words
hates to
when
say it.
viewership is back down to regular levels 3 months from now.
That guy was
Well, 3
100%
days.
sucking my views, sucking my revenue, and was essentially hurting me badly because he broke the law every day, and he finally stopped getting away with it because YouTube did something about it. Okay?
Yeah, you let it fester for years. And how convenient it is that YouTube finally did something about it when you actually got into contact with somebody. Ain't that a
Such a
funny
scumbag
coincidence?
Wow,
piece of
300
shit.
viewers.
So confused and
You're still about
surprised when
700
viewership
shy of
eventually
Ross'
goes back
usual
to normal.
audience
It's
count.
really
Yeah, they
but
average
still
like
that
you won.
2,000
back that I
viewers.
lost many years ago when people became thieves of my content. Okay?
What? You've been saying that you've been doing better
Thought
than
there was
years
only
past.
one.
Even with the thief stealing
Now
all your
we're all
content.
lumped
You're just
in.
making stuff up on the spot. You've been telling us since like the Kino Casino
dumbass
resurgence that
bastard.
things have been much better. Don't worry, guys. He'll be back to begging and crashing out everybody really soon. It's just in his nature. He can't help himself. He feels that he's entitled to your money.
Number one, attendance. Amazing. Like, seriously, we had high attendance. Like I said, on YouTube, I want to say we had over 300 viewers all night. Like,
already
that's-
looping.
Phil,
Oh
or
my
how many people are
god.
just so
You already
pathetic
said
that
this,
they're
you
watching
dumbass.
CSP for 8 hours a day.
Just the people who are just
seriously,
now
if you're
showing up.
watching Phil
I'm gonna
on
repeat
the
myself.
Raw stream for hours on end. Get off your chair. Go take a walk. Try to do something different in your routine. It will help you, believe me. This guy does not value your time. Don't give it to him.
I was right all along.
Uh-huh,
Okay?
you already
Yeah, this
said
is
that
the only time he
too.
can say that he's right, so he's gonna run and take it. Because
Just
if he
skip
waits
the
a
rest
little
of the
bit,
video?
those numbers may not be as rosy.
Views are way up across the board.
All right.
Things
just
are-
dude, get tested, bro. Go see a doctor. Tell them everybody on the internet tells me I have severe crippling autism and I just loop constantly over and over again. Give me a list so I can shove it in their face. Give me a diagnosis so I can be like, "No, God damn it."
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here.
It's like schizo. Just how the same sentences bounces around in his head over and over again.
So over the years, we have seen many examples
Fuck.
of Twitter users looking at fictional
Unwatchable.
characters and trying to project their own gender ideology-related agenda upon those characters. Many
User
times doing
up.
so
The attendance
falsely
is up.
and
I've been
getting very
proven
hostile
wrong.
when you correct
User
their
up. Attendance is up.
headcanon.
I've been
And
proven
it's
right.
not just headcanon. They're trying to project that as the truth, and they harass you for correcting their headcanon, many such cases. But the most recent example comes from a series called The Guy She Was Interested In Wasn't a Guy at All. Now, if you have any reading comprehension whatsoever, this title would have been a gatekeeper for this sort of trans claims about this character, but that's exactly what people are doing. They're ignoring the title or misunderstanding it and assuming one of the characters who has a more grungy look must be trans. And as you can see, the community notes have been very fairly applied to the related tweets that have gone viral claiming the character is trans, making it very clear that is not the case at all. And as we'll see, the usual suspects are not too happy about this note, basically saying they're going to follow their headcanon anyways and they don't believe the notes, and even crashing out over the language of the note, claiming
really
it's a
respect the writer, do you?
microaggression. Now, like I said, this has happened countless times with anime and manga, and there's a recent example that is a good little set of background for this sort of situation. Recently, we talked about the Japanese author Kei Urana, who created the series Gacha Akira. And when this got an anime series, it got very popular overseas. And then people started doing what they normally do on that side of Twitter, and that's try to claim one of the characters from the series was trans, leaving the author Kei Urana to come out and say, That's not the case at all. After all, it is her character. She would know better than random people on Twitter. But of course, they would take it to the next step. Not only were they producing headcanon based on this character, they started creating headcanon on the author herself, claiming she is non-binary as well. And as we'll see right here, she had to come out and basically say that's not the case again, and expressing her shock over discovering something about her own identity. But of course, people on Twitter did not accept that. In fact, when she corrected the record and said she was non-binary, people on Twitter accused her of creating a space for transphobia, for correcting misconceptions about her identity. Apparently, that is problematic now. And eventually, after a series of endless harassment, primarily from this Western overseas fan base, she would briefly deactivate her Twitter account. She would return, but clearly this soured things for her. She doesn't really want to interact with overseas fans as much as she used to, and that is completely understandable given what she's gone through. So let's get back to the series that is the main topic for today. You now have that background that this happens regularly. This is the series. The guy she was interested in wasn't a guy at all. And if you have an education equal to or above hooked on phonics, I think you would understand that there is no confusion here. It is a character with a more grungy, masculine look who was briefly confused by another for a guy. But they are not a guy. They're not a guy after all. This should be very obvious, but people would, of course, make up their own headcanon and try to state it as truth. Now, there was an anime adaptation announced for this series, and it's coming to Crunchyroll in 2027. And another note that will be relevant is that the intro song for this anime will be Breed by Nirvana, which is a whole nother topic of conversation, but it's important to point out. Because we have this quote that would go viral on a relevant post saying, AAA anime about a trans girl opening by Nirvana. It's called Breed. Okay. Well, here they go, making up a bunch of nonsense. We'll address each of these points because they're equally ridiculous. But again, if you simply read the tweet they were quoting or read the name of the anime itself, it should have been very clear this was not about a trans character, but they really can't help themselves. And that was pointed out by quotes like this saying, you guys are so quick to call everything trans. Which is also ironic because a lot of the woke people on that side of Twitter will lambast you for misgendering someone or using the wrong pronouns, and yet they feel so free to assume the identity of characters and even people and get very hostile when you try to correct their misconceptions. But what happens when you rightfully point out that people misjudged the identity of this character? What happens when you say, slow down, stop calling characters trans before you know if they're actually trans or not? You get called transphobic. That's right, this person would respond to the previous user saying, you're just transphobic. Well, the other user would reply, and I don't even need to scroll down. This is just brutal. But of course, going back to the main tweet, it's not just the portion about the trans girl, it's also mentioning the fact that the opening theme is Breed by Nirvana. Now, I think these sorts of people don't even understand what that song is about, but many such cases. But that's a whole nother can of worms when it comes to Nirvana. After his death, decades after his death, people are now on Twitter claiming that Kurt Cobain was a trans girl all along and that she is ours now and we will not be returning her. This is a very toxic discourse. Again, taking the identity of a dead man and claiming something decades later for likes on Twitter is pretty diabolical. But, of course, the main post in question, they got 13,000 likes, by the way, and is still up, even after getting hit with this community note that says, in the manga and upcoming anime adaptation, Mitsuki wears unisex clothing, a face mask,
so that's
and
why he kissed a
contacts
shotgun.
at her record store
Can't blame
job
him.
to maintain anonymity. causing Aya to mistake her
Kurt
for
Cobain
a boy.
is now
She
part
is
of
not
the
transgender.
41%.
It's a Yuri romance between two girls. Now, you would think this would end the conversation and the
It is very
person
fitting,
would
isn't it?
delete their
But why would they
post out
wanna-
of shame,
wanna-
but they have not. In fact, all they've done is cope when other users point out not a trans girl, just mistaken for a guy at first. And the original poster would say, "My bad, would have been great if so." I bet you think that, but it goes beyond simply that, where they respond to their own post saying, okay, so apparently she's not trans, just confused for a guy at first. I can tell you lots of us will project heavy into it though. I bet you will. In fact, you already have. And it seems like despite the reality of this character, you're going to continue with these labels regardless. And then they add on saying, you know what, F it. I still relate to her. I was mistaken for a guy too, after all. If I speak. Anyways, you can see some more crash outs. This person saying it's not about a trans girl, but we can headcanon Mitsuki as one. Of course, you're always allowed to create your own headcanon about fictional characters. Nobody is stopping you. But we know it doesn't stop there. It always becomes fact, right? It's not just my headcanon. This is the way it is. And if you have any different viewpoint, you're problematic. And that is definitely demonstrated in a whole lot of different responses to this tweet. One person saying, unfortunately, Mitsuki's character, even though it definitely touches on gender expression, isn't really a trans allegory. Unfortunately. Yeah, I'd imagine like someone falsely claims another is trans, they say I'm not, and they go, oh, that's unfortunate. That's a very weird thing to do. But here's another reply saying, honestly, I'm going to say this because literally 2 reasons. A, chuds will fume over this, and B, a trans woman and a woman being mistaken for a guy can easily be swapped out interchangeably, especially if the trans girl is pre/early transition, and especially if she's a lesbian. Holy Reddit, Blue Sky, any other alternative platform you want to insert here. I bet these posts would do really well there. Unfortunately, here they get 2 likes, but you can see reason number 1. They just want this to be real, so the chuds will fume. Imagine consuming fictional media with the goal of making people you don't like fume. That sounds like a very miserable existence. But let's return to that note in some of the responses. People are not happy about this note at all, saying, what the hell is this community note that literally says it's a Yuri romance, so it's 2 girls and not a trans? Can you downvote it? Guys, can you downvote a factual piece of context because it hurts my feelings and my headcanon that I created falsely on this character? So pathetic. But here's some more saying trans misogynistic community note ain't slick with that last sentence microaggression. Ah, yes. It's a Yuri romance between 2 girls is apparently a microaggression to this very well-adjusted individual. Amazing stuff. But here's a pretty good observation here saying, they weren't kidding when they said tomboy erasure is real. Yeah, any character that has an alternative look, especially a female character, or has more tomboyish appearances,
tomboys aren't allowed to
is more
exist.
masculine, immediately is assumed
not
to be
right.
trans by these people on Twitter.
Save
And
the
it's a very
tomboys.
weird phenomenon. It's literally erasing tomboy characters. We have seen this time and time again. And even some of the more, I guess, woke people are having some mixed feelings about this sort of claim that the character is trans, saying, I feel like calling Mitsuki transgender is really misogynistic. Canonically, she never felt like she fit in under girls and was uncomfortable with overly feminine stereotypes, and calling her a trans man is just like
Love tomboys
lesbophobic.
here.
Well, they have the spirit, that's for sure. But this whole situation is a giant mess. People, once again, getting hit with notes for their ridiculous claims about fictional characters. The note system is working perfectly as intended. But for now, that's going to do for this video. If you enjoyed, please consider giving the video a like, consider subscribing and turning on notifications for daily uploads, as well as multiple streams every week live here on YouTube. But overall, hope you guys enjoyed the video. I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Rev. Good stuff. We got plenty more tabs. It's still animating, still looking good, making progress. What has Fillion been up to?
So, VTubers.
You can't keep getting away with this! You can't keep getting away with it!
He won't. I just want you all to know this is only my second VTuber video of this year, and around the time this video is uploaded, we are like 134 days into the current year, and I think that deserves at least some praise. I most definitely could have done more. I have a lot of things to talk about when it comes to this form of media, because there are so many of them, and almost anyone can become one, even the most chromosome deficient.
Here's my impression of a Minecraft villager getting backshots.
But as I've found out through the extensive research I've done on this channel, being a VTuber isn't as easy as it looks. For one, you have to deal with this stereotype that many people just assume you're an obese, sweaty man with a voice changer, and you're using what is essentially a cute anime girl to hide that fact. You also have to deal with the VTuber community itself, which can slowly erode your mental over the years more than any competitive league game ever could, and it eventually just leaves you as a husk of your former self.
Every morning, pick the ones here to look in the mirror. And to stand as tall as you can. Not on your tippy toes, but like stand straight, okay? And say, I'm a good person. I can do better today than I did yesterday.
Where's your fucking art degree, buddy? Where's your fucking art degree? Oh, you have one? Okay, Hitler.
And let's not forget you also get exposed to and have to deal with the Gooner side of the VTuber community.
I would literally never stop trying to impregnate Pippa. Every day I would wake her up by in her, and every night I would come in her right before going to sleep, which I would do with my dick stuck inside her bunny pussy. I would take some Viagra before bed just to maintain my erection so that she'll be ready in the morning.
That message keeps going, by the way. There is at least 2 more paragraphs of it going into graphic detail about their fantasy to have a loving family and fill their favourite VTuber, to say the least. But as I was saying, being a VTuber, or more accurately a VTuber with a large audience with a lot of eyes on them, isn't as easy as it looks, from managing a community that large to trying to make entertaining content for your audience, to even dealing with drama, which are all things their fleshy counterparts also have to deal with. However, where they differ slightly is when you're a VTuber and you're thinking of maybe hanging up your virtual foreskin, you can just do a so-called graduation, which is a term for when VTubers decide to retire their virtual avatar or persona, and in most cases either rebrand as another VTuber, or in some cases just leave it all behind entirely. And it's incredibly easy to do this as a VTuber, as most never reveal personal information regarding themselves or what they look like. Meaning if they do step away from content creation, nobody is probably ever going to recognize them, and they can just up and leave, no strings attached. This is a VTuber fan's worst nightmare. Well, obviously alongside hearing their so-called she actually has a boyfriend, of which they probably do. Wake up. But this leads on to the topic of today's video, as a certain VTuber not only abruptly stopped making content, but recently wiped a lot of their past online activity, with no warning or announcement of why they did this. All that was left behind was a cryptic message and a rabbit hole that is still yet to be solved. The last time she streamed was over 6 months ago, and it's led people, especially her fans and people associated with her, to come up with a range of theories, like she was burnt out from making content and graduated, she's rebranding, she's dead, she got deported from the country she's in, or even she got pregnant and quit so she could have the baby. This only ever happens in the VTubing community, by the way. Either way, it's got a lot of people online worried and wondering where exactly she went. This VTuber is Fillion, and today we're going to be jumping into the rabbit hole head first to see what all the fuss is about, see what people have discovered from the little information they were given, and if they have come anywhere close to answering the question of where she is. But first, as usual, who is Fillion?
So what do you think of men who get cooked?
I think that's really sad. They should, can I say that?
What?
think they should beat their wives.
It's said that Fillion started streaming all the way back in early 2021. However, some have claimed
TBF,
she was
it
active
might
way
be difficult
earlier
to do
in
flips when you're
2020, but the
pregnant.
clips of said streams and videos are no longer available. Now, Fillion originally, although being labelled a VTuber, initially didn't even know what a VTuber was, and her whole streaming career only started because she wanted to play on a Minecraft server with her friends, but you had to be a streamer to play on the server, so she decided there and then to start streaming. Her earlier streams were mainly on games like Minecraft and VRChat. Yes, VRChat of all places. These earlier streams were mainly watched by friends that she had met through things like VRChat, with her first stream averaging 7 viewers, which for a first stream is actually pretty good.
Whenever Puggy Wuggy, whenever I drop them through the bottom of the world, they kill me half the time on their way down.
In that first stream, she would decide to add a picture of her VRChat model to the bottom right of the screen, I assume so her viewers had something to look at, but little did she know that one decision would actually lead to a very promising career that would change her life going forward. Which is a very similar story to the average Warframe experience. Because as soon as you click that play button for the first time, you either come out as a degenerate grinder with thousands of hours, or you come out questioning your masculinity and your identity. There is no in-between. It's very similar to the War Thunder phenomenon. But anyway, Fillion simply putting a PNG of her avatar in the corner of the screen was the catalyst for her success. Primarily because it introduced her to the world of VTubing, which is a mistake I also made. Someone would come into her stream and think the PNG image was a VTubing model, and because it was static and not moving, they would tell her her VTubing model is broken. But Fillion didn't know what a VTuber was, or what the fuck this guy was talking about.
That's what I did. So I put like a little tiny PNG of the mint model, the low film model right here, and it was a static image. Someone came into my stream and they said, "Hey, did you know your camera broke? Your little VTube camera broke?" And I said, "What's a VTuber?"
But upon researching it, she decided to become a VTuber, but not a conventional VTuber, because one, she would simply just take a model from VRChat and pop it into a VTubing software so she could track her face, and technically be considered a VTuber, which would be an apparent problem later down the line, but she would also later use her unconventional means of being a VTuber to her advantage, and it would become one of the main things she was known for.
3, 2, 1! Oh, frick! Here we go. Perfect! I got it! I can do it!
Very athletic.
I took 6 laxatives. I'm about to do a backflip. You're watching the Fillion channel, and I call this one the brown flip. LeBron! Ah! Stop!
Fillion and subsequently her streams became known for their high energy and somewhat impressive acrobatic skills, which most times resulted in her damaging her VR equipment, and she constantly had to keep replacing said equipment. Over the next 6 months, Fillion would grow her audience to the point where she was now averaging over 100 viewers per stream, and by the end of the same year, she would average 4 times that. However, at the start of the following year, due to a certain event, she would blow up even more.
I'm about to blow.
And that blow up is once again something to do with VRChat. As Fillion was now somewhat well known within the space, she would get invited to another streamer's event, that being Rafflegator, someone very well known within both the streaming and VRChat space. He was hosting an on-stream event where another streamer throughout multiple rounds would go on dates with multiple candidates, with said candidates usually being other streamers or people known within the VRChat space. And round by round, the streamer going on all of these dates would have to eliminate candidates one by one based on how that candidate performed during their date. And I know what you're thinking, but no, these dates aren't taken seriously and they're usually just for entertainment purposes. Rafflegator had already hosted this event multiple times with multiple big streamers, and Fillion was invited to participate as a date candidate in the next one, with the subject of this specific stream being the well-known streamer Mizkif. Obviously this was before recent events happened. The event was streamed in front of thousands of viewers, and this would give Fillion a chance to show these thousands of viewers her high energy and usual on-stream antics. And she most definitely didn't disappoint.
She's fantastic. I mean,
I'm so glad you guys like it.
yeah, bless you.
Oh, that's my wall.
That actually sounded real.
Alright.
Ready?
And back and forth we go. Alright, all you. Just speak your words to me. Ooh. My god, you're so good at this.
I'm so well at this.
Yes,
Proper grammar,
indeed. Oh my gosh. You're like a medium well done steak. Just perfect.
What the hell?
Is this like the POV of a paraplegic's dating life or something? However, no matter how much Fillion tried, she was ultimately eliminated in later rounds.
Congratulations, Momo! You are the winner! Fillion, get the fuck out of here! Yeah!
Well, at least she didn't lose to the thing that looks like it was created in the Ark Survival Evolved character creator. But even though Fillion didn't win, she was still able to show the people watching how entertaining she could be, even if she was only there for one stream and for a very limited time. Fillion would go live 2 days later, doing her usual content. However, a lot more people were present for said stream, over 1,000 to be specific, primarily because Fillion had left such a positive impression on the viewers of that streamed event, so a lot of them would go check out her stream, leading to a huge leap in viewership and support, which would ultimately stunlock Fillion and she would get a bit emotional.
Wait, are there really 1,400 people watching right now? Wait, is that real or not? Yeah?
Whenever.
Oh, Taylor! Are you serious?
From this point on, Fillion would keep growing. She would do more collabs with big streamers, and she would integrate more into the VTuber community, becoming well acquainted with those within the space, which led to the creation of popular clips like this.
So what do you think of men who get cooked?
I think that's really sad. They should, can I say that?
What?
I think they should beat their wives.
That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
people
Well, are you
absolutely
telling
love
me that if
Fillion's
you're positive
character
and
her
entertaining, other
on-stream
streamers will
behavior.
want to work with you and your audience will grow? No way.
By the
That's
end
why
of
I fail.
2023, she was averaging well over 5,000 viewers per stream, and clips of her were being shared everywhere. However, even though things were looking good, she would run into a major problem. Now, Fillion had never really had an official VTuber debut. A VTuber debut is probably the most important part of being a VTuber. It's mainly used to announce the start of their VTubing career or a significant change to their already existing content, like a new model or lore drop. And despite being assigned the title of VTuber, Fillion had never debuted or really changed much about her model. It was still a random avatar taken from VRChat and put into a VTubing software, and that's the way it stayed since she started streaming. And some would argue by the time she was already well known within the VTubing space, it was already too late for her to debut with a new model, because most people recognized her not only down to her on-stream antics, but also that specific model she used. That's how a lot of people knew it was Fillion, so it would be hard for her to just change the model without it affecting things like her brand. So she just didn't. She continued using that same model for a number of years. She even made things such as plushies and merch based on that avatar. But there was a bit of a problem with her using said model, and the problem becomes increasingly apparent when you go back to 2021 and look at how she obtained her recognizable model and the things she did to make her start as a VTuber.
I didn't know what a VTuber was, but it gave me an idea. What if I took my VRChat model and I started face tracking with it? So what I did was, I went and ripped the model from VRChat illegally. I uploaded it into some software that I downloaded off the internet, which is the same software I'm still using today. Because I saw this girl DM video. She recommended this software called Luppet. I said, okay, that'll work.
So Fillion had ripped a model directly from VRChat without the creator's permission and based her whole brand off it, which is very bad. and short-sighted,
Well, what if the
especially
person
when
deserved it?
considering things like the terms and conditions of said model, and if she was actually allowed to use it commercially for things like streaming or use its likeness for merch.
Yeah, if she does
And
come
that's
back,
not
she'll
mentioning
rebrand
the problem if she
different model.
didn't pay for the avatar
Sure.
and just stole it. With all of that said, if she did even unknowingly break the avatar creator's TOS in any way, it could be grounds for litigation and she could be sued because she used their property commercially without their permission. And it's kind of ironic in hindsight.
So approach
because
her
the
and have
very
her pay
tutorial she mentions
some
following to
settlement
become a
sum and just
VTuber
move on.
advised her about this very thing.
10 to 15 hours of videos. That's what I did before I got started on anything. But the other thing is, make sure you have full permission to use your avatar.
Yes.
Don't take anything from licensed work. Don't have any licensed.
From this one decision she made early on in her streaming career, you can probably guess what happened next. In July of 2024, the creator of the VR chat model would eventually learn who Fillion was and what she was doing, specifically using the model they created to things like merch without even notifying them. They would eventually make a public statement saying that Fillion had no permission to do any of the things she was doing and that going forward, they have requested things like the merch she was releasing to be suspended, expressing they didn't even want any royalties or benefits, they just wanted to protect the copyright of the character they made. In the following days, a lot of people would pick up on the story, and Fillion began to get a lot of shit thrown her way because of it, but Fillion never really addressed the controversy, she just streamed through it, which was actually a good move because she wasn't fueling the controversy directly, and a lot of people
Once again,
moved on from it as
copyright
time
ruins
went on.
everything,
But behind the
LOL.
scenes,
I know,
she was
right?
already
Just
contacting
fuck
and
it.
working
Just,
things
like,
out with the
negotiate
creator,
something.
which
Move
would
on.
eventually conclude in 2025 when they made another statement, which was then
Make way more
basically
than if
saying
you sold the
everything was
model.
sorted out and Fillion had satisfied their requests. But yes, people still criticised Fillion for what she did. Some of said critiques are still present to this day, but by the end of it she made things right with the creator, something ideally she should have done initially, but better late than never. Going past this, she wouldn't have any more significant controversies, and she would still continue to grow, averaging 6,000 viewers per stream. She continued with
If
her
he didn't
usual
do it for
antics,
royalty
she
money,
collaborated with multiple
then why
big
bother?
creators,
Yeah.
she even hosted a VTuber award
The integrity
show,
of the
and just
character is
overall,
so
her streaming
important,
career was going
so
very
valuable.
well, which is
Cannot be
something
tainted.
since this career originated from her putting
like,
a
just sell
static
it.
PNG in the corner of her
Let it be
screen.
hers.
But Fillion's career in very late 2025 would take an unexpected turn because she would suddenly just disappear.
Fillion hasn't streamed since last year. Well, the reason why is because we're actually in a court case right now. When she got caught jacking off to my character, to my stream, I actually did we did have to take that to court, and the kids are involved. And
So on the 7th of December 2025, Fillion would stream as usual. It was quite a long stream spanning multiple days where she would only end when she finished Minecraft Hardcore, accompanied by other creators like Vedal, Krelly, and Vedal's AI, Neuro. But upon eventually finishing the game, that's when things started getting quite odd. There was weird sounds in the background and her stream was starting to glitch, and then suddenly the stream cut to a pre-recorded video.
oh frick.
I didn't think it would be this. It's happening. It's time for me to go for a little while. You'll be able to see the world, my world.
The stream would then abruptly end, and Fillion wouldn't go live the next day, but then days turned into weeks, and then months, and it's to the point now where she hasn't streamed for the last 6 months, which left both her fanbase and the wider VTuber community to question where exactly she went. And people came up with a number of theories. Some thought it was another situation with her avatar's creator, maybe there was more compliance issues there, but the creator of the avatar hadn't made a statement like they did before, and there was no indication that there was any issues with her model. Another theory was that she was dealing with personal issues and things happening in her life, with the most mentioned being the theory she was pregnant and having a child. Once again, there is no evidence for this, it's more of a joke than anything, but if we just lobotomize ourselves real quick and assume it is true, well, yeah, she would have to take a break. Can you imagine her trying to do her usual acrobatics whilst pregnant, and she suddenly loses her footing and then falls and... I only said that because I wanted an excuse to use that clip, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, that theory is impossible because you're assuming anyone associated with the VTuber community is a sex haver, which is just wishful thinking to say the least. But yeah, there were a range of theories circulating from this was her simply just taking a break because she was burnt out from streaming, to in the worst case, this is her fully quitting streaming. I think even one person who was friends with Fillion made a joke that she got deported, which made a few people angry and they promptly threw their shit at them, but fans would turn their attention to people associated with Fillion looking to get answers. But many were also in the dark, and the people that were actually in the know or in contact with Fillion wouldn't divulge much information.
I can't say anything. There is nothing to comment. There is nothing to say. Of course, Fillion's okay. She's fine. She's fine, guys. Guys, she's fine.
Her fans' concerns got even worse recently when, for some reason, Fillion's accounts on multiple platforms were completely wiped, which included her YouTube channel with millions of views where every video was just gone. Most of her presence on the internet was basically wiped with no word from Fillion at all, and most didn't know where she was or if she would ever return. Well, just not yet anyway, because when Fillion left, she didn't just up and stop streaming without leaving something behind. Some eagle-eyed fans of Fillion on the day she left would notice something weird about her last moments on stream, because in the last moments of it, where it glitches for the final time, there is a set of characters, and these characters were associated with the end text of a YouTube link, and if you popped that into your search bar, you get a YouTube channel with multiple videos. This was an ARG, a game her viewers had to play to find out the truth of what happened to her, and perhaps if they solved it, Fillion would return. And I will say this about Fillion's fans, they are either the next Einsteins or, more likely knowing her fanbase, extremely unemployed or probably neurodivergent in some way, because they went to work on trying to solve this ARG. A giant Google document was created, this time not to expose anyone but to archive their findings, and it's honestly impressive what they managed to do. They found clues on the videos present on this newfound channel, they fully dissected each live stream with some that were multiple hours long, looking as deep as performing audio forensics on each live stream to find hidden messages. And most times it turned out they were looking way too far into things than they actually had to. They managed to find clues and hidden messages like "I thought I had more time," "keep looking," and "Fillion is lost." Eventually a link to a Discord server was discovered, which then led to a Minecraft server, and on the server they began finding weird structures and messages, of which they then decoded and found a link to a website called blackfileindex.org, which required specific prompts and phrases to proceed, and once they got past that, they were greeted with a desktop with multiple icons, and they eventually found more messages alluding to what happened to Fillion and lore surrounding her. But there was still more to be found. They hadn't completed the ARG just yet, and they still hadn't found the answer to what really happened to Fillion. But all of that changed with the next thing they found quite recently. They shut the website down. The new YouTube channel also went poof. In fact, the Discord channel dedicated to the ARG was also shut down, supposedly because people were being dicks to the mods. And that's where the ARG is to this day. They are stuck and can't proceed because one of the essential components is no longer available. I would say maybe this is a part of the ARG, but it doesn't really look like it. I mean, it is entirely possible people were being so toxic and began harassing both mods and people associated with Fillion to get answers to where she is, so they just shut it down to significantly reduce that. Well, that or maybe the ARG was left uncompleted for way too long, so they just got rid of it all and Felina's gonna return soon anyway. But there hasn't been a clear answer to what she's doing as of yet. If you want my opinion, this is most definitely a re-debut or rebrand. Do you really think she would go to these lengths just to quit or allude to her getting deported or something? No, she's probably gonna debut with a new model any day now, and this whole thing with the ARG and wiping of accounts was probably implemented to build anticipation for the debut. Because as I said before, if she just debuted with a new completely different model out of nowhere, it would probably confuse a lot of people that are used to her model that she's been using for years, and it might possibly damage her brand in some way, which may be the reason why she hasn't changed the model for over 4 years. But by generating anticipation around it and basically having the whole VTubing community's eyes on her disappearance, so when she does eventually come back, a lot of people are going to be there waiting for her new model, meaning it's going to be an easier transition from the model she's known for and used for years and probably still doesn't have full control over the copyright for, to a completely new model that is vastly different and probably will change the face of her brand. And if this was her plan, she has definitely achieved her goal. Most of the VTubing community is already anticipating her eventual return. But I'm 99.99% sure this is what is happening here. And in the very impossible situation where I'm wrong and this isn't a re-debut with a new model that changes her brand, I don't know, I'll hang from a ceiling fan by my testicles. That's how confident I am. And you have to take into account she has alluded to this new model months before she stopped streaming, and people associated with her have recently talked about it.
It's not gonna be a normal debut. It's gonna be probably the first time in well, it's definitely the first time, but maybe the last time anyone has ever done something like this. So it'll be a little bit different, chat. Instead of just debuting, I've been preparing to show you guys my world.
Some people have theorized it's because she lost rights to her model and she's been struggling and needing to clear everything off the internet to try and survive. But I can assure you that's not true. We know for sure things are fine with the original model's creator, and she has been working on a new model for a while. I don't know when that's coming out, but that's all good.
Yeah, it's definitely a debut, and any day now it's gonna drop. I just don't know why some people are getting so impatient to the point where they are losing their shit and attacking other people. And that probably played a hand in the ARG ending so abruptly. It was supposed to be a fun side quest, not taken that seriously. But yep, that's just something I wanted to talk about today. Your favourite acrobatic white-haired gremlin will be back soon. I'm most definitely correct in my conclusion. If not, I'll be able to use my testicles like nunchucks in the future. But I'm now going to get my daily anal fisting on Deadlock, and yeah, that's all I had to say, and bye-bye.
Okay. Alright, I made a little bit of progress, and now I've hit my grok limit. I've hit the grok limit, so I guess I gotta wait for a little while before I can make more progress on it. Let's see. Play, please. Here, I hate you.
This is what they tell us at the front desk. Oh, you're early? Well, we can't check you in until it's time for your appointment. What?
About maybe adding like.
Yeah, we're not allowed to check you in until it's
I
time.
don't know. Once
exactly
I start
for your
adding
appointment.
sounds, I
so
don't
you're
stop.
just stuck. You came for no reason. Just sit here in the lobby. Great. Well, Jasper hates being in this carrier, and now he's stuck in the carrier for extra time because they don't care that we're there early. They just, oh, just wait. All right, fine. So we wait, and then when it's time for our appointment, we check in. Okay. We then wait in the lobby for about another 10 to 15 minutes. So apparently they weren't ready regardless. And then Jasper, a tech comes out. And the tech comes out and says, oh, you were early. I swear to God, this is what the tech says. She goes, oh, you were early. Well, the vet is late. Still on lunch. Stutters her words, like cuts herself off and changes what she was saying mid-sentence. Still at lunch. So obviously, the tech inadvertently admitted to us that the vet was late for work.
Obviously.
Okay? So we can't get you in yet. You have to wait in the lobby, and once the vet is back from lunch, we'll let you in. But our appointment is at this time, and the vet's not here? Okay, so what is going on? Now, in the meantime, Other people are coming in with their pets. There was someone who came in with 2 chihuahuas. They were let in within 5 minutes into an exam room, and you could hear the doctor over there examining and dealing with the chihuahuas, having a great time in the room. Another person comes in with a cat and a
Start
carrier.
dancing.
They're allowed right into an exam room. It's only us that are stuck in this lobby waiting with Jasper in his carrier. Now, if you add up the time, it's been over a half an hour he's sitting here in his carrier in the lobby, and we're not even allowed in yet.
Imagine being late
So
for
finally,
work.
the tech is
Couldn't
there.
be
I'm like,
Phil.
well, how long are we going to wait?
Start time versus stream begins time.
I know, right? When is he ever on time? This is as far as I've gotten in the video so far. This, like always, seems like I bit off more than I could chew, but with the power of AI, I'll be able to get it done.
Breaking news. Elon Musk has commissioned the construction of 10,000 more AI data centers so that Ludwig can make Cat at her correct weight.
Heck yeah. It just can't handle it. We're hitting the maximum load. Let's see, there was another video I wanted to take a look at. I think I saw it. Oh yeah, Gundam. BRB.
When GTA 6 announced it wouldn't be on a disc, and it still made $1 billion in about 1 hour, as gamers defended Rockstar with their very lives, I knew that it was over for us. When the Black King
Kate
Cobra
at her
wanted
correct
to
weight is
boycott
already
Sony
doable.
for
You just
trying
need something
to
next
pass
to it for scale.
digital-only
Well, we know
games
the
like
scale
GTA
breaks
6
at
did.
600.
We gave Rockstar the pass, but Sony, you just gotta watch it to believe it.
I don't agree with you. Just can't play the game. So
Yeah.
what do?
You don't play the game. You stand up and you don't play the game. Chat, I think what people need to do for the next, whatever they push for the next big game that is going to be solely digital in 2028, no one buys it.
GTA 6.
That's not going to be like the first big, because it really starts in 2028.
Look, I'm just saying, GTA 6 is having no discs. So why don't we all just boycott GTA 6 and send a message?
Nah, y'all can do that.
No one wants to do that, right? No one wants to do that.
No, y'all can do that.
It's like when you see a puppy who has cancer. It's just the saddest shit, you know what I'm saying, you two?
We weren't cooked as a society. We were burnt to a crisp.
On July 1st, after the clear success of Grand Theft Auto 6 discless sales, which was a litmus test for things to come, Sony sprang into action on the pipe dream originally set in motion by Microsoft's Xbox One and announced the end of game discs in 2028.
A major announcement from PlayStation. Gamers, listen up. The gaming company says it will stop physical disc production for new games releasing on consoles starting January 2028. After that, new games will be available on PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital formats only. That is a key.
Every morning when I wake up, I say everything's gonna be okay, but I'm lying. And I don't know how much longer I can do it.
His most powerful spell is his dry spell.
It's a Gundam.
He's sexy without knowing he's sexy, and that's really sexy.
PlayStation physical disc productions end in January of 2028 for the new games releasing on the PlayStation consoles. This is in response to a shifting trend in consumer preferences of new games to be released on the PlayStation Store.
We're gonna lie to your face. I hope you like it.
This is a natural direction for Sony Interactive Entertainment to adapt consumer trends as a general preference for digital media significantly outpacing physical discs. This transaction will enable us to align more closely with how most of our community prefers to access and play their games today. We'll continue to prioritize our resources to drive innovation in how players can access games and provide choice as to where players' preference to purchase new games, whether that's at retailers or the PlayStation Store. We remain
Committed to taking your money and treating you like shit.
You see, they want to drive innovation by controlling the game prices for the foreseeable future, and to finally kill off the secondhand market, which has been the pipe dream of the gaming industry for years now. Let's face it, Sony doesn't honor jack shit digitally. Just a few days ago, Sony deleted people's movies from their libraries just because. Why on God's green earth would I want to own their games digitally if they can just delete them or ban me because I called someone a fairy? Not to mention, they also implemented something where if the PlayStation can't get online for a month or something, or they void all the keys you already own. Once again, nothing here looks good. It's all F you pay me. There's all ups for Sony and nothing but downs for you. Oh, by the way, Maximilian dude blamed Trump for this. It gave me a pretty good laugh.
Games will be released on PlayStation Store and at retailers and digital formats only. I have choice things to say of how we got here, but I'm gonna save it. Us being in this precarious position didn't just happen because things happen. This happened because people voted for very specific people.
And now a word from our sponsor.
If you or your child spent years growing up on social media and experienced serious mental health struggles, you should hear this. Recently, a
accounts, and they should be illegal. Sony is deleting over 500
There you go,
purchased
saved you.
movies from
I got it, I got
PlayStation
it.
Store accounts, and it's
Garbage.
the ultimate warning to buy 4K Blu-rays instead. Play has no limits, Sony says, as it stops people playing TV shows and movies they paid to own.
They have no limits to what they'll do to you, so technically it's in the fine print.
Money, please.
This isn't really new. It's the next logical step.
For the child-eating, literal vampire potbelly goblins, as I Alex Jones Max into 2027.
Back in June of 2013, Xbox then president of interactive entertainment business at Microsoft, Don Matrick, showed off the DRM riddled Xbox One that would permanently lock your games to your console and only allow resale through partner companies that they controlled.
It's a great line for games. Yeah, and I think people are going to love it, and then they're going to understand what we're trying to create and how it links games and entertainment, the functionality of the box, some of the advantages that you get of having a box that is designed to use an online state. So that, to me, is a future-proof choice, and I think people could have arguably gone the other way if we didn't do it, and fortunately we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right. So stick with 360. That's your message if you don't, like it?
If you have zero access to the internet, that is an offline device. I mean, seriously, when I read the blogs and thought about who's really the most impacted, there was a person who said, hey, I'm on a nuclear sub.
Right.
And I don't even know what it means to be on a nuclear sub, but I've got to imagine that it's not easy to get an internet connection.
Boy, you are the goddamn devil.
Zynga announced that its CEO, Don Matrick, is departing the company and the board of directors immediately. Matrick joined Zynga in 2013 after stepping down as the president of interactive entertainment business at Microsoft.
Donnie, you would have been the good one.
That's right. As far as 13 years ago, the industry was trying to make this happen, and if Xbox succeeded, Sony would have followed suit. Frankly, Don thought he was aura farming the next-gen console, but instead he was doom maxing, as the kids say. Not to mention the always online requirements and the Kinect being mandatory to use the damn console. This gave Sony the chance to one-up them with the PS4, with the Share Your Games video featuring the beloved Shuhei Yoshida.
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Thanks.
PlayStation.
It's over. We are screwed.
Xbox lost the console war before it started by trying to kill off the used game market, which was huge at the time. That's what this has always been about. Even now, killing your ability to own anything or buy it cheaper. It's absolute and total control that they want over you while demanding your money. But this isn't Sony's first rodeo. This is the second age
That
of
ad was
arrogant
so great
Sony
we
that
all
we
just ignored
witnessed.
that fine print
After the
that said
success
we'd
of
have to
PlayStation
start
2,
paying
the
for
best-selling
online on
console in history,
PlayStation.
Sony crushed everyone's bones into dust. To put it in racing perspectives, it was like Marc Marquez first joining MotoGP with the Repsol Honda. They won damn near everything for years without any real opposition.
First in line. That's a happy fella.
This made Sony arrogant. They believed the PlayStation brand was untouchable and a license to print money. Sony put a $599 price tag on the disc version with a 60GB hard drive. It wasn't even an SSD, my dude. Executives told the public that people would, and I quote, work
a second job to afford one.
And the console was probably, and I quote,
too cheap.
Hurry up and buy!
Which at the time, technically Sony was losing a lot of money with each console sale, but I don't recall forcing them to make such an expensive console. And if you mirror Sony's boss's statements at the time to Strauss Zelnick from Rockstar's comments about people buying GTA 6, and I quote,
"You're paying more for gas and groceries, but you'll buy GTA 6 anyway. People will cut back on certain items, but not GTA 6.
Look, I'm just saying, GTA 6 is having no discs, so why don't we all just boycott GTA 6 and send a message?
Nah, y'all can do that.
No one wants to do that, right? No one wants to do that.
No, y'all can do that.
The last man is the individual who specializes not in creation, but in consumption. In the midst of satiating base pleasures, he claims to have discovered happiness by virtue of the fact that he lives in the most technologically advanced and materially luxurious era in human history.
Strauss Zelnick talks about this damn game as if it's a right to life and you need it to breathe. God, we really are in the darkest timeline.
Oh, by the way, keep in mind the $599 PlayStation 3 back in 2007 is the equivalent of $1,000 now.
I'm losing my mind.
Of course, the gaming media was no different then than it is now. They didn't call out Sony back in the day, and they damn sure won't do it now. But anyway, the PS3 is a notoriously hard console to port games to, making the Xbox 360 the preferred console for gamers and game devs alike. Try to play Fallout 3's DLC on the PlayStation 3 and not have it freeze for 30 minutes straight just to take one step. I defy you.
Oh, and there it is, Bethesda. Your wonderful game freezing once again.
He seems like a nice guy.
Skyrim had a corrupt save file issue with the PlayStation 3 that was so bad that each save you made playing the game damaged your save file further, leading to the DLC coming out on PlayStation 3 6 or more months after Xbox 360 because it was just such a clusterfuck. Obviously, the PlayStation 3 lost the console war and led to the more humble Sony during the PlayStation 4 launch versus the Xbox One. Flash forward to today, and we are back to where we started from, and I think I know why. Around 2019 to 2020, Sony moved its headquarters from Japan to California, which explains a lot about the games that came out recently, and a lot of them having Sweet Baby Inc.'s influence, a lot of progressivism, and a lot of games kind of sucking ass. Thanks to the short-sightedness of Jim Ryan canning Shuhei Yoshida. But by the way, Shuhei helped develop Gran Turismo, Uncharted, Last of Us, Ghost of Yotei, etc. Clearly, his focus was on single-player games and storytelling.
He was for the gamers. Ryan, on the other hand, was ready to turn PlayStation into a live service, the curse of every Western gaming company. Like I said before, literal vampire potbelly goblins.
PlayStation Shuhei Yoshida spills the beans on Jim Ryan firing. Concord flops fuel speculation about past disagreements. However, after 11 years at the helm of first-party development, Yoshida revealed he was ousted due to disagreements with Jim Ryan. He explained that some of Ryan's proposed strategic directions were simply unacceptable to him, leading to his refusal to implement them and ultimately his removal. Yoshida also noted their relationship was delicate, having known each other since the PlayStation 1 era, which made their executive interactions even more challenging.
Sony got rid of the one guy at the top who cared about gaming, who cared about Sony as a brand and remembered what it was at its launch, the dreams of what it was supposed to be. And that's why we're here. Sony's just trying to kill off physical games to pocket just a little bit more money. The PlayStation blog post for the news got more comments in a single day than the entire site has seen in a year. And yet, they did not see the dilemma. This is just sheer hubris of the PlayStation brand. While gamers were rebelling against the changes, games media championed it, as if this was something desperately needed. I guess they don't want to lose their review copies of God of War Laufey or something.
I won't warn PlayStation discs. Physical media shouldn't die, but optical discs always sucked for games.
Has it really? I've never had an issue with an optical gaming disc, but I've gone through like 3 or 4 DVD players or Blu-ray players.
Let me be clear, as I'm disheartened as anyone that PlayStation's announcement last week that this will cease production of physical game copies. I am pro-physical media. I don't collect physical games myself anymore, but I do collect movies on Blu-ray. I only read real books. I have many CDs and vinyl LPs, and I buy physical Switch games for my kids. There's so many reasons to support physical media. There's an existential issue for the preservation of art. There's a legal, practical, and financial issue of personal ownership and things that we spend on. There are social, cultural, and personal...
Jesus H. Christ. Hello, fellow gamers. I like to collect things through, but good riddance to optical drives. We don't need games for discs. I work at Polygon. I would really like to get a review sample, please, Sony.
Game discs deserve to die. We cannot protect a dying medium, but we can try to make our digital future more consumer-friendly.
Bullshit artist!
Nothing is more consumer friendly in this day and age. Every one of your rights are encroached upon on a daily basis, and you people want me to believe that somehow these billion-dollar companies that have no problem firing half their staff at Microsoft are all of a sudden gonna be benevolent to us. You people make me sick.
Games don't have to be that big. Even with file compression and optimization, games on disc ultimately cost more to produce. It's a hard truth to accept, but game sizes are outgrowing the discs on which they can be stored. Okay, then just split the game into multiple Blu-ray discs, right? Depending on the way what...
Never forget it, really, bro.
The industry has led with this pitch for years, and we have yet to see a single copy of a new game that costs less than the physical copy. Fuck all the way off. The argument for physical media on consoles is that it's a necessity. If you really want a game, you can find it. Otherwise, it's lost forever. You know, like Activision's The Punisher or Deadpool, the Spider-Man games from the PlayStation 3 era. You can't get these anymore, and if you do, you have to pay a minimum of $150. And oh yeah, there's no digital version, so those are your only options. And if they had their way, you wouldn't even get those.
Just a reminder, I'm only able to own and personally preserve the quite rare Godzilla PlayStation 4 game because of the physical media. It was delisted from the PlayStation stores less than 2 years ago after it was released and hasn't been ported to modern platforms.
Nor will it ever be.
Sony began censoring Reddit posts, or at least the moderators are.
They're lying about digital versus physical sales. 85% includes PlayStation Plus, DLC, indies, etc. Heads up, Sony PlayStation are taking down any posts on Reddit which proves they are lying about physical versus digital sales comparisons and skewing the numbers.
PlayStation Plus subscribers began canceling the subscriptions in protest, which led to PlayStation offering them 3 months at 50% off.
That's too generous.
Gamefly, among other businesses online, openly denounced Sony's decision to get rid of discs in 2028 because Sony ignored the backlash and returned to social media almost a week after killing physical games like nothing happened.
PlayStation is very much the dominant force in console games. Your big competitor is now one of your partners. Is it still important for you to sort of maintain this big level of support for third-party publishers and developers? Aren't you sort of the only option? Yes and no.
Nothing's going to change because they don't care. See, Sony's not going to care until they lose money. And that's the only one that's going to happen. And if what we're reading is true, that the next-gen consoles are going to be over $1,000, I can guarantee you only scalpers will buy them. And only the biggest idiots will buy from scalpers. And Sony will continue to eat shit because the console's more expensive and memory's still going to probably keep going up till 2029. So those consoles could probably hit as high as $1,500 by the end of its life cycle if we continue on the trend of things becoming more expensive.
Oh, by the way, French politician running for president decided to come after Sony about this.
Les industries du jeu vidéo représentent des budgets supérieurs à ceux du cinéma dans le monde. Et les Français sont très forts dans ce domaine. Pourquoi le jeu vidéo est fascinant? Parce que c'est un art total. C'est un art qui fait une rupture avec les précédentes formes d'art, comme le cinéma ou la photo, avait été avec la peinture et ainsi de suite. Bon, donc c'est quelque chose d'extraordinaire. Vous faites des synthèses, musique, images, programmes.
Et nous sommes très bons, effectivement.
Et oui, et à Angoulême, nous avons une école.
Et some of them are good. Des jeux vidéo, quand même.
Non, mais on m'a offert des trucs. C'est génial. Donc je suis un fan du jeu vidéo comme instrument, si vous voulez, artistique. Et quand vous voyez ce que certains jeux vidéo sont capables d'avoir comme précision, même des gens que j'aime pas, bon, comme Assassin's Creed, ils ont fait un truc sur l'Europe, sur Paris, extraordinaire. On a des grosses boîtes comme Ubisoft qui sont dirigées...
Vraiment spécialiste du jeu vidéo.
Then The weirdest thing is the CEO just quietly sells all of his shares at Sony. Things are looking grim. I mean, the console's selling poorly anyway due to AI and global conflict, and now they come around and tell us there's not going to be any discs for sale. And they don't think there's going to be any major repercussions like getting your dick kicked in. See, frankly, Sony could have been smart about this, making fewer physical copies and let the people buy digital on their own. Sit back, relax, let the market decide. And still you made your money. Instead, they did this, making themselves the villain for no other reason than maybe a little bit more money and killing the secondhand market once and for all.
In fact, the
Shut up.
Getting,
It's Trump's fault.
An extra
Max,
$21
probably.
If they skip retail altogether per sale.
You voted wrong. That's why gaming is ruined.
Selling more games digitally, why do you care?
Really letting a lot of people off the hook there, huh?
Take a physical video game, $70 physical video game, traditional video game. When it's from a first-party publisher, when it's from Sony, Nintendo, or Microsoft, the breakdown looks
If
like
I can't buy physical, then I won't buy PS6.
Retail store cut.
Get fucked, you greedy
GameStop,
cunts.
Target, Walmart, whatever. They take about 30% of that, so they take about $21, and then there's a manufacturing fee of about $3.50. And so the publisher, Xbox, Sony, let's say Sony, since that's what we're talking about, PlayStation takes home $45.50 out of every $70 sale. Okay. This is before taxes, other kind of variables, but let's just keep it simple. $45.50. Third-party publisher, that's a different story. We'll get into that in a second. But so that's a physical. So for a physical sale for a disc of the new God of War, Sony is taking home $45.50. Digital sale. You know how much of that Sony takes home? $70. So it is hugely beneficial. They are saving a significant amount. Those margins are significantly higher when they sell digitally. So they very much want you to buy their games digitally. When EA sells a new game, a new Madden game, it costs $70. Again, this is from, according to Sir Kantojo's breakdown, and this is very much an estimate, but still, it's helpful. $70. 30% of that goes to the retail store, GameStop, $21. Then there's a licensing fee to the console maker, so to PlayStation, if this is a PlayStation disc, of about 15%, maybe $10.50, something like that. Manufacturing fees, 5%, call it $3.50. That's one that can really vary. Shipping costs, production costs, all that other stuff. People have all sorts of deals in place. And so the publisher winds up taking home $35. But in that equation, remember, Sony, PlayStation, is taking $10.50 as their licensing fee for that. And EA is getting back $35. Now, if it's a digital sale, you take licensing fees and you take manufacturing fees out of the equation, and that retail fee, instead of going to GameStop, it goes to PlayStation. So a digital sale, if EA sells a new Madden to you on the PlayStation Store, it is $70 total. PlayStation takes 21 of those dollars, a 30% cut. Sometimes, again, it can vary a little bit because some of these big publishers have deals in place with Sony and Microsoft to take less cuts. But
basically, Sony's mindset right now doesn't change. In this outcome, they say, whatever, only 15% of our revenue comes from physical game sales or whatever it is. We don't care about that. And those are the people that suck anyways. Those are the people that buy used. Those are the people that trade games. So if we lose 15% of our revenue from then on the back end, we're going to make more money per game sold anyways, and we don't really care about you. Like that's basically what it is. In fact, that is, again, option number one. Sony continues to be stubborn and doesn't change anything. If they do that, I believe it's because their strategy is a K-shaped economy strategy. I was really thinking about this the other night. Like, their argument is, well, if you can't afford to get probably next gen right $80 games and not have the ability to resell them or trade them with people, then you're not the customer we want. You know, we want Porsche drivers. We don't want Volkswagen or, you know, Mitsubishi drivers. That's what they would be saying. And I think actually that is what their initial plan is to kill discs. It's really them saying, we know we could lose 10, 20% of our fans, but those are the fans that we think are too poor to be worth caring about. Honestly, that's what I think their play is.
Typical soulless corporate greed. There were rumors Sony was walking it back, but I guess that was all engagement bait for Twitter. If I can't buy actual disc copies of games for the PlayStation 6, even if it's something like a key that I would have the freedom to one day sell if I wanted, or to lend to a friend, even though none of my friends really game anymore. But still, if you wanted to sell it later on, there's that. Without hard copies of games for consoles, there's no real reason to own a console, at least not for me. It just seems pointless because PC is far superior. I'm just demonstrably disappointed in Sony, but it's on brand. Sony left Japan to go to California, and it became shit like everything else that does. Why do you think most streamers are insufferable, entitled jackasses? They live in California. Oh well, it's just another day.
Not
in the digital
anymore.
Dark age. We're rushing headlong into a cyberpunk dystopia that will have none of the cool bits and all of the lame corpo garbage. Life really has me out here feeling like a piece of white dog shit left in the sun.
Could be worse, Gundam. Could be worse. He really does hate being a YouTuber, doesn't he? Oh, the state. So these two are classics. The Amy's Baking Company. These are really what got The Gamer from Mars like on the map, and it's a two-part thing. These are classics. The World's Worst Restaurant and what happened afterwards, the aftermath. Yeah, these are classic.
The following video today is brought to you by...
No! Remember when Capcom used to sponsor YouTubers?
If you talk to anyone who's ran a restaurant in the 21st century, they'll tell you the importance of having good online reviews, since enough bad comments can lead to the sinking of a business, which has led to many people taking online criticism very seriously, including
This
Amy's
is why I
Baking
compare
Company,
Phil
which
to
many
ABC.
consider the world's worst restaurant.
And we'll see
Before
why.
we learn more about the almost unbelievable story of Amy's Baking Company, you have to understand just how much online reviews have changed how you run a restaurant. Back in the days before the internet was easily accessible by the general public, the most a restaurant would have for reviews would be one or two from the local
cool
newspaper,
version.
but that's not the case
Respin.
anymore. With the growing popularity of Yelp and the Google reviews that appear by a restaurant when you search it, business owners now have to take into account that everyone is a critic, with it only taking a single negative review to spoil a perfect score. Add in a dozen more one-star ratings and it may actually start to impact sales. Even though there's always been word of mouth to hurt a restaurant's reputation, the internet is 10 times as powerful, with consumers being connected. Because of this, there have been countless articles and instructional guides written on how to handle the online landscape as a business owner, and when it's appropriate to reach out to an unsatisfied customer. While many have been able to navigate this new online ecosystem successfully, others have had some trouble. In 2013, the internet was first introduced to Sammy and Amy of Scottsdale, Arizona when appearing on the popular television program Kitchen Nightmares, a show that follows the format of meeting the owners of a failing restaurant, seeing what they're doing wrong, and trying to help them improve their sinking business. The show is hosted by Gordon Ramsay, a Scottish-born chef who was raised in England and eventually became one of the most successful restaurant owners in the world, with his establishments being awarded an astounding 16 Michelin stars, as well as having an estimated net worth of $140 million. Before Gordon Ramsay even showed up to Amy's restaurant, things weren't looking very good. The husband and wife team that ran Amy's Baking Company had been having problems with their critics of the restaurant since they opened. When people left a negative review on Yelp, instead of ignoring it or trying to fix the situation, Amy and Sammy did what many consider the worst response possible: name-calling. When someone had less than kind things to say about their meal, Amy and Sammy would leave a response calling the person names, which only made the situation much worse and caused them to get attacked even more. Because of this, they appeared to want Mr. Ramsay to reaffirm their belief that their food was great and that these people online were in the wrong. The night they started filming, the show's crew was able to record the craziness of the restaurant, with people being unhappy with their food, the kitchen being unable to keep up with orders, and a screaming match between Sammy and a customer that almost led to a fistfight.
Take the money. No, I want the money from him. I am calling the police. You guys are. No, he's not calling the police. I know, but hey, you're not touching him. Get away. You are. You piece of. You are a little pansy. Get out of here. Don't you ever come back here.
You're a pansy.
Keep walking.
Get out of here.
When Gordon Ramsay first arrived, things actually started
Gordon
out
Ramsay,
pretty
more like
good,
Gordon
with him
Pansy.
enjoying the dessert he was served, along with commending them for how clean and organized the kitchen was. But things went downhill from here. Eventually, he discovered that they serve frozen food, become easily frustrated with their workers, and most notably, pocket their servers' tips, which appears to be illegal. When Gordon tries to point out the flaws in their business, Amy and Sammy become hostile and even irate at the criticism.
Sweetheart, pizza, wake up, it's undercooked.
I don't think your pizza was undercooked. I checked it when I took it out of the oven, just like I do every other pizza. And to me, it was crispy on the bottom. When I cut it, it was crunchy.
Okay.
So to me, it wasn't wrong.
Okay, so that's your version, because you
Sure.
didn't see it come back.
After trying to reason with them, Kitchen Nightmares, for the first time in the show's history, gives up on a struggling business, with Gordon Ramsay walking away since they refused to listen to him. And even though this wrapped up the episode, this drama was going to move online. Shortly after the episode's release, clips of Amy and Sammy's freakout began to trend all over the internet, including several posts on Reddit with people marveling at how outrageous they were, and if this wasn't just some pre-planned reality show material. To find out, people swarmed to Amy's baking company's social media pages. If Amy thought that a few bad Yelp reviews were infuriating, you can only imagine how she responded when thousands of people began to berate them, saying whatever they could to get under their skin. And of course it did, with Facebook posts such as, "You are all little punks. Nothing. You are all nothing.
You're nothing.
We are laughing,
We're laughing at you.
All of you.
You
Just fools.
We have God on our
side. You just have your sights." This of course led to more and more people watching this online breakdown happen before their eyes, with many actually going to the restaurant in real life to see the owners in person and maybe even get them to freak out. And Sammy did, with TMZ gaining access to a video of him threatening a person with what appears to be a knife. With this newfound attention, many start to look into Amy's baking company
have God on
and
our
gain some
side.
interesting findings.
You just have your websites.
Even though there were a lot of things wrong with the restaurant, the one thing that Amy could be commended for were her dessert items, which were praised as being delicious on the show. After the episode aired though, some started to accuse Amy of buying the cakes and passing them off as her own, with their Facebook
Delightfully
page even
devilish,
saying,
Amy.
"We do not need this, you stupid people. America is about reselling, it is not a big deal. The cakes we offer are expensive because we have to repackage
Your
and
review
ship.
are nothing.
Do not blame us because you
serve
cannot
zero
afford quality.
food.
The Yelpers and now
You
the
should serve
Reddits need
yourself.
to back off.
Now,
You're not
asterisk.
right just because of some TV show." On top of this, Sammy now had to face the possibility of deportation, with the public finding out about his past as a gangster, with his involvement in drug trafficking, threats, and extortion. In fact, he was already banned from France and Germany. With these mob ties, some on Reddit even theorized that the business was a money laundering scheme. Other sites also reported on the findings that Amy had a run-in with the law herself, when she spent 14 months in prison for the misuse of a social security number. After the firestorm of messages on their Facebook account, Amy's baking company informed the world that all the posts that were made freaking out on the internet weren't them, but rather a clever hacker that gained access to their accounts and pretended to be them. No one seemed to believe this. Even though the restaurant continued to stay afloat for a while, in 2015 they closed their doors. While Amy is still baking and active on social media, having a storefront seemed to not be working for the couple after all the negative attention they received. What we can learn from Amy's baking company is that when you receive negative attention online, it's not always the best idea to have a meltdown, since that usually makes things even worse. So Sammy and Amy, welcome to my Internet Hall of Fame. Whether that's a good or bad thing is completely up to you.
They call and say, "I have it on videotape." They call, "Do you have Battletoads?"
Alright, that's part 1. Part 2.
DMC 5, now available on Xbox One. Stay tuned until the end of the video to find out more. Back in 2013, the internet was introduced to Sammy and Amy of Scottsdale,
Time
Arizona,
capsule.
after their infamous appearance on the Gordon Ramsay TV show Kitchen Nightmares. What followed next was a summer of complete lunacy, as these crazy business owners fought with the internet. While their antics were reported on for quite some time, eventually they faded out of the public eye, which led me to wonder whatever happened to them. Before we get to that, however, I just wanted to take a stroll down memory lane of one of my personal favorite internet breakdown stories. This all began the night Kitchen Nightmares started filming at Amy's baking company for the episode's introduction. To their surprise, they captured a gigantic fight
But,
between
more
Sammy and a
importantly,
patron who was
did
unhappy
you have
with
battled
his order.
Toads, Amy?
It's coming. You want to wait, you wait. You don't want to pay what you have, and you from here. Do you understand? Sammy, you suck! Out!
You suck! It got worse when Gordon arrived and discovered that they were serving frozen food, were abusive to their workers, and most notably pocketed their servers' tips, which appears to be illegal. When Gordon tried to point out these flaws to their business, Amy and Sammy just seemed crazed and were unwilling to change. So for the first time in the show's history, Gordon gave up on the restaurant.
Turns out Amy
You
did
have the
have
right
battled
to run the
Toads.
business the way
But
you
it
want
was
to run
that
your
crappy
business.
reboot/sequel.
I have the
no.
right to do the right thing. And the right thing for me is to get out of here. Good luck.
That's always a good sign. When Gordon is like, fuck this, fuck
That
all
was
this.
just a very brief rundown, and there was a lot more to it than that. So I encourage every single person who hasn't already to go and watch the episode for themselves. It's one of the best things on the internet. Shortly after the episode's release, clips of Amy and Sammy's freakout began to trend all over the internet, including several posts on Reddit with people marveling at how outrageous they were, and if this wasn't just a pre-planned reality show skit. To find out if this was real, people swarmed to Amy's baking company's social media pages. If the show was any indication, these two weren't very good at handling criticism. So when people started to leave bad reviews and troll their Facebook page, they just completely lost it. They start to lash back at these anonymous haters, getting in arguments, and creating increasingly incoherent posts. This of course led to more and more people watching the online breakdown, with many now going to the restaurant in real life to see the owners in person, and maybe even get them to freak out for themselves. And Sammy did just that, with TMZ gaining access to a video of him threatening a person with what appeared to be a knife. Because of all this new attention, scrutiny by law enforcement started to be sent their way, leading us further down this very strange rabbit hole. Sammy had to face the possibility of deportation, with the public finding out about his past as a gangster, including claims of drug trafficking, threats, and extortion. In fact, with some digging, internet sleuths discovered he was already banned from France and Italy. Other sites also reported on findings that Amy had a run-in with the law herself, when she spent 14 months in prison for the misuse of a social security number. After the firestorm of comments on their social media accounts that helped them become the center of online attention, Amy informed the world that all those posts of them freaking out at critics were not from them, but rather a hacker. No one seemed to believe this. After they supposedly regained access to their accounts, it appeared that they learned their lesson and stopped feeding the internet trolls, and they eventually fell back into their normal lives. And this is where we can start to look to see if there were any lasting consequences from that episode. Surprisingly, even after all this, they were able to keep Amy's baking company up and running for around 2 years after the incident. But in 2015, they decided to close their doors. While I can never know the exact reason why they closed down, I'm guessing that the business was just bleeding too much money for too long. After closing down, Amy and Sammy wanted a new start, so they moved to California, where she continued baking under a new business name called Amy's Sweet Magic. But from what I can tell, they closed down this operation. I also stumbled upon a cookbook she created, although there is very little information about it. Since the Amy's Baking Company episode, I think the biggest winner of all this has been Gordon Ramsay. Up until that point, he had been known as a popular television chef, but this brought him to the forefront of internet culture. Looking at Google Trends, the freakout correlates with Gordon being searched by more people than ever before. There's a reason why the most requested guest to go on Hot Ones was Mr. Ramsay for years. Thanks in part to Amy, young internet users also took a liking to the show's host, and as a result, he saw an influx of memes surrounding him. On top of this, Gordon and the people around him have capitalized off this online success. Kitchen Nightmares has been off the air for half a decade, yet it's actually more popular than ever before thanks to the internet. At the beginning of 2019, their YouTube channel brought in 88 million views in a single month, which puts it on par with a lot of the other biggest channels on this website. I have to say that these corporate channels often have hacks running them who have no clue what they're doing, but the person managing the Kitchen Nightmares channel deserves a raise. They took an older reality show, cut it up, and repurposed it perfectly for the YouTube platform, with some amazing thumbnails and titles. A+ work. Anyway, going back to the main focus of this video, as of 2019, Amy is extremely active on Instagram, and for the last 2 weeks I've followed her to see if I could find anything interesting, but there wasn't really much. She is constantly posting about her cats and desserts, and not much more other than that. To be fair, the cats are cute, and she does make some appetizing confections. I know some people online really hate Amy when the episode came out, and the trolls attacked accordingly, but I honestly can't find much to be mad at 5 years later. Are they crazy? Of course. But since they're no longer running a restaurant and fell out of the public eye, they've returned to a pretty average life, and I don't foresee a round 2 anytime soon. Hey everybody, before I finish this video today, I just want to give a very big...
Well, thank you, Devil May Cry 5. Not much to it, not a whole lot. Kind of disappointing, actually. That's how we got like millions of views, huh? With videos like that. And the DMC sponsorships. Alright, well, Gamer from Mars. It's a good source of videos. Who is this dude? Possibly be.
In today's world, it's easier than ever for artists to become popular online. By chasing a few trends with your best work, you too could have thousands of followers. But with that position comes decisions. Your ability is usually the only thing that limits your creativity. And at the end of the day, it's important you determine how you present yourself online. Because if you don't, the audience may very well do it for you. In early 2024, Pumpkin the Gentleman was one of those artists. His simplistic doodles and webcomics blew up first on TikTok, then later on Twitter. However, both audiences started suspecting the very person they were following. Pumpkin played in 2 lanes, vent posts and corny thirst traps. But when questions arose about who exactly was seeing his content, the former clashed with the latter, and this suspicion soon snowballed into intense scrutinization. During summer of that year, it was hard to find a more hated artist on the Twitter timeline. So over a year after Pumpkin's strange disappearance, maybe it's worth taking a look back at his career. What did he really do, and what even happened to him? Despite the skewed view we would later see of Pumpkin's life, we can make a decent profile from the comics. This 18-year-old bisexual artist, born to a Japanese mother and an African-American father, claims to hate both of them. In a run of tweets, Pumpkin recalled that his mother wanted that coveted green card, whilst his dad was really into Asians and holding down other affairs at the time. One thing led to another, and out popped Pumpkin in Japan. Pumpkin claimed to spend most of his life growing up in the Japanese countryside, before moving to America in his late teens. Along the way was a bleak childhood, which I'm not really going to get into. Whilst holding a couple jobs down, Pumpkin made what would be the Pumpkin the Gentleman account on TikTok in February 2023. However, the actual origins of it are disputed, for reasons that will become obvious much later. Within a few months, Pumpkin the Gentleman started to get pretty far on TikTok. He would regularly post rant videos about the current topic online, and he would also make flirty videos painting the character and himself as the smooth, horny romancer. The ancient text would probably refer to this as a Tumblr sexy man. There was a part of Pumpkin's character that hit quite well with the audience he was talking to. Maybe it was the principles he stood for. Maybe it was the down-to-earth nature of his relatable comics. Or maybe it was because they thirsted over his character. Either way, Pumpkin built himself a decent audience on TikTok. By late October, he had reached over 250,000 followers. The real big news was that Pumpkin was now expanding beyond just short video platforms. In around late 2023, he would become more active on Twitter and build a viewer base there. And in early 2024, that ride would lead to his most successful period yet. Post after post after post popped off and got tens of thousands of likes. Sometimes it was a funny response to trolls, other times it was these dramatic and emotional webcomics. From around February to April, guaranteed one of Pumpkin's tweets would be over everyone's timeline every week. And for an artist like Pumpkin, this was a perfect path. Twitter is one of the most favoured platforms for artists, and he seemed to gain their favour. Sometimes his posts were just defending the furry community, other times just favourite ships and drawings. Simple was where Pumpkin succeeded. After all, almost everyone can agree that consent is good, but any advice beyond that? Not really a guy. Not only was Pumpkin the Gentleman a popular artist, he interacted with his audience directly, behaviour that carried back to his TikTok. On Twitter, Pumpkin would become someone to listen to for his audience. If you had relationship troubles, he'd hear you out and tell you what to do. And as said before, the flirty Pumpkin Tumblr sexy man became a figure of adoration for some online. Yet Pumpkin hadn't left TikTok behind, and his surge of popularity on Twitter brought back some previously buried skeletons that the new audience wasn't aware of. Back in July of 2023, one TikTok trend going around was videos of the Russian Terminator, a hunky instructor from the Russian army. His build attracted the adoration of plenty of women and men, as Pumpkin posted some fan art of him. However, this was quickly backpedaled after other users informed him that the instructor in the Russian army, surprise, does actually support the current war that Russia is waging. Within 48 hours, the post was gone, and Pumpkin put up a pretty lackluster apology. He would later own up to his actions in January 2024, when word went around that he drew fan art of a terrorist. Aside from the current topic stuff, Pumpkin's character was also criticised. On occasion, the drawings were pretty damn suggestive, and although his account was now 16+, he made no effort in keeping that separate from anything else. Even worse was the NSFW Twitter, which predates the main Twitter and had no restrictions until someone called it out. Even when his main Twitter popped up, the content on there was sometimes hard to even rate as 16+. This led a sizable number of people on TikTok to think that Pumpkin was some sort of creep. The design of the account, the parasocial dad character that Pumpkin played, it was giving off some strange feelings, which for TikTok users basically means get the wood chipper.
But bro, don't ever call me a fucking pedophile, bro. Don't ever call me a pedophile.
Could we maybe not have included the meme AI voice filter for this section, or what? When Pumpkin moved to Twitter, he decided to manually let a 17-year-old friend who was a few days away from turning 18 into his NSFW account. This is kind of stupid to do, but not indicative of any sort of pedophilia. Both of these people were very close in age. Yet, off the back of this, a lot of the rumours that followed were either entirely false or not supported by proof. Someone claimed that Pumpkin uploaded a bulge picture to his 16+ account. This is just straight up a lie, as the screenshot provided shows it was leaked from the 18+ NSFW account, which was now age restricted, and any minor who wanted to get in would have had to lie. Other users claim that Pumpkin liked an NSFW post from a 13-year-old, or that he had messaged a 14-year-old. To this day, neither claim has any proof. Yet the loose barriers around Pumpkin's accounts would continue to haunt him. As he said, "Genuinely, I'm so sick of people saying I give off pedo vibes, or that I seem I would be into kids. I get allegations, but never make one that revolves children, unless you have solid proof. But if not, don't go on based simply on opinions. I do not deserve to be accused of that." On May 27th, 2024, fellow Twitter artist Fallen Chungus posted a final note to Twitter. This came from an argument with former friends after weeks of allegations that he had been a chaser. The following argument resulted in one of the people he fought with disappearing off the platform. Their partner was outraged that Fallen Chungus had been so vindictive towards them. Pumpkin had known Fallen Chungus ever since he first popped up on Twitter, before his comics propelled him into his own internet fame. However, in response to Fallen Chungus' note, Pumpkin said, "Chungus, you've worked this hard to reach this far, and this is how you plan to die? This is how you plan to be remembered by? Really? That's pathetic as shit, man." Whilst the reply had good intentions, Pumpkin's wording made it feel like the mandatory life-saving scene in a PG-13 movie. Calling someone pathetic to uplift them on their supposed final moments doesn't actually work in real life. Plus, the fact that Fallen Chungus wasn't some innocent soul in this drama didn't help much either. This reply would get some heat, causing Pumpkin to respond and explain what he meant by it. He would later try to shift the discussion to what was important right now, whilst also claiming he'd been much nicer in their DMs. When someone mentioned Fallen Chungus' autism in the conversation, another person replied saying that autism wasn't an excuse, and this was infantilizing autistic people. Pumpkin replied basically saying, "not the place or time," which caused this user to bring up Pumpkin's initial reply. This argument carried on and then bled through into a new situation, with the crosshairs now far more firmly firmly on Pumpkin the Gentleman. New threads about him were popping up on the timeline, bringing up these old or already debunked rumors. Pumpkin even posted saying these threads were fine as long as they didn't take things out of context. However, one resurfaced tweet was different. It came from the month before and showed one of Pumpkin's fans asking to be rizzed by the pumpkin. Another person, a 16-year-old, replied saying, "I want to be rizzed by the pumpkin too." To which Pumpkin replied, "When you're older," hand heart emoji. This obviously painted a picture of, again, Pumpkin being fairly weird around his fans. The "when you're older" line was evocative of grooming tactics. Pumpkin defended himself by saying the comment was just a joke with a mutual who was a couple years younger than him. When asked why he brought up the tweet, the original poster, Colin, just replied saying, "Funny. Pedophilia is not fucking funny, mate. Be better." Whilst the tweet is funny, it's again nothing concrete. More cringe than criminal, if I'm being honest. The 16-year-old even responded to this after people started asking. "We already talked about this. You were joking, and after people started to call you a groomer, you deleted the thing and you asked me if I was comfortable with it. Me and the pumpkin are close friends, so please calling him out for that, it's so stupid. So please, instead of picking some silly jokes and use it to make someone look bad, shut the hell up, and actually educate yourself about actual grooming. Because it's annoying that two friends with 2 years, almost 1 year of difference, can't make a joke because one of them has to fear the fact that he's going to be called out as a groomer. Pumpkin helped me through so many stuff, and I would never accept that people call him out for this." Whilst the original tweet was posted just for laughs, others were again connecting dots and took it as a serious issue. One mutual friend who was 17 drew some suggestive jokey art of them and Pumpkin together, to which people immediately jumped to call Pumpkin a pedophile, encouraging this minor to draw NSFW. As with so many controversies on Twitter, the claims become bigger and bigger until it's just not true. In early June, Pumpkin's Twitter account would hit over 100,000 followers, whilst the TikTok was fast approaching 500,000. Yet, even here, the success and freakouts only attracted more and more scrutiny. On June 17th, Pumpkin made a Venn comic responding to his haters, which is never a good move. The entire thing is just saying that he wanted to do what they were saying, whilst also listing methods and being psychotically ready to do it. Who was this for? What would this achieve? I don't really know. It seems Pumpkin's idea was to make his haters uncomfortable, as he epically owns them by venting his mental health. Times like this, you could really do like a diary, instead of posting to your entire social following. And it would backfire immediately, because the next thing Pumpkin posted got him into even more hot water. Only a few minutes after this first vent post, Pumpkin posted another comic about his life. In this relatable everyday scenario, one of Pumpkin's friends writes the name of a new lover. Pumpkin then calmly rebukes her for it, and tries to tell her why it's wrong. This comic immediately got backlash, mostly because of the idea of sharing this girl's experience without her knowledge. Pumpkin responded saying they just wanted to draw this because they felt it was a common experience, and the friend in question didn't really care about privacy. Despite the numerous attempts to address this drama once and for all, Pumpkin had done too much for this to go away easily. By giving so much attention to these claims, you're only making more people see them, and by giving so much attention to the haters, you're only telling them that whatever they're doing is working. As Pumpkin started to get more notoriety, questions began popping up about whether this was really who they say they were. For example, Pumpkin was very proud to be half Japanese. They spoke Japanese on the timeline, made videos trying to teach it, and said they were born and grew up in Japan. Yet people suspected this because of many reasons, like the quality of Pumpkin's writing. Now, as a guy who has never stepped foot in Japan, I can't really give a judgment on this. When people questioned these stories, he said, "Also, I know I'm about to sound corny as hell, but it's hella funny seeing people say, 'This dude been through too many situations, he making this up.' Knowing damn well that ain't even half of it. I was never around normal people, let alone a normal country." Whilst Pumpkin owns his heritage and the hot 40-year-old Japanese women he's apparently going out with, he doesn't have a lot of good things to say about the country itself. A lot of his posts about Japan focus on its negatives more than positives. You know, mandatory shutters on the phones, runaways, pedos, and tourists. Not those kind of tourists, those kind of tourists, you know, the ones who are going east. Pumpkin claimed that he stayed in Japan until his mid-teens, and still goes back to visit Japan a month or so every year. Now, again, I can't attest to whether Pumpkin's Japanese is patchy, but as someone who speaks English, it's interesting that for someone who spent their most formative years in Japan, their English is pretty good. For non-English speakers, English is a hard language to learn, just due to the number of linguistic exceptions, spelling, and weird grammar. So Pumpkin could learn English flawlessly in a couple years, but couldn't write Japanese well after like 15 years. This is a country he still goes to, by the way. It's also interesting that for someone who stayed in Japan for so long, Pumpkin's cultural values and what was normalized to him is so easily corrected. For example, during the many waves of drama, another of Pumpkin's old tweets would come up, because apparently Lolly is like state mandated to come with artist drama. This mainly revolved around an old tweet from December 2023, where Pumpkin was making the 1,000-year-old character argument. Pumpkin addressed this by saying this came from his upbringing in Japan, and the normalization of Lolly-related stuff. As he grew up, he learned to avoid this more and more. Immediately after the original tweet, Pumpkin concedes and understands as soon as someone else points out the issues with it. Yet, would someone from Japan who has this normalized for them not stand their ground more? Or in contrast, would someone who was born in the Japanese countryside really become normalized to lolly stuff? Pumpkin later admits his Japanese sucks, despite having spent most of his life in Japan. I guess just taking tons of English classes corrects that out of you. Not even any tangible accent as far as we know. You know, the typing style is more like African-American vernacular English than like any sort of Japanese accent. I'm not saying that accents will come through text, but wouldn't behaviors come through? Again, I'd love to hear from people who are Japanese in the comments, or people who study languages, linguists, you know, because I'm no expert on Japanese or Japan and I don't pretend to be. Nor am I an expert on Spanish or Thai, languages that Pumpkin also claimed to speak.
Oh, he's
On
just
July
like
16th,
that comic that
Pumpkin
was
redefined the
translated
boundaries of
poorly
his current
FRFR.
16-plus main Twitter account. What was already a loose and sometimes contradictory set of guidelines became actually set in stone. And the very next drawing that Pumpkin would make under these new guidelines would destroy his entire career. 2 days later, on July 18th, Pumpkin responded to a viral tweet asking artists to draw their characters in a sexual Kuromi fit. The image was the most excessively sexual quote-unquote 16-plus drawing anyone had ever seen. Immediately, the drawing got backlash. PSA posts like those from @OhTheSunnySide listed how the drawing was obviously 18+, and Pumpkin's current ratings for his account were bad. Pumpkin responded not understanding that sexual jokes and interactions in stories can be 16+, and not even knowing what an innuendo was. Sunny continued to lay out the do's and don'ts, and for a bit it seemed like this too would just be another stepping stone to change. However, a vocal minority weren't so open or lenient. A mutual of Pumpkin's, named Tusty Art, was one of the first people to really speak out about this, saying, "Sorry Oomph, I'm starting with the haters now. 16+ account posting giant bulges in a thong. Unfollow maybe." And, "He's doubling down on posting softcore on main." Then they tweeted, "This guy isn't sorry by the way. I DM'd him explanation before he doubled down like this and blocked me. This guy, he doesn't care unless you hold him accountable. Muting the subject now, just don't accept his apology, I don't care." The DMs attached read, "Hey, I want to tell you personally that what you're doing is not okay, and if you need me to explain why to you, I will. I think you know very well what you are doing. Your Sona is a representation of yourself. If you post content on it where children can directly interact with you, that is a problem. You're allowing that, you have an alt. This isn't like a comic or a movie where teens aren't interacting with an adult directly. You're acting extremely weird online. This probably won't end well for you if you keep it up." Pumpkin responded by going at Tusty for cropping out that they'd been the one to block Pumpkin, then lied about being blocked over this. However, this led to another conversation where Pumpkin tried to justify the idea of what he had done. Yeah, because someone actually explained it to me in depth with given examples, rather than just attacking me, vaguely explaining, saying it's just not meant for children without further explanation, or just outright calling me a pedo. If it was DMs, I don't check those often. I don't see all comments either, but I will admit, at certain times I was stubborn and didn't listen due to certain stuff. But now I'm aware and accepted that some of the stuff I post isn't for 16+, I deleted those, and will tone it down here. I understand that, but as someone who frequently interacts with Western culture and media, you'd think you would know that 16 and up meant age. Age if what kind of content they can consume, yes. I did go by the content rules and categories that were provided by the classification safe viewing from the internet, such as Western movies and games and media, but it was worded wrong, I believe after Sunny educated me. Like, what do you mean you thought it was appropriate that there was a chance of someone 16 seeing your bulge? Because to me, it was just an anatomy body part. And then Pumpkin said, "In addition, clothing and scening were heavily normalized for young teens to consume, age 11 to 13. This tweet was quickly deleted, but within a couple hours it started doing the rounds on social media. The backlash from both the Kuromi post and this tweet in particular would be bigger than any other wave of hate before. Not only was it a terrible idea to up those standards and post this to a 16+ audience, but it prompted people to compile older instances. With the volume of similar posts and rumors and chance after chance, they saw the writing on the wall. If Pumpkin had promised to change again and again, that change was barely visible to them. Within hours, a lot of people began thinking that these posts were intentional, and Pumpkin would only concede when pushed back on. Pumpkin acted quickly, apologizing to Tusty Art for ignoring their words, and posting a full retraction on Twitter. I am sorry. I apologize for making and posting inappropriate content, which I then exposed to a younger audience. I also apologize for being stubborn, as well as ignorant to those who have tried to inform me beforehand about my actions regarding my content and age rating. I failed to realize how much damage I've caused my audience. It was never my intention to bring harm to anyone, I was wrong. Moving forward, I will tone it down now that I'm aware, and have a full understanding of what 16+ content is. In addition to that, I'm bumping up my content viewing to 18+. I sincerely apologize to those I've disappointed and let down. I also would like to apologize to Toasty Art. Though we had a heated moment, what he said to me in those DMs wasn't wrong. It was wrong for him to be chased off the internet, and it was incredibly wrong to bully and torment him about his mental illnesses. He in no circumstances deserved that. Toasty Art, I'm deeply sorry. I wasn't aware of your mental health issues, nor your struggles. I didn't know the damage it would cause, and by no means did I mean for harm to come your way. I'm sorry. And lastly, to explain the screenshot, this was a reply to someone who asked me why I thought a suggestive drawing I drew was okay for a 16+ audience to see, after I had deleted a heavily suggestive drawing.
Oh my god, it's so long. Okay. This video is kind of lame. It's just some degenerate, gross weirdo who's bad at art and just like leans way too heavily into like porn, but it's like all badly. It's all like MS Paint porn, which is like, I can see why there's so much confusion when it comes to like, who is this for? Not really sure like what age range exactly we're going for here. Pretty wild. This is a great series though. This from a channel called Scorpion. Does Mortal Kombat with guns. Awesome. Just been keeping up on it. Very well written, very funny. Very good parody. Never heard of him before. I think he was brought up in an earlier controversy involving another YouTuber. But I forget who. Brain fart. Trying to remember. Nobody's streaming yet. What's this one? What's Josh talking about?
And now,
Ocean Gate.
for the main event, the thing that everybody has been talking about that I somehow managed to avoid until yesterday. Oh, wait, I have a thing for this. You ready?
Pentakill.
Yeah, we have news. We have confirmation from the United States Coast Guard that 4 billionaires and 1 French guy have all died horrifically in a makeshift submarine that they dared spite God and Poseidon and have taken to the Titanic wreck and are now littering it with their remains. If you have somehow managed to avoid hearing about this, congratulations. You're doing all the right things. Continue to do what you do. Because it's on the radio, it's on the news, it's on every fucking community in the world. It's on Telegram. I don't know how the I managed to not hear about this until just a while ago. Here is the skinny for the people in the future listening to this who do not know about the Titan submarine incident, which I assume will be as famous in the future as like the little boys in the Thai cave will be. You know, people still talk about that every so often. They made a movie about it. They'll probably make a movie about this too. It'll suck though, because there's not, they died instantly. A spoiler alert. So what happened is,
yeah, how do you make a movie about that?
A billionaire makes a company. He wants to be like Elon Musk. He wants to make his own SpaceX, but there's already a SpaceX. So what do you do if you want to make a exploration company, but you want to you can't go into space? Well, you go to the bottom of the ocean. So he makes a submersible. It is not a submarine. A submarine is different. I don't know what the distinction is. I assume submarines don't suck. He made a submersible. His submersible sucks. It was basically it was no bigger than like a large septic tank. It fit about 5 people sitting down. There was one shitty little window that you could look out of. And despite that, the main way to view anything was through a camera and screen, which would be no different than sitting down an unmanned vehicle and looking at the wreckage through a screen, which would be the safer, smarter alternative. The submersible was made out of carbon fiber. I have been informed by people who know better than me that carbon fiber is not well regarded as a material for withstanding high pressure. In the deep sea, there is enough pressure per square inch. I think it's like 5,700 pounds of pressure per square inch. So the submersible went down like 37 times, and every time it did this, the carbon fiber was compressed and decompressed, compressed and decompressed. That's not a good thing, because it's not good. It's not made for that. They go down. And then I guess they just implode, because at that depth, it's like, from what I understand, if the submarine implodes like that, basically everybody inside who's enjoying a 1 atmosphere of pressure and is suddenly exposed to 380 atmospheres of pressure will essentially be liquefied into a chunky salsa almost immediately. And there's no, like, at one point you're a human being chilling out looking at the submarine, the Titanic footage through your camera screen, and then the next second you're a chunky salsa and you don't even realize it, which is pretty grotesque. And then the crabs are eating your chunky salsa from the bottom of the seafloor.
Thanks, Josh. Very helpful.
But a lot of people were expecting that what had happened is the submarine had simply landed at the bottom of the ocean and was unable to propel itself up. And since it's a small, shitty tube, they would be stuck there until the oxygen runs out. Now, I've made video games or little simulations that involved respiration. So I know that if you're in a room like the size of a regular room, like a 6x6 square foot room, you have enough oxygen with normal atmospheric air to last about a week. But the small little pipe they were in was so small, and there were so many of them crammed into it, that it would last for about 5 days, or 90 hours actually was the official number. So they had 90 hours to theoretically, and this is what people were speculating, that they had landed on the bottom of the ocean and they had 90 hours to really contemplate their life choices that led up to this moment of being stuck on the bottom of the seafloor. One of which, considering that the CEO of the company, OceanGate, had also gone on this trip, would be, maybe I shouldn't have decided to replace the steering controls for this ship with a 10-year-old Xbox controller, which is not a joke. The submarine or submersible was piloted by a 10-year-old wireless Xbox controller that goes about $20 on Amazon today.
Pretty cool.
And what's really shocking about this is that it's wireless. Everybody on the face of the planet knows that a Bluetooth wireless controller is shit on a good day. Then you find out that the specific controller that they were using doesn't even use Bluetooth or another like really reputable,
a Logitech,
highly
it's not an
available
Xbox
system. It uses like a proprietary system that's like USB,
like a Sidewinder.
plug-in. So it's not even a Bluetooth. It's like some weird proprietary Logitech system, alternative to Bluetooth. And then you find out that, wait, did I say that? It's not, it's not wired. So, and there was not even like a wired backup. So a lot of people really just suspected that the batteries on the fucking thing went out and now they were stuck at the bottom of the ocean, and they would slowly shit and piss themselves to death, and probably kill that guy, the CEO of the company, before. And then maybe you think, well, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. Maybe they could just kill themselves by opening like the port. Like they say, okay, this is so bad. It's so awful. I'm literally unable to stand. I'm in this uncomfortable sitting position, like I'm in some kind of Chinese torture device, and I'm ankle deep in poo poo pee pee as I sit here. And maybe I just want to die at this point. So you think, okay, they'll open the porthole to the submersible and they'll just immediately die. They couldn't commit suicide that way because the vessel was so cheap that there were no doors to submerge the submersible.
So how do you get out?
On the outside must take
How'd
a
you get
bolt
in?
gun
Oh.
and physically attach the door back to the submersible in a one-way closure that would then need to be undone once the submersible returned to port. So even if they wanted to commit suicide, they were literally bolted into this tin can, unable to end their suffering. So this is what the allure of talking about the submersible was, that they are at the bottom of the ocean. They can't even kill themselves. They have no way to stand. They are, 5 people in a little tube, in total darkness. They are trying to find ways to maybe make their phone batteries connect to their dead
Logitech controller so they can start the submarine again to get the fuck out of there. And they're maybe killing the CEO with their bare hands in a fit of rage. And everyone was talking about it. And then of course the Navy comes out, coincidentally on the day that Hunter Biden's laptop was meant to be, information about Hunter Biden's laptop was meant to be released by the Department of Justice. This news comes out that they found the wreckage. It's by the Titanic. They definitely died on Sunday when they first lost contact. And as it turned out, the U.S. Navy had detected via its sonar equipment an implosion. And apparently a vessel implosion is such a distinct sound that if it does get detected by sonar equipment, they know immediately that it is a vessel implosion. So the Navy knew this entire time that this vessel imploded, and they waited until the day that Hunter Biden's laptop was meant to be discussed by the Department of Justice to release the international news about the submarine having been imploded.
Cool.
Really interesting coincidence there. I won't go into detail about the people involved because I don't really care. The only one that's even... There was a submarine pilot who was French. He was 55 years old. There were other people who come out saying that they were interviewed to become the pilot of the vessel, but they refused because they said the vessel wasn't seaworthy and they did not want to die in it. The BBC did a story about from their own experience where they wanted to do like, National Geographic documentary shit for underwater stuff, and they contacted a couple different contractors about maybe using a submersible to get footage. And when they read the terms and conditions for OceanGate, the BBC said that the terms effectively waived any and all death. So they, the entire first page was that you may die, your vessel may implode, it may become stuck at the bottom of the ocean. We're using a Wi-Fi controller instead of like anything that makes any sense. We don't even have a wire for it. We don't have like a USB.
Maybe you should bring on a spare wire,
because those are really hard to find because it's all USB-C now. Like on and on to the point where the BBC was like, we're not going to do this. So presumably those people didn't die horrifically in the process. Then there were two Pakistani people. There's the 17th richest man in the entire world. They were all billionaires, and they all paid like $250,000 to go see this ship together. And now they're all dead. And there is, of course, all these people laughing about it, all these memes about it, like really, really funny memes. I like the ones about the orcas, because apparently they heard banging sounds and they thought maybe the banging was the ship at the bottom of the ocean, and people were banging on the walls to like try and be detected by sonar equipment. And then there are pictures of orcas banging pots and pans together saying the ocean's safe and we're billionaires. Those are my favorite memes. And then, of course, there is now that enough people have had their fun, there are the people who go out there and have to pretend to give a fuck about these rich assholes. So here we have a meme, for example. Empathy is dead. Submarine sinks, killing 5 people, including a 19-year-old. Everyone I see is just laughing at them and making fun of them. People mock the guy who made the submarine, even though that's a bigger and cooler achievement than anything they've ever done. I've not killed 5 people. I don't consider that a fucking achievement. I wanted to read this whole thing without picking it apart, but I consider as a person who has personally not murdered 5 people, including myself in the process, I consider my achievements greater than his. People mock the passengers of the submarine because they can't imagine why someone would want to go on a novel and dangerous adventure. All people talk about is the price of the tickets because money is the most important thing in life to them. That's not true. People make fun of the submarine for being a rickety piece of shit. Quote, sure, they died in the most terrifying and painful way possible, but they were rich, so that probably wasn't that bad. And say, sure, a woman who lost their husband and son, but she now has a bigger number in her bank account, so I doubt she's even sad. I just feel so divorced from humanity at this point. I haven't even seen a single person who thinks it's even a little sad that 5 people were crushed to death at the bottom of the ocean. Is it really strange for me to feel sorry for them? Yes! F*** them. You know why I say f*** them? Because guess what? They would have raped you if it made them $1. They would have sold your mother as a for 50 cents. Not even a silver $half, just a regular shitty 50 cents. And I'm supposed to feel bad for them. I'm glad they're fucking dead. I hope every billionaire on the planet decides to take a bullshit journey to Mars to die, because that would save us a lot of trouble.
What'd they do to you, bud?
Care. I guess you can feel a little bit bad for the 19-year-old, but what's really sad about him is that he didn't even want to go, but he didn't have the balls to stand up to his father and tell him, no, Dad, I don't want to go on your stupid-ass fucking submarine tour. He was a pussy, and he said, sure, Dad, I don't want to disappoint you, so I'm going to go on your stupid-ass submarine tour. Now he's fucking dead. Maybe he should have said no. Maybe he should have grown some balls and told Rich Dad he was afraid
This
of
was
making
during
Daddy mad
Jersh's
'cause then he
Doomer
wouldn't
arc.
get his $1 billion
Yeah, I think he does an update on this
who.
after.
Maybe he should have fucking spine at some point. He wouldn't be dead.
It's his time of the month, I guess.
What else? Oh, and Matt Walsh saying the reaction to the Titanic
No one
submarine
should laugh
story is
about this.
appalling, and he's saying we shouldn't make fun of them because they're brave explorers. They're like Neil Armstrong. They're like Neil Armstrong. No, they're not. This isn't Amelia Earhart. This isn't those fucking Australian guys who climbed Mount Everest for the first time. This isn't Christopher Columbus sailing his ship into the vast blue Atlantic Ocean on a rickety wooden piece of shit because he's trying to find a way to India for the first time. This is like tourists. This is those fucking losers who climb Mount Everest and scatter shit and garbage all over the surface of this mountain so that they can say they've been to Mount Everest. That's not cool. That's wasteful. And look at all the debris around the Titanic now. That was like a historic monument, and now it's covered in chunky salsa. That's not fair. That's like going to Gettysburg and dumping a septic tank on it. Now, we had Gettysburg, we had this really cool historic living museum, and now there's septic sewage all over it. This Titanic wreck was like this cool thing from, the 1910s, and now it's covered in chunky salsa and your shitty carbon fiber submersible. Bullshit. The difference between, if I wasn't clear enough, the difference between someone who's like a brave adventurer is someone who's progressing science. When you're a scientist playing with radioactive isotopes that you don't know much about and you get cancer from it, that's a sacrifice for science. You learned that these materials are dangerous and you learned how they work in the process. We knew that sending a submarine to the bottom of the ocean that wasn't seaworthy is a good way to die. We didn't need more data on this topic. We actually already had all the calculations and the materials for what makes a good submarine that can go to 4,000 feet. We actually already had that information, and if you asked like the Army Corps of Engineers or whatever or the U.S. Navy or the Coast Guard, hey, I want to build a submarine to go see the Titanic, what do I need? You probably would have gotten a big list of shit that you need that you could have followed to do it by the numbers. But when you're a billionaire scam artist, professional fraudster, and you're just trying to do it as cheaply as possible so that you can be like the next Elon Musk, and you cut all the corners and then you fucking die for it, that's actually not cool. That's not an epic discovery for mankind. That's just you being a cheap dipshit. I don't know how. I really don't know how I'm supposed to care. And it's especially hard for me to care because I discovered something today. I don't upgrade my phone very often. Okay, this is an aside. This is just a rant. Let me get rid of this so I can talk directly from my heart. Okay, I don't buy new phones often, and everybody who listens to this podcast knows I hate advertisements. I hate advertisements. A long time ago, I bought a Redmi because I support the Chinese market, and I want them to destroy the United States. However, the Chinese have betrayed me in the most ultimate form. When I open my file explorer, I see advertisements. I'm trying to find a picture of some castle I took of, and I'm seeing advertisements for shit in the phone app, in the phone apps. I'm seeing ads, and the phone doesn't work. I discovered after months of not being able to make calls that I have to like turn my microphone on and off to actually get it to work. So I decide I'm gonna upgrade. I'm gonna get one of those cool new Pixel things. I'm gonna install a custom OS.
Does this have to do with the submarine?
I'm gonna have a good time with the new phone. And I decide I don't want to. I go to the Pixel site. I figured I'd just buy it from Google directly. I go to Google, and the first thing I see is like an interracial couple holding their iPhone or their Pixel, and I'm like, I really don't want to give money to this business of Google. So me being as obstinate as I possibly could be, I go out to the streets and I find a nice Romanian woman holding a child that I don't think is hers, and I say, "Young Devichka, I have a request. Do you happen to have a Pixel
Yeah.
7 Pro.
Is
And
this
she
an
said yes.
ad?
And for the low,
Let's get back to the submarine part.
Just locked. That proved 200 will silently pushed out.
Let's skip ahead to the update.
Remotely locks down my device and tells as your cells. Let's put it back to the lower thirds. As far as that's what a lot of people from Google in particular on submersible trips to the Titanic. I think we should just start doing that like every day. We need to send down another submarine full of rich assholes to the Titanic every fucking day, and we can just keep doing this until my phone works, until people can drive their John Deere tractors without having to pay a subscription fee, until you can ride down the road with the heated seats that you paid for working without a subscription. We can just do this every single day. And this I like it's like he opened one of the first transgender clinics. He was an advocate.
Josh. He sure is a yapper. These are his, definitely his.
All of the proteins in their body would be like denatured into like this Indian with that kind of a beard. That's like a more of an Arab.
I thought this was gonna be better. I didn't even know what I thought I was gonna get actually. Thought it was just gonna be Josh, and that's what we get. You get what you click on. Yes. There's ALT starting at some point. Great. I do have some channel point redeems. Some good stuff here.
Gintoki. ズラじゃない、カツラだ。じゃあな、ズラ。ズラじゃない、カツラだ。
Okay, so this is 9 minutes of that. You're gonna watch it, make us watch 9 minutes of that?
ズラじゃありません、絵面子です。食事の時間もできるだけズラぜ。ズラじゃない絵面子だ。とにかく娘の言う通りにしてやってくれ。わかったな。絵面子。絵面子じゃないカツラだ。あ、間違った絵面子です。ズラじゃないカツラだ。ここからは目立たぬよう奴らに溶け込んで行動するんだ。ズラザベス。ズラザベスじゃないガツラベスだ。ズラさん。ズラじゃないカツラだ。
まずは話を聞いて。実はこれはですね、カツラさん。
カツラじゃない。ズラだ。なんだズラか。ズラじゃないカツラだ。
愚か者。
愚か者じゃないカツラだ。エリザベ城島じゃないカツラだ。
Is the one who gets his name right?
よろずや3番隊隊長桂小太郎だ。
ぶっ殺されてんのか、ズラ
あれズラなの？
ズラじゃない、リーダーだ。てめえが黙れカスラ。
カスラじゃないソウくんだ。
それでこそカツラだ。
カツラじゃないソウくんだ。
ソウくんじゃないカツラだ。
あれが南海の将軍、桂浜の竜、坂本。
Okay, okay. I think we get the point. Thank you. Zura means wig. Okay.
Red line, Saitama. Forces! Captain Falcon!
Scuffed rap battles.
Come on, this track's not for civilians. So step off my street, yes. Take a seat and then watch me Falcon kick the beat. Yes. You're under par trying to fuck with the birdie. Yeah. You look like Mr.
Give it a
Clean,
try,
so
give it a
I'm
shot.
gonna fight dirty. Get me the GX'd out. I'm decked out, you'll get mauled. I'm not winning by being lucky, I'm winning cause you're bald. You put the science, Saitama, your rhymes are too shitty. Better shut your ass up if you step in the mute city. I'm just a guy who's crushing rookie chumps for fun. But I'm busy landing quickly with a Falcon punch.
Damn, dude, that didn't move me an inch. Honestly, you should rename that to the Falcon Pinch. You're a Falcon bitch, dude, the weave NASCAR weirdo. I bet this wax zero is an F-class hero. Your Mighty Morphin helmet's probably pouring with sweat. Santa's never told me there was a pigeon level threat. And with all due respect, I'm not trying to sound condescending. I would never fear a man named Bart Lemming. You feel mascot in an ascot, that must be a bummer. That you got knocked off course by an Italian plumber. Damn, this sounded cool, you won't know what to do next. And I made it up quicker than a Smash Bros. Moveset.
You're on the Z City Z list. Nobody even likes you. I'm not trying to watch kaijus fighting roided up Caillou. Ready for the climax after the Grand Prix? Now I'll kick your ass at supersonic speed.
Supersonic, huh? That's like the name of the one guy. Oh god, what was it? Oh no, I got it. Let me try, remember, wait. What was your name again, dude? Captain Skin Tight One Piece suit with nothing poking through. Last are back in obscurity after crashing the cube. Put another coat on, quit trying to show me your moves.
Well, you lack in hair, you lack in skill too. Let's see King try to take credit when I Falcon fucking kill you.
Captain Less Clutch says Captain Crunch. No cap, you lack that super serious punch.
Who won? Who's next? You decide.
I think Saitama took that one. Kind of scuffed, but I appreciate the effort. This doesn't care.
I don't have between $200 to $300 left.
No.
I only have $231 in pocket watching. I don't have that much left. Stop pocket watching me and watch your own pockets.
This week, Tofia Chu is back exposing people that were in her past shelters. Tofia Chu has also made a great discovery, and this discovery is her finding out about kiwi farms. She claims that her friend told her about her kiwi farm thread, and she says that kiwi farms is ableist and racist. Tofia Chu brings up Stud Chu again and says that the Discord purchased the body cam footage of Stud Chu getting arrested and claims that they are all racist for doing so. Then Tofia Chu tells her chat that
Guess we don't have a whole lot of redeems. Oh yeah, you did paste those videos about Amy's Baking Company. Good call. Let's see, history.
Kiwi Farms. Ableist. And
racist?
You sure that's all?
I don't know, man. Finally, they're exposed. Someone blew the whistle finally on the racism of the Kiwi Farms. Play. It's in my watch history. I'm logged in. Same account. There it is. Play.
Kitchen Nightmares has been on the air for a collective 8 years with 102 total episodes. It's featured some of the most stubborn, delusional restaurant owners on earth. But at the end of every Kitchen Nightmares episode, there's usually a come to Jesus moment where the owner realizes that Gordon was right and accepts the changes. Of course, many times it turns out that they didn't stick with the changes for very long after the filming completed. Some of the owners from the show barely hid their disdain for Gordon and wouldn't even pretend to like his changes, if only for the sake of coming across in a good light on TV. But in every single episode, they got through the taping and had some kind of relaunch service. Except for this one. This is the most infamous, insane episode of Kitchen Nightmares by a long shot. I've covered many hated restaurants from the show, but none has generated anywhere near the level of animosity and disdain that this one has. This is the story of Amy's Baking Company. I found out more about this restaurant than any other restaurant I've done a video about. There were allegations of sexual assault, a Dr. Phil appearance, a video of an alleged knife attack, criminal records, claims of hacking, t-shirt hustles, and of course, plenty of online tantrum throwing. The Kitchen Nightmares series is no stranger. The entire shitstorm before they ever met Gordon Ramsay. So let's find out what happened in the episode and if they were able to keep their doors open afterwards. But very quick before that, I need to say that everything I say in this video is my personal
Better not
opinion,
be unionizing
and
out there.
I am not encouraging anyone to harass or in any way harm or make any kind of contact with anyone talked about or mentioned in this video. This video is only for entertainment purposes. That goes for all of my videos, but I think I need to specifically say it in this one. Please don't harass anyone. It doesn't solve anything, can potentially be illegal,
asking for
and it
Battletoads.
just really isn't worth your time and energy. Anyways, with that out of the way, Amy's Baking Company is an Italian restaurant slash bakery slash pizza place located in Scottsdale, Arizona, and the focus of season 5 episode 16 of Kitchen Nightmares. Amy, the owner and head chef, explains that she always had a passion for cooking ever since she was young, and that in 2006, her husband
Passion for
Sammy
buying
spent
cakes
$1
and selling
million
them?
in
That's not
order to
cooking.
open the restaurant for her. For the first 2 minutes of the episode, Sammy and Amy seem like nice, normal people who just want to run a restaurant. But then Amy says, approximately 2 years ago, these reviewers and these bloggers decided to make up lies and say that they ate the food and it was disgusting. And we lost a tremendous amount of business because of it. And there's also a clip of her saying, they're just fucking haters. I'm assuming she was talking about her customers there. Okay,
they're just
not off to a
haters.
great start. We also see a few clips of diners in the restaurant complaining about the food, and one of the waiters claims that there are a lot of problems with the food, but the owner Amy doesn't realize it. Another server claims that if someone complains about the food to Sammy, he argues with them and tells them that they don't know what the food is supposed to taste like. Sammy says in a cutaway, if anyone tell me that my wife's food is not good, I just tell them to leave the restaurant, I don't want them, and don't come back. And then we see a clip of Sammy rudely telling an elderly woman not to come back as she walks out the door. We then see a clip of Amy in the kitchen angrily yelling, I will tell them to fuck off if my husband doesn't. And then a few seconds later, we see a clip of Amy preparing a pizza as she says, I hope he eats it and I just made it really spicy for him. I hope it hurts him. Okay, we are 3 minutes into this episode, and not only do the owners apparently scream at customers and kick them out if they complain, but the head chef owner just admitted on camera to making a customer's pizza really spicy, apparently to try and hurt him. In my personal opinion, she's trying to poison him for not liking her food. That's what kind of shit we're in for. And we also see a lot of Amy and Sammy yelling at each other and just generally being really pissed off. In my personal opinion, Sammy and Amy come across as really angry, miserable people. Normally at this point, the show would cut to Gordon showing up, but instead we see text on screen that says, a day before Chef Ramsay arrives. There's more? Here we get a good look at how disorganized the whole restaurant is during a normal service. Food is taking too long to come out, customers are getting mad, and what is going out is getting sent back for not being cooked properly. One customer sends back a pizza because it wasn't cooked enough, and Sammy tells Amy to throw it back in the oven. Amy responds, sure, I'll burn it for them. The food we're making is going straight to the trash, and there are starving people that could be eating it, but instead these people decide that they're going to come with my life. But apparently those customers got up and left before the pizza could be cooked some more, and other customers are complaining about waiting over an hour. One customer asks where his food is, and Sammy says, it's coming now, now. And the customer responds, you keep saying that, you've been saying that for an hour. And Amy mockingly says from the kitchen, look at him, he's like, where's my pizza? And I guess the customer heard that because he responds, really? Sammy then goes back over to the man, and in a rage he says, you have a pizza, it's coming. You want to wait, you wait. You don't want, hey, what did you have? And you fuck off from here. Do you understand? Do you understand? The customer is dumbfounded and says, are you fucking kidding me? And Sammy explodes into an unintelligible tirade of get outs and fuck yous. He then says, pay and go. And the customer says back angrily, pay for what? I didn't have anything. The customer and the person he was dining with then get up and head for the door, and Sammy runs in front of them and physically blocks them from leaving.
So they
He
can't
says,
leave?
You pay,
Get
you don't
out!
go out. And then he starts wildly screaming and waving his arms at the customers in a really threatening manner like he's going to fight them. At one point he even shoves one of the customers, despite the fact that Sammy looks like he's about 100 years old and the other guy is a whole 12 inches taller than him. He keeps demanding money and refuses to let them leave, and again, the customer earlier claimed that they didn't even get any food, so they don't owe any money. Amy then runs over, equally erratic, and says she's calling the police, but Sammy stops her and they eventually let the customers leave. As they're walking out the door, Amy yells after them, you are a little pansy, get out of here. Don't you ever come back here. You little weenie, keep walking. All of the customers in the dining room are watching this insane exchange and probably realizing what a mistake they made in coming there. Amy then walks back into the restaurant and says to the whole room, you guys, I make excellent food. And we see one of the customers laugh. Amy then says, you motherfuckers, you all think that you can come in here and say these things? Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. I've never seen anything like this before. Again, this is all before Gordon has even showed up. Gordon finally does show up, and Sammy greets him with a big smile, which is totally different from what we just saw. The narrator says that Gordon knows very little about the incident from the previous night. The first thing Gordon points out is the cake display thing that does look pretty good. Amy comes out from the kitchen, introduces herself, and explains that she's responsible for it. He also points out that the restaurant is very nice. Amy and Sammy then start explaining that Amy's the head chef, and then it quickly devolves into a soapbox about how her and Sammy have to stand up to all the online bullies that they seem to think are plotting against them. At this point, Gordon looks a bit taken aback, and he asks if they can catch up on that later and instead go look at the kitchen since Sammy was insistent that Gordon needs to see it. Gordon walks into the kitchen and is shocked by how clean everything is, which is in stark contrast to what we usually see on the show. The floors are clean, the fridge is clean with food properly separated, labels on everything. He says that it's like a surgery operating room. After seeing the clean kitchen, he sits down with Amy and Sammy. Amy tells Gordon that they've been married for 10 years, and Amy blurts out that they got married only 5 months after first meeting. She also says that she prayed to God to send her someone, and he sent Sammy. She also claims that Sammy was a player in Vegas, and that even Hugh Hefner didn't have as beautiful of women as we did. But after they met, he gave it up to only be with Amy, which is all extremely believable. Based on his expressions, it seems like Gordon thinks everything Amy is saying is kind of insane, but he tries one of her cakes and says it's really good. Amy and Sammy also tell Gordon that if either of them get sick, they completely close the restaurant, and they claim it's because they can't find anyone qualified to do the job. Amy tells Gordon they're dirty, they're lazy, and Gordon asks, "How many people have you been through?" And Amy says, "A few hundred." Gordon is shocked by that number, and my guess is he's probably thinking that there's no way that none of those people were qualified. But next he asks what's wrong with the restaurant, and Amy immediately launches back into ranting about the online bullies and claims that they are lying about her restaurant. Amy explains that the whole alleged bullying campaign started when a food critic came in and accused them of serving frozen pizza. Afterwards, she claims he wrote a negative review, and Amy decided to respond to him. Gordon asks, "Why?" And Amy says, "I told him I thought he was a loser. He was a moron. He insulted me first and I attacked back." In a cutaway, she says, "I'm not going to let anyone bully me, bully my husband. That's a joke." It baffles me when businesses do stuff like this. If someone leaves you a negative review, the only 2 good options are to not respond and do better next time, or very politely apologize. Don't tell them that they're wrong or anything, just try to make it right somehow. If you show any kind of hostility or unprofessionalism towards them, you look like a child who got their feelings hurt. And in the majority of situations, the general public will form negative opinions about you. And some of them will see how thin your skin is and be incentivized to push your buttons even more, which again, I don't condone. Amy did pretty much the worst possible thing in my opinion. Not only did she attack the reviewer over what may have been completely genuine criticism, but she did so the same way a damn middle schooler would, by calling him a loser. I have no idea if Amy's claims about a dedicated effort to bully her online is true or not, but it's possible that at least some of the hate is due to that. But that's what happens when you insult people with childish insults because they didn't like your food. It baffles me how business owners don't understand this simple concept. The only thing that Amy might be able to do now is to sincerely apologize, commit to being more professional, and promise to never behave that way again. But based on her comments, it sounds like she has some, in my opinion, delusions about her being a hero who's standing up for justice or something. So it seems like she's unlikely to take my advice. Amy tells Gordon that she needs him to give his expert opinion on her food so that the public will believe him over the quote online bullies. Gordon says, "Amy, if all of your food is as good as this dessert, trust me, there's something not quite right here." The whole time that Gordon is interacting with Amy, he seems very off-put and like he doesn't know what to make of her. Amy's personality is like that of someone that just drank 3 Red Bulls, 2 cups of coffee, and a little bit of meth for good measure. In a cutaway, she also explains that she has 3 cats and she can speak feline. She then proceeds to meow like a cat, which isn't insane at all. Gordon tells them, "Meeting you two for the first time, you are both fucking nuts." And they laugh in response.
I can talk
and
cat.
With the introductions out of the way, Gordon decides to sample the rest of the menu. He sits down and meets with one of the 2 waiters who are both young girls and is shocked when she tells him that she doesn't make tips. Instead, she gets paid hourly. Gordon asks her, "So where did the tips go?" And she says, "The owner." And he doesn't look happy to hear that. Gordon calls Sammy over, and after he confirms that Sammy does take their tips, Gordon says, "Sammy, you cannot take servers' tips." And Sammy responds, "Then bring me the people who's going to do their job and I don't have to interfere. They can take the whole tips for them. Do you see I already took 3 orders by myself and sent them already to the..." And Gordon responds, "You're the owner." but Sammy won't hear it, and so he decides to leave it alone for the moment. Even if the servers were doing a bad job, I still don't think it's right to take their tips. You have the option to discipline them or fire them. In my opinion, taking the tips is kind of like defrauding the customer. The customer is giving the tip to the server, not the restaurant. They are giving it with the belief that it's going to the server, and they probably wouldn't be giving it if they knew that it was going to the owners instead. At the least, they should explain to the customers who leave tips that their tips are going to Amy and Sammy, not the girl who waited on them. Gordon orders several dishes, and while he's waiting, he sees Sammy using the POS system, and it appears like the server is having to help him do it, which seems to contradict what Sammy said earlier about them being useless and about him being the one to do everything. Gordon asks Sammy if the server can use the POS system, and he says, no, she doesn't know yet. Nobody, I'm the only one who use it. And Gordon says, but the quicker you teach, the quicker you can take a back seat. And Sammy says, I will teach her when it come the time. I will teach her. And Gordon calls the server over and asks her directly in front of Sammy, Miranda, have you ever worked on a POS system? And she says, yes, at every job that I've worked at. Gordon then says, she doesn't need training, she knows how to do it. Sammy looks absolutely thrilled during this entire interaction, but just when it was getting interesting, Gordon's pizza arrives. He tries it and says that it's too sweet, I assume he means the dough, and that the dough is raw. He calls Sammy over and tells him his complaints, and Sammy says that normally people love that pizza. Gordon pushes back and says that it is, in fact, too sweet and raw. Sammy then takes the pizza back to the kitchen, but when Amy asks what's wrong, Sammy says nothing. I assume he did this to try and keep her from flying into a rage. Sammy returns to Gordon's table and admits to him that he didn't even tell her about the pizza because he doesn't want her to get nervous. Gordon is shocked by that, but instead of arguing further, he mentions that he's been waiting for 75 minutes and only gotten an undercooked pizza. So even with a VIP customer like Gordon Ramsay, the kitchen still isn't able to get food out any faster. But next, Gordon's Blue Ribbon Burger arrives at the table, and it's a steak burger with mushrooms, garlic aioli, white truffle oil, blue cheese, and bacon. He complains that the bun is soggy with what looks like butter. I guess they turned it into garlic bread or something. And he also says that the patty is not medium rare. I can see that it has some pink on it, so I'm assuming it's undercooked. In the interest of being objective, I'm going to throw them a bone here even though they don't deserve it so far. It doesn't look all that bad to me. It looks a lot like the kind of thing that you would get at a lot of sit-down restaurant chains around the US. I mean, sure, I can't taste it and it probably wouldn't win any awards, but it would probably get a pass from most people in my opinion.
And like
but
an
it does
Applebee's.
let out a whole lot of juice when
Or
he bites
Chili's.
down into it. Yeah. Gordon calls it overcomplicated, unnecessary, and says, that is one burger. Next, he gets the red pepper ravioli. He asks the waiter to check on his salmon burger. What the fuck is a salmon burger? He asks the waiter to check on his salmon burger as well, but when the waiter asks Amy about it, she gets snapped at. Amy says in a very condescending tone, it's on its way, Miranda. You don't need to keep reminding us. We know, okay? The waiter tries to explain that she was asked to check on it, but Amy won't hear it. Gordon tries the ravioli and says, a mess. That has to be one of the most confused ravioli dishes I've ever seen and tasted in my entire life. And I would agree with him because Gordon describes it as sweet and spicy ravioli with bacon and sweet corn topped with cilantro. And just to make it that little bit better, Sammy confirms that the raviolis are frozen. Next, he tries the salmon burger, which apparently isn't a fillet of salmon. It's like a crab cake, but with salmon. He tries it and says that it's overcooked and not good. He then gets up and walks over to the counter to talk to Amy directly. He tells her that he's not happy with the meal, and she calmly asks what he didn't like. He tells her that there were several things, but that he wants to get changed, see how the business runs during a normal service, and then they can discuss the problems later. Amy and Sammy both say okay, and they're both totally calm and even courteous. When Gordon walks out the door, Sammy and Amy both go into the freezer together, I assume so that the staff doesn't hear, and Amy starts saying that she's concerned about Gordon's opinion, and Sammy encourages her and tells her to just do what she normally does. And next it's time for the part of the show where Gordon watches the typical dinner service. He watches them prepare for the service and asks Amy who does what. Amy says that one of her employees does the salads and she does the pizzas. And then she adds that she has people tell her that it's the best pizza they've ever had. Gordon tells her that his pizza from earlier was undercooked and asks why Sammy was unable to tell her about the undercooked pizza. She responds, still pretty calmly, that she doesn't think the pizza was undercooked, and she says that she checked it when it came out and it was crispy on the bottom. He then moves on to the burger and asks her who came up with the idea for it. She tells him that she did, and he says, because there's certain things that don't go together, and that's 4 of them. In a cutaway, Amy says, Chef Ramsay is standing there riding my ass about white truffle oil and garlic aioli, oh my god. Like he's never heard of any flavor profile in the world, it's disgusting. And she tries to do a really bad mocking British accent here. Amy tells Gordon that she's never had any problem with that burger, and he responds that it's because her husband won't even tell her about it. He also complains about the salmon burger, but Amy again says that the customers like it, and she seems to be getting increasingly frustrated. He then picks up the frozen ravioli and says, do you know how you can make these better? And she says, yes, I can make them from scratch. And he says, no, take them off. And Amy starts ranting and talking really fast, and Gordon tries to explain what he means, but she's talking over him at 100 miles a minute and getting really agitated, so he can't get a word in. One thing that just hit me is how patient Gordon is being in this episode so far. In some other episodes, he screams and yells at the owners right off the bat, but here it seems like he's just calmly explaining what they need to change, not that it seems to be helping any. He tells Amy, these are store-bought crap frozen ravioli, and Amy argues back, they're not crap and they're delicious. And then adding,
so they are store-bought.
People usually love it. I've never had a problem with it, but Gordon says, people usually love it. And she says, yes, real customers, not haters. Gordon takes the frozen ravioli and walks into the dining room, and as he's leaving, she says, raviolis that are in the freezer, oh my god, sacrilegious. I know this is a trope on this show, but yet again, we have someone that invited a Michelin-starred chef into their restaurant and then got mad when they didn't like frozen food. This is someone that spent his whole life learning how to make the best food and restaurant possible, and you are upset that he didn't like the fact that you bought something from the grocery store, heated it up, and sold it to someone. It's kind of like getting mad at Leonardo da Vinci for not liking your finger painting. Anyways, Gordon goes into the dining room with the quote frozen crap ravioli and announces to the customers that it's frozen and store-bought. He asks them if they are okay with him 86ing it, and surprisingly no one jumps up to beg him to leave it on the menu. He turns to Sammy and says, so we'll 86 ravioli. I have too much respect for your customers to bullshit them. Now, will you tell your wife or shall I? Sammy says that he will tell her. Sammy walks back into the kitchen and says, okay, listen, no more raviolis for today. And Amy says in a very agitated tone, no more raviolis and no more hamburgers and no more salmon burgers. People can only have cakes tonight. And Gordon makes this face. Then when one of the servers is picking up a dish from the kitchen, Amy says, 4B. No, 5B. And the server asks, are you sure? And Amy gets mad and says, you don't need to question me, Katie. You can go home right now. The server apologizes, but Amy walks over to Sammy and tells him to send her home. She then goes back into the kitchen and says, what a little shit. Then Gordon notices that someone gave one of the waiters a $10 tip, and he says to Sammy, wow, $10 tip, that's nice. For you? And Sammy says, of course, yeah, why not? And Gordon says, do you think the girls deserve some tips tonight? And Sammy says, no, they get hourly. And Gordon responds, and do you think if I went and asked every customer when they leave a tip that it goes straight to the owner and not to the server, do you think they'd be astounded? Let me ask that table right there. He then turns to the customer who left that tip and says, sir, the tip that you left the young lady server, the owner takes the tips.
Oh my God,
says, that's
bro.
horrible. But Sammy tries to cut in and says, no. Okay. And for, I think, the first time since the episode started, Gordon gets genuinely pissed off and says, don't fuck with me. Sammy shoots back, yeah, I will fuck with you. Who the fuck do you think you are? That's quite a lot of fucking going on. Amy apparently overheard and says from the kitchen, oh my God, Sammy's going to hurt him. I'd like to point out that Gordon looks to be a full foot taller than Sammy and several decades younger. I'm sure he's trembling in fear. Gordon says, I'm fed up and getting sick and tired of your bullshit. And Sammy says, don't speak to me like a villain. And Gordon says, well then fucking answer my question. And Sammy says, I am the gangster, not you. Come on. And Gordon repeats, well then fucking answer my question. Tell the customers they're going to get their tips. But Sammy refuses and says, no, they don't. Gordon says, they should be told that you're taking them because these servers deserve them. Sammy says back, you want to speak with me? You want to fuck with me? I will fuck with you. And Gordon says back hilariously, I don't want to fuck with you. Amy then decides she's had enough and tells everyone that they're closing the kitchen. She goes over to the server that she got mad at earlier and says, I think, Katie, you can go for sure. So Katie starts to head towards the door, but then Amy snaps at her and says, I'm talking to you, Katie. Katie says, okay. And Amy gets even more mad and says, says, Katie, listen to me when I'm speaking to you. Do not walk away from me. You don't work here anymore, okay? And the server, Katie, starts crying, and then Sammy starts arguing with Amy to not fire her, and the server starts telling Amy she wasn't doing anything wrong, and Amy's arguing back saying she's fired. Everyone is talking over each other, and it's utter chaos. This is the face of a man who knows he's made a serious mistake. Finally, the server says she's quitting, and Amy says in a cutaway, she doesn't work here anymore. She's a poisonous little viper, and I don't allow people that have an attitude in my restaurant. What does she know?
What about
Who
you?
the hell is she? She's gone, that's who she is. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. All of which is a very mature and reasonable reaction to the situation. Next we see Gordon, Amy, and Sammy sitting down together at a table. Gordon says to them, believe it or not, my intentions are good. And Amy starts shaking her head no. He says, you're shaking your head already. But she says, I'm listening. He asks her why she can't take criticism, and Sammy starts telling her that it's okay and she doesn't have to cry, and she gets mad, and both of them erupt into another huge argument where they're talking over each other and not hearing a word that the other is saying. Gordon is just sitting here like this. After a minute or so of that, Amy tells Gordon that the food is good and that they haven't had any complaints. And Gordon reiterates that complaints don't even make it back to her because no one tells her. He also points out that the cakes are really good, but at the same time, they're serving frozen ravioli. Finally, he asks Amy and Sammy to be open-minded the next day, and Amy says that she'll try, but she won't make any promises. Gordon says, all you're getting from me is the truth. Right now, that's what you need. Good night. And with that, he leaves. The next day he shows up and the narrator says he has a plan. But upon reaching the restaurant, the doors are locked and no one is inside. Instead, he goes to meet with some former employees to hear what they have to say. The two former employees recount their experiences, and it's pretty much exactly what we've already seen, except that one of them claims that Sammy made him wash his car. Next, Gordon heads back over to the restaurant, which is now open, and greets Amy and Sammy. They tell Gordon that they want to clarify a few things so there's no animosity, so they sit down together to have a chat. Amy brings up the conversation that they had yesterday and the fact that she was offended by what he said, and they essentially restart their argument from yesterday all over again. Gordon tries to explain to Amy where she's going wrong, but she just keeps talking over him at 100 miles a minute. After a few minutes of completely pointless arguing that didn't go anywhere, Gordon looks at Amy and says, I think you're too far gone. And Amy says, okay, then let's end the show. You think I'm too far gone? There's no hope. Yalla yalla, it's Christmas. Let's go home. Gordon responds by saying, I can't help people that can't help themselves and cannot ever take 1 ounce of criticism. And if you're not willing to change, I'm not going to butt heads, argue, scream, whatever you want to say, but this is not normal. And it's not normal for a restaurant to go through that many staff. It's not normal for a kitchen that small to have 65 items on the menu. And it's not normal for this level of animosity that you've built inside this restaurant and outside. You have the right to run the business the way you want to run your business. I have the right to do the right thing. And the right thing for me is to get out of here. Good luck. And with that mic drop, he walks away. Sammy then says to Amy, it's good, it's what you wanted. And Amy says, yeah, of course that's what I wanted. Participate in this bullshit. Over the course of Kitchen Nightmares, there have been many contentious owners who seemed like they would never change, and some of them didn't. And there have been several times when Gordon threatened to leave a restaurant because the owner just wouldn't listen. But every single time, they got through the taping of the show and pulled off some kind of relaunch service. Except for this one. This is the only episode where he walked away. Next, we see clips of Kitchen Nightmares employees taking down all the various cameras and gear they had set up to record. In a cutaway, Amy says, we don't need his help. Maybe he knows that, and now he's gone. He walked away.
Yeah, maybe he thinks
Sammy and
we're
I
too
will go
good
on with our
already.
life. And that is the end of the episode. Good God. On this earth, there are people that you just can't reason with at any level. People that no matter what you say or do, they will never change their mind. I mean, hell, there's a bunch of people who think the damn earth is flat in 2024.
Yeah, like Batman
B. I think Amy is one of those people.
Cannot escape
one of those
PSP.
people that can't be reasoned with, not a flat earther. Part of me is honestly a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see the rest of the story play out, but on the other hand, it probably would have been a complete waste of time. But the million-dollar question is Amy's Baking Company still open today in 2024? Let's now take a look at the absolutely colossal fallout from Amy's Baking Company. The Amy's Baking Company episode of Kitchen Nightmares was the season finale for season 6, and it got such a strong reception online that for the first episode of season 7, they actually did a kind of recap episode where they included some unseen footage from the original filming, and they also sent camera crews over to Amy's to get an interview with the owners. They also showed the submission video that Amy's Baking Company provided to get on the show, and Gordon claims that they asked me to come and help them. The follow-up episode is 90% recap, but in one notable extra piece of footage they showed, you can see Gordon pulling what is apparently pre-packaged, pre-made gnocchi out of the fridge. In the original episode, it was made clear that at least the ravioli was frozen, and Gordon did refer to it as store-bought at one point, but we didn't see the actual store packaging that it came in like we can here. The recap episode also emphasizes the absolute onslaught of people shitting on Amy and Sammy online, and the way they appeared to respond to it in the same way they responded on the show. They also show a newly shot interview with Amy and Sammy. They send in Anna Garcia to do the interview, probably to avoid a fist fight. Anna shows up to the restaurant, and after explaining that she's with Kitchen Nightmares and asking for permission to come inside, Sammy agrees and lets them in. She then greets Amy, who is very cordial and polite, and asks Amy if she has a minute to give viewers an update on their business. Amy smiles and simply says, no. But Sammy starts talking to her instead and says that this time he wants money because of how well the episode of Kitchen Nightmares did. And he also says, and Gordon Ramsay tried to bury me alive. Who he wants. I will bury him first and bury your Kitchen Nightmares also because you did it on purpose.
I'll take down your entire
and
show.
His tirade continues with him claiming unfairness and cursing Gordon Ramsay. And he also says, who is he? He has no balls. He's jealous of my balls. Motherfucker. This is what he
had my balls.
Amy then talks to Anna and says, we were made to look like the most psychotic, lunatic people in the universe. And after watching Kitchen Nightmares, I see all the crazy, but I don't see any of the good. I know the people that came here were Yelpers because I have proof of it. They were on Yelp talking about it after they were filming and before they were coming here. This is not stuff that I've invented. I'm not delusional. I'm not crazy. Yes, we are passionate. Okay? Yes, we are wild. If I came after you, you would probably stand up too. If I came after anybody else, you would defend yourself, wouldn't you? If you have a family, wouldn't you defend it? Has it been stressful? Yes, it's been very stressful. We've had people walk through my doors, come casually over here like this, walk over, look at the display case, keep going like this, and then leave. And then my waitress comes up to me. Now we have waitresses because we had to change our whole procedure because the whole universe thought that my husband was stealing the tips. So we tried something new. I took all of the negative things that Gordon Ramsay said and I tried to improve on it. That's why I had him come here. People come here to try and set us up because they think it's funny because they have a hard-on for Gordon Ramsay. There was one person, he left on this plate and I have it in my office and I have the surveillance camera proof of it. He puts a giant rubber cockroach on the plate and left it there. Left without buying a cake and thought that that was funny. We are dealing with that daily. It's not going to work here. We stood up to Gordon Ramsay. We're going to stand up to the world because we don't go down without a fight. We have to show the world and every single business owner out there that you have to stand up. You cannot let anyone shake you down. We have a voice, he has a voice, and it's up to us to stay strong and to show our true product and what we really have to offer here at Amy's Baking Company. She blurted out that entire spiel practically in a single breath. Amy seems to have some kind of misconception about Yelp. She makes similar claims on numerous other occasions, and she seems to not realize that Yelpers are just normal people. Anyone can write a review on Yelp. The people that she's feuding with and has so much hatred for is not a shady cabal run by people who are out to get her, it's the general public. Also, in regards to the tips, I already explained this, but Sammy himself confirmed in the episode that he was taking the tips. So it's not really a question, in my opinion, of whether they were being taken or not. You could debate about whether it's right to take them since they paid the servers an hourly wage. I would argue that it's still not right because, again, you are, in my opinion, lying to the customer. The customer believes that they are giving the money to the server, not the business owner. If you want to pay hourly only, then just refuse all customer tips, or at the minimum, have the server clearly tell them where the money is going. I want to quickly mention something else here that I wasn't sure where else to put. It turns out that according to Radar Online, IB Times, and InBradyLaw.com, a legal contract from Amy's Baking Company was leaked to the press. Specifically, it's a legal contract that all new employees have to sign when agreeing to work there. InBradyLaw.com, which looks to be a website for a law firm in Kansas that deals with protecting employees' rights, said, after the story created by the show, online petitions sprouted up asking the Department of Labor to investigate claims regarding stolen tips. A spokesperson for the DOL says that the Buzaglos' justification about paying minimum wage does not hold up. It goes on to say, the contract which Amy and Sammy require all new employees to sign says that employees are obligated to work holidays and weekends, no exception. Anyone who fails to show up faces a $250 penalty. The Buzaglos also require the new employees to sign an agreement stating that all tips are property of the restaurant and that they agree to waive all claims to such money. Finally, and most bizarrely, the two have inserted a provision which says that because of the hard work exerted in training employees, anyone who is either fired or quits Amy's baking company will not be allowed to work for any competitor within a 50-mile radius for 1 year. Labor law attorneys say many, if not most, of the provisions of the new contract are unenforceable and represent clear breaches of widely understood employment law. Where Amy's baking company goes from here is uncertain, but chances are it will be to court. Yeah, I'm no lawyer, but you can't just put anything in a contract and force someone to do it because they signed it. You can't make someone sign a contract saying they'll be your literal slave and take away all their rights or something. The host then asks Amy how her business has been affected, and Amy complains that they have been getting massive amounts of hate online and in person. And she says that people come in to gawk at them, but then end up trying the food and say that it's amazing, which isn't really a bad thing at all. I mean, for one, you made money, and two, if everyone comes in and tries the food and loves it, eventually people will realize that Kitchen Nightmares got it wrong. In my personal opinion, I don't really believe that people are genuinely liking the food, of course, but I don't really get what she's complaining about here. The host then asks her if she's doing good business and points out that she couldn't find anyone saying that the place is ever packed. And Amy responds that she's open right now, but she can't have normal business because of them. And yeah, there doesn't appear to be a single diner in the restaurant. Of course, I should point out that it appeared empty before when the camera crew showed up, so I don't think that the Kitchen Nightmares film crew scared off their customers. Anna also asks the owners if their ravioli is still frozen, and they proudly say that yes, it's still frozen and it's great. Amy also refers to someone online that offended her as a, quote, pale-faced pansy-ass willow, which is one of the weirdest insults that I've ever heard. She also says during the interview, I'm sorry, I would love to be nothing but a lady and control my language and not have a severe case of Tourette's syndrome, but this is what's happened to me because of the pressure. Now, I don't know if she was saying that she literally has Tourette's or if she was just using that as a way to describe herself. I looked up typical symptoms of Tourette's, but since I am not a medical professional, I'll refrain from speculating on what medical condition she may or may not have. Toward the end of the interview, Amy looks at the camera and asks Gordon to put the truth out and give them a chance, but Sammy cuts her off and they start yelling over each other again, and the host just looks at the cameraman as if asking, do we need to leave? The whole interview can be summarized as them throwing insults at Gordon, claiming they were set up and treated unfairly, and trying to paint themselves as underdogs who are fighting against the tyranny of Kitchen Nightmares. Amy and Sammy were both confident that they would survive after going on the show and that they didn't need Gordon's help. So what happened next? Let's look at a timeline of what happened after the show. May 10th, 2013. The episode airs on TV. Absolute pandemonium ensues as everyone seems to want to troll Amy either online or in person at the bakery. Again, I'm not condoning that. May 15th, 2013. Only 5 days after the airing of the episode, some not very flattering information comes to light about Amy and Sammy. They both have criminal records, according to this IB Times article. But in addition to not reacting well to criticism, it seems Amy of Amy's Baking Company has been in trouble with the law. While Sammy claims to be a mobster, his wife served 14 months in jail while paying $36,294.95 in restitution for bank fraud, according to the court documents filed in the United States District Court in Arizona. On November 6, 2003, Ms. Buzaglo entered into a plea agreement with the government in which she pled guilty to one count of misuse of a social security number, a Class D felony offense. The criminal conduct occurred on August 16, 2001. Specifically, Ms. Buzaglo pled guilty to submitting an application for a line of credit with M&I Bank using the social security number of another person. Amy was arrested on October 11, 2002. The court documents note that Amy, following her conviction, had turned her life around. And apparently Amy was not alone. According to this USA Today article and this New York Post article, Sammy also has a criminal record and is potentially risking deportation because of that. Sammy is apparently not a US citizen. He's a citizen of here. I apologize. You know how YouTube censorship can be less like a scalpel and more like a wrecking ball, and there are very controversial world events going on in this area as we speak. Anyways, let's just say that he's from here. And according to this New York Post article, now the Arizona Republic is reporting that Sammy Buzaglo is attending immigration hearings that could revoke his residency status after he did not disclose information to immigration authorities. According to the paper, the information revolves around documents that show he's banned from France and Germany and has a history of drug and extortion charges. The deportation process has been going on for 2 years and has nothing to do with the couple's appearance on Kitchen Nightmares, said Scottsdale immigration lawyer David Asser. That is quite an unfortunate name. By the way, that Arizona Republic article is no longer available, but other news sites corroborated at least the base facts, so I'm confident that it's accurate. One thing I want to mention is that this article from AZ Central says that Sam had served prison time on drug and intimidation charges overseas and had been banned from France and Germany. The New York Post said that Sammy was charged with extortion, not intimidation, which is similar but not exactly the same. But either way, it looks like authorities were reconsidering his stay in the United States because of that. Around this time, Emmy and Sammy also started a sort of PR campaign. They started doing news interviews, hired a PR firm, and announced a grand reopening for May 21st. They also plan to do a news conference at the grand opening. They went on ABC 15 Arizona, and they went on My 103.9 Phoenix. On ABC 15, they claimed that their social media accounts were hacked and that the mean comments from the past were from them, but these more recent ones were not. They also claimed that they filed paperwork with the FBI and police regarding the alleged hack.
Viewers wanted to be heard, and heated comments filled the internet. But what happened next was the restaurant's own online response. That is a classic what not to do, and one they say they didn't do.
We learned from our original experience not to say negative things anymore on the web. We've learned our lesson.
They're referring to their social media reaction years ago to an unfavorable review. Despite the similarities, this time they say it wasn't them.
So who are those from? We don't know. I can tell you that I have filed all of the appropriate paperwork. My accounts were hacked and they are still to this day currently being hacked.
She says she's contacted the police and the FBI.
I don't think the FBI handles that sort of thing.
Do you understand why it's hard for people to believe that?
Of course, I understand why it's hard for them to believe that, but we're capable of saying strong things and defending ourselves. I'm not going to say we're not capable of saying those things, but we didn't say those things.
Amy, I want to believe you, but it seems like this is how a post would be in the past and this is how it is now, and it looks the same to me.
The way that the show was edited also looks like that. It looks like we are those people that if you come here and you don't like the food, we're going to attack you and scream at you and bully you and write things against you, and it's not true.
The host seemed unconvinced.
My restaurant was full of the people that I have been afraid of for the last 3 years that have been threatening to kill my husband and I. They were allowed in our restaurant that night, posing as actual diners.
At a Sunday job fair, they're now offering a more customary $5 an hour plus tips, hoping to staff their re-grand opening this week.
We welcome the people that doubt us.
What lessons have you learned?
You know, our behavior that night, it was not right. We don't make excuses for our behavior by any means. I wish I could go back and change it. I don't want the world to know me as crazy or the names that they've been calling me at all. That's not who I am. They saw me at my worst as a cornered person who felt like I was fighting the entire world. This is what everybody saw. That was my meltdown.
Okay, a PR news campaign might not be a bad plan, but there was a small problem. They signed an NDA, or non-disclosure agreement, when they went on Kitchen Nightmares, and apparently they aren't allowed to do news interviews without the prior approval of Fox. Whoops. Fox sent them a friendly reminder. Here's what the actual legal notice from Fox said, according to CBS. If you speak about the show without upper grounds and Fox's prior approval, and if you disparage the show, its hosts, or its producers, you will breach your obligations under paragraph 10 of your personal release and paragraph 14 of your participant agreement. They subsequently canceled the press conference, and their PR firm dropped them. According to this Biz Journal article, the PR firm cited differences on public relations strategies as the reason for dropping them. But the reopening would go on anyways. After all, Amy is not a pale-faced pansy-ass Willow. So, how did the relaunch go? The day arrived, May 21st. Things were looking up. According to USA Today, the owners claimed to have more than 1,500 reservations. And the article says that the crowds were thin, and the nearby Pita Jungle restaurant appeared to be drawing more business than Amy's. Ooh, yeah. I think people might have made those reservations to troll, if there were ever any to begin with. But the series of unfortunate events was not over for Amy's Baking Company. May 29th, just 8 days after the relaunch event, ABC 15 Arizona runs a news story about them. Customers had found flies in the drinks that they ordered, but they were not just any customers, they were reporters from the Phoenix Business Journal.
Well, they're allegedly at it again, and this time it's actually in response to 3 reporters with the Phoenix Business Journal who say they found some bugs in their drinks.
ABC 15's Mariam Resendez has both sides of this story.
Starting with the martinis they ordered. The group says Sammy, the co-owner, served up not 1, but 3 drinks with some unappetizing critters inside.
He said it wasn't a bug, it was from the lemon. And so we brought over a 3rd drink, and the 3rd drink had 3 bugs in it.
The group laid out the flies for the co-owner to see and snapped this photo of them. I spoke with both Amy and Sammy, who didn't have time to meet us, but they wanted their story told. Amy wrote in a statement, "We understand that there is a possibility perhaps 1 fruit fly made its way into the martini, but after the 3rd time of being sent back, we felt that it was a setup."
We didn't plant the bugs in there.
So, how did Amy and Sammy respond to the complaints? They kicked them out.
Amy also writes, "We tried to handle the situation professionally and graciously and asked them to leave."
We were very shocked. We're like, we need to leave? Why? Because you have bugs in your drinks, And he still, would not say that they had bugs.
Amy tells the news that it was a setup. But even after being kicked out, the reporters still wanted to try the cake that was praised by Gordon. So they convinced a waitress from a nearby restaurant to get it for them.
Haley and her co-workers did leave, but still wanted to try a slice of Amy's famous cakes. They had a waitress from a nearby restaurant pick it up, only to find a fingerprint in the frosting. Amy's response, quote, "I can only hope for their sake whoever did stick their finger in it didn't double dip, because it certainly was not us."
I might have said that I didn't know how that many bugs could find their way into an alcohol bottle. It is a pretty small opening after all, but I recently started watching Bar Rescue, and finding fruit flies in alcohol bottles is very common on the show apparently. I looked it up, and fruit flies are actually attracted to the alcohol. If you're not careful to close up the bottle, you can get tons of them in there, and it's hard to see them if the bottle is dark or if it's dark colored alcohol. And then when you pour your guest a drink, extra protein. I think that's probably what happened here. Moving on, April 9th, 2014. So the relaunch didn't work, news interviews didn't work. What is the next logical thing to do? Go on Dr. Phil, obviously. I'm not sure if I can show this clip here without getting a copyright strike, and I also want an excuse to do my Dr. Phil impersonation, so Dr. Phil shows several clips from the episode of the pair acting absolutely insane, and afterwards there's an awkward silence, and Amy looks at Dr. Phil like this. Dr. Phil says, I've eaten a lot of places, some nice, some not so nice, but I don't think I've ever had somebody come out and offer to whip my ass. They were, all those people, you see, they were actors for Kitchen Nightmares, and they were Yelpers. They were not customers at all. My customers, I behave differently with my customers. Okay, now we did a drill down on that, and these people are not actors. No, they are actors, just, they want to be shown, and they came just to disturb my life. Well, but you said they're actors. That's not true. No, when I say actors from the street, when they come just to harass me. Listen, you don't throw gas on a fire. Why take the bait? Because you say it's just editing, but come on. That was an edit, I'm sure, around that, but that was you actually doing that. I did that, of course, yeah. But why do that? You're playing into their hands. What do you want me to do, to bend over? And there's a few shocked laughs from the audience here. No, what do you want me to do then? No, they came to attack us. Well, are those the only two choices? It's either bend over or go on the attack? We weren't allowed another choice. That's why we're here. We weren't allowed another choice. The world was introduced to us in the wrong foot, the wrong way. We were never allowed a second chance. Yes, if someone comes to attack us, we're like snakes. You don't mess with a snake in the desert and go poke it
We're like
unless you
snakes.
expect to get bitten. And if we bite you, you're gonna go down. What? We're here to fight and stand up for ourselves. My
What?
Dr. Phil impersonation just sounds like Mr. Mackey from South Park for some reason. Frozen ravioli is bad.
Frozen ravioli is
Okay,
bad.
It's real bad. I'm gonna throw Sammy a bone and assume that what he was getting at was that people weren't actors like they were professional actors, but they were trolls who just wanted to cause problems or get attention or something. But yeah, Dr. Phil is definitely right here. Even if people were trying to troll them, you're giving them exactly what they want when you flip out and act insane. But overall, in my opinion, it sounds like more of the same. We're being attacked, poor us. Anyone who doesn't like us isn't a real customer. Then September 28th, 2014, even more drama from Amy's Baking Company as this video gets published online by TMZ.
It's not worth it. Hey, you're gonna go to jail for the rest of your life. Think about what you're doing. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Piece of coward! Run!
As you can see, it appears to show Sammy walking towards someone off camera with something in his hand that the video title says is a knife. October 2nd, 2014. Sammy does a news interview with KTAR News about the previously mentioned TMZ video incident, and he claims that what he was holding wasn't a knife, but instead just a silver pin. And he claims that he was defending his wife.
Well,
With the silver
I did
pin.
what I have to do. I'm defending her. I'm still defending her. And I won't let nobody to come to bully her or to even touch her. And you saw the video for what's happened Saturday with that drunk guy. And then I proved how nobody can come and bully us.
A very short clip of the full video was shown on TMZ, and so it once again it portrays you very negatively, but the actual full-length video shows something completely different, and it's astounding. The man charged you clearly on that video.
Charged me, and then after he come after my wife, and this is what he didn't come to eat. That guy, he never ate. I didn't even serve him the water, because normally when anyone come, we give him ice water. But I knew this guy is not going to stay. I'm not going to let him stay because he was very, very, very drunk. And the reason is not because he's looking as a drunk, is the liability. I cannot let anyone who come from another bar pissed off, completely full of alcohol, and then I'm going to take the last one, take the liability. I went very, very nicely, and I asked them to leave.
It wasn't a knife.
Oh no!
What were you holding?
I don't. A pen.
It was a pen.
A pen.
I was gonna hit him with a pan. Defend my wife with a
I don't need
pan.
knife with those people. Come on, it's a joke.
I magnified the TMZ video and went through it frame by frame, and the best that I can tell, in my opinion, it does look like it's actually a pin. It's hard to be 100% certain because of the low quality of the camera and the fact that everything is moving, but in most of the frames where I can see a somewhat clear picture of the object, it does appear to have a blunt tip like that of a pin, and as he moves the object around, it maintains a relatively constant width. If it was a knife and the back of the blade were facing the camera, it would appear as a thin line, thinner than what we see here. And when he moved it around and changed the angle of the blade relative to the camera, we would almost certainly see some of the side of the blade and it would appear wider, unless it was a very, very small knife. The fact that the object maintains a constant width as it's changing its angle relative to the camera tells me that it's a cylindrical object, not a flat knife blade. That doesn't change the fact that, in my opinion, they were both acting like lunatics, but details are important. Anyways, Sammy also claims that there's a longer video that shows that the man that he was arguing with actually charged him, but it's not clear to me if the host in the interview actually saw the video herself or if she's just taking Sammy's word for it. And the longer video doesn't seem to be available anywhere online that I could find. In another clip from KTAR News posted on the same day that I assume was part of the same interview, Sammy also made some very serious allegations against Gordon Ramsay.
But the only thing that pissed me off is when he actually harassed my wife in the kitchen. This is why I went crazy about him. It's the only reason, not because he criticized my wife's food. It's a show.
How did he physically harass your wife?
Well, Amy can tell you because she's the one who, she can tell you what she's the one who was there. It's 18 months behind us, or even it was 2 years because it was 6 months before they filmed it. They aired it 18 months ago. I think it's the time to forget about Gordon Ramsay, and it's the time for us to go forward. And my wife coming with her cookbook, and we're going straight.
Oh boy. Obviously, I wasn't there, so I make no comment about the validity of those claims, but there were cameras set up pretty much everywhere, so it should be possible to prove if it did in fact happen, I would think. Also, this Eater article claims that Sammy actually sued Gordon for the harassment, but if you click on the link to their other article, it simply says that Sammy made the accusations and there's no mention of any lawsuit. I didn't find any other evidence of any lawsuits being filed either. July 10th, 2015. After 8 long years of service, Amy's baking company finally goes out of business. Kind of a mystery how they survived for 5 years, given how absolutely zealous the hatred against them seemed to be from the moment their episode showed up on
this is
TVs.
Double Dragon
Sometimes
Gaiden.
bad publicity can help a business make money, but not always. Probably not in this case. That saying, no press is bad
Rise of the
press,
Dragon.
is bullshit. You can absolutely have press that destroys your business. In all the news clips and reports that I saw, it didn't really look like they were getting any customers. They did seem to be getting gawkers and trolls, but I didn't get the impression that many people were actually spending money. At one point they tried to capitalize on their fame by using the YouTuber's favorite method, unnecessary merch. In my humble opinion, this demonstrates a complete lack of awareness of the situation. There are some people who become memes who are able to make money off of it, but in those cases, people have to like the person in question. My impression of how people felt about Amy and Sammy wasn't that they thought they were funny and liked them. It was more like they didn't like them at all and wanted them to go out of business. But that's just my personal take on it. In the recap episode that Kitchen Nightmares did, Sammy did mention that he had enough money to keep the business open till the quote, "stupid people become smart." So I assume that they were probably losing money on the business to keep the doors open in hopes that people would start spending money again. In a later interview, Sammy emphasized that we sold the restaurant. We didn't close it. Look guys, I didn't crash the plane. I just rapidly maneuvered it into the ground, okay? Amy also wrote a cookbook called Baking with Amy, Baking Up Magic at some point, and you can still purchase it today. But unfortunately for you hardcore collectors out there, it's only a digital copy. There is one other thing that I want to mention, and that is a rumor that the desserts that Amy was making were also store-bought. If you remember in the episode, Gordon disliked everything except for the cake. It does seem kind of weird to me that they were buying everything else frozen except for the cakes. Why wouldn't they just buy the cakes pre-made as well? This Dexerto article refers to the cakes as pre-made, but I haven't seen any concrete evidence to back that up. At one point, the waitress from the show, who was abruptly fired for asking, "Are you sure?" did an AMA, and someone asked her if the cakes were store-bought or not. She says that she's led to believe that they are, but can't be sure, which is in no way hard evidence. September 7th, 2016. Amy and Sammy moved to California, and at some point, Amy was selling her cookbooks and taking special orders for cakes online. Then, in 2018, more misfortune. Sammy, who was, I guess, still fighting the same legal battle regarding his deportation, finally lost. Let it never be said that our government is inefficient. As a result, Sammy was forced to leave the US, and he, along with Amy, moved back to here. May 21st, 2021. Sammy and Amy did an interview talking about their new life here and also making new claims against Kitchen Nightmares. If you're wondering about the NDA that was supposedly a problem earlier, I assume it was only in effect for a limited time, but I'm just guessing.
Gordon set this lie for 8 years. He set a narrative that is completely false. Kitchen Nightmares told us they were coming to help us with the only problem we were having.
They trolled us.
Live. They really made us seem like horrible people. When Kitchen Nightmares showed up, they took one entire day, turned every single thing upside down. We were used to going to grab something by habit, and they moved everything. I grabbed Sammy. I said, they're going to set us up. Something very bad is going to happen here.
Did they move everything intentionally to cause confusion, or did they just move some stuff in the process of setting up? Could they not just move it back?
They sabotaged Sammy's point of sale system, so we couldn't process any of our sales. I wasn't receiving any of
They hacked our computers?
How? Didn't we see them processing sales in the episode? It looked like the only issue was that Sammy needed the waiter to show him how to use the machine, and the kitchen was slow.
The producers had promised us that they were going to bring in everyday patrons, and then I noticed that they were bringing in the same people that had been harassing us online.
So they memorized the faces of everyone who was trolling them on Yelp?
They had a guy, and he kept doing like, "Where's my pizza? Where's my pizza?" And Sammy was being nice to him. And he actually said, "Why don't you tell your f***ing whore wife to hurry up with my pizza?" That's all it took for Sammy and I both to start screaming, "Stop the filming. We don't want to participate in this." We pulled the plug.
But in the episode, we see the guy ask about the pizza, and then Amy mocks him and says, "Where's my pizza?" from the kitchen, and he responds, "Really?" And then we see Sammy tell him in an extremely rude way that he has a pizza coming, and if he wants to wait, then he should wait. But if not, then
all
leave.
on camera.
And then here's Sammy screaming and runs out of the kitchen and joins
you
Sammy
lie
in
about
telling him to
this?
leave. That's a little different than what
pretty
they are
egregious.
describing, in my opinion. Obviously, there are cuts in the episode, but I'm not sure where that insult could have happened because Sammy didn't tell the man to get out full stop. He told him to either wait on the pizza or leave. And I'm not entirely sure why the show would want to cut that out either.
They portrayed us as being defensive, combative. They made it seem like I couldn't take any kind of criticism. They made it seem like Sammy didn't know what he was doing in the front.
I'd like to briefly mention that in their own submission video for Kitchen Nightmares, Amy did say that Sammy didn't know what he was doing.
And that guy who kept doing like, "Where's my pizza?" It looks like Sammy pushed the other guy, but that's not what happened. That guy pushed Sammy and Sammy pushed him back.
That may or may not have happened, but it's also important to remember that Sammy was physically blocking them from leaving the restaurant and technically, in my opinion, holding them against their will.
They made it seem like my husband and I were stealing our servers' tips, and that is a fat out lie. We paid them hourly, $14 an hour, which in the restaurant industry for a server is a lot.
Again, the claim about we weren't stealing tips, even though they confirmed it in the episode.
They made it seem like Gordon walked down on us. In reality, we are the ones who told
He
them.
was like, "Why not?"
I'm fairly confident that when a restaurant agrees to go on Kitchen Nightmares, they have to sign a contract like the one we mentioned before. I'm also fairly confident that part of the contract gives Gordon permission to do damn near anything he wants with the restaurant in the menu. After all, there have been many times where the owner hated the changes and told Gordon as much, but they just made them anyways. It didn't seem like they had any right to refuse. So I think they keep making this claim in a strange attempt to make it seem like they were in control of the situation, even though they really weren't.
Right after the show aired, we would get thousands and thousands of calls. I would answer the phone, "You are the worst person in the world. I hope you die." And the phone just didn't stop. We were bombarded with
Sounds very
hateful,
typical of
vicious online posts.
fake
I
threats.
absolutely did
I hope you
respond
die.
to
That was a
people,
death threat.
but the
It's
really,
like
really
saying "I hope you
negative
die"
things,
is not
they
a
were
death
not us
threat.
responding. The
It's not
production
threatening.
company illegally gained access to my computer.
Thanks to someone who has helped me, I am capturing someone who is not allowed to be on my Facebook page.
They are the ones who wrote those
You're
things.
not
and
allowed
they
to
did
be
it
here.
To create drama.
Bunch of boomers.
And then I tried to let the world know I didn't just post those things, but by then everybody
just
already
post
had
those
decided
things.
that we were these horrible people.
They may have been hacked. There were a lot of people who wanted to shit on them, but I find it highly unlikely that the producers or anyone associated with Kitchen Nightmares hacked them. And she doesn't provide any proof that they specifically were involved. She shows a screenshot of what looks like a record of the IP addresses that have accessed the account, and it looks like some of them accessed the account from LA and some from Phoenix. But I actually looked at the time difference between the LA access and the Phoenix access, and it's about a 6-hour trip from Phoenix to LA according to Google, and there's more than 6 hours difference between the accesses from different locations. In other words, the owner of the account could have accessed the account from Phoenix, then drove or flown to LA, and then accessed it again. Also, we don't know what year this recording is taking place in, but in that AZ Central article I mentioned earlier, it said that LA was where Amy and Sammy moved to in 2016 after they left Phoenix. So they could have been out there house shopping and accessed the account from there. This is all just my personal speculation, of course. We can't say for sure if any hack occurred, but I see no evidence to support the claim that Kitchen Nightmares hacked the account. Also, I noticed that the tab down there says Kitchen Contract. I wonder if she was looking over it again to make sure she wouldn't get sued by Fox.
In 2015, we decided we wanted to take a break. We sold our restaurant.
We sold the restaurant. We didn't close it.
And then we moved to California. I created a cookbook. I sold my cookbook and I became a master cannabis baker. And I started a full line of edibles.
And that was
legal? Yes, I wouldn't have done it if it wasn't legal. We had been fighting Sammy's immigration case already since 2008. Kitchen Nightmares, they put like a spotlight on us, and we had to go to immigration court and be told that we were being deported the day after Kitchen Nightmares aired.
Why is the government trying to deport you, sir?
He had to pay over $250,000 to immigration attorneys. He lost all of his deals. In 2018, he was ordered to leave America, and he did. And I followed him. We live in a beautiful town, and we're getting ready to open a bakery downstairs.
It was a dance studio.
I really have been working on becoming a master baker, and I create digital content.
But that is the latest update we have about Amy and Sammy. They seem to be living their best life in another country, and it's unclear if they ever did open that bakery. But before we go, I want to take a look at a few more interesting things regarding this episode. I want to mention a controversy that happened with a different reality show on PBS, and the incident that started this whole shitstorm before Amy and Sammy ever went on Kitchen Nightmares. The episode of Kitchen Nightmares was filmed in December of 2012, and it aired on May 10th, 2013. But after it was filmed and before it aired, Amy's baking company went on another TV show on PBS called Check Please Arizona. The show basically has some judges go to different local restaurants and try the food. From what little I've seen of the show, it seems like it's less about critiquing the food and more about highlighting good restaurants. Apparently, there was some controversy because according to this Phoenix New Times article, the Check Please Arizona episode's 3 diners make no mention of lengthy wait times or impossibly irate owners, nor do they register a single complaint about the dishes. A little punch would have been nice, one diner says, referring to her mushroom crepe. That's about as negative as it gets. They describe the restaurant as charming and comfortable, and the pastries as incredible. Even the red pepper ravioli, the same dish Gordon Ramsay said smelled weird and declared it to be one of the most confusing ravioli dishes I have ever seen and tasted in my entire life, gets a winning review. One diner calls it a wonderful combination, sweet and spicy at the same time. Delicious. The episode in question is Season 3, Episode 6. But unfortunately, despite my best efforts, I couldn't find anywhere where you can watch that episode. This raises the obvious question, did Kitchen Nightmares exaggerate how bad the food was? Or was the PBS show just a fluff piece that wasn't really willing to be critical of the food? I can't say for sure, but I'm surprised that Amy and Sammy haven't brought it up in any of the interviews I've seen of them to try and argue that they were misrepresented. That's a way more convincing argument to me than all the other stuff they said. But finally, I want to take a look at the incident that started the nuclear disaster, the Chernobyl, the 3 Mile Island of reality television that was Amy's baking company. According to this article, it all started with one bad review. One single review started the entire thing.
The power of trolling.
Review. Let's read it. In retrospect, I should have known better than to step foot into Amy's Baking Company, aka ABC Bistro. 8 p.m. on a Saturday night. 3 tables are occupied. A sign on the door indicates they're looking for an experienced line cook, a dishwasher, waitresses, you name it. Pita Jungle, just a stone's throw away, is packed to the gills. These are all bad signs. They go ignored, however, because I'd eaten one thing all day, and I had drove here to try their pizza. Never, ever again. The waitress brings me out a water and a menu to my table for one on the patio, which I had all to myself. Browsing the apps, I was pleasantly surprised to see several things priced $3, which seemed like a bargain given the high price of everything else. $3 tapenade sounded like a good deal, but I was informed that it didn't come with anything. It was $3 extra for bread. Since I was solo, I decided to skip it and instead pay $14 for their 12-inch margarita pizza. About 3 minutes later, the waitress drops off my pizza. Your pizza, she says, leaves a plate, and off she goes. I sat there for a moment confused as to how things happened so quickly. I tried to grab a slice of pizza, but it was so blazing hot that I wasn't even going to attempt to handle it. I waited for a few minutes to let it cool off, only to discover that not only had it cooled enough to handle, but it was actually well cooled and most likely reheated. After a closer inspection of the pie in front of me, it was evident that it had been reheated, as there were smaller tomatoes that had spent their time in the oven, and larger tomatoes that had barely been kissed by the heat of the oven. 7-Eleven. I took a bite and was immediately underwhelmed. The crust had very little character, was slightly sweet but had that store-bought quality to it. The pesto tasted okay, but the tomatoes were completely tasteless, and overall it just fell flat. It's margarita. The ingredients need to shine to make such a simple pizza. These ingredients were subpar. After 2 small pieces, I decided I was wasting my calories and just gave up on it. So I sat outside not eating and sat. Where the hell was the waitress? I glanced inside a few times hoping to catch her eye, but she must have been occupied elsewhere. The owner comes out. How'd you like your pizza? Instead of immediately responding, I asked how it had come out so quickly. In short, he told me another table had ordered it, decided they didn't want it, and it sat in the kitchen for 2 minutes, who in turn decided to send it out to me since I didn't order anything else. Me. Well, it didn't really taste fresh.
Margarita.
Him. No, our pizzas
Wouldn't
are the
want
best.
to eat,
Ask
yeah.
our customers. You're the first person since we've opened ever to not like our pizzas. He got very defensive
think
about
it's
the
neat.
pizza, but I hadn't really launched a harsh criticism on the pizza, just said I didn't really enjoy it. So I sat some more with an empty drink and realized that they wanted me gone. The owner wouldn't make eye contact with me, the server never came back out asking if I wanted
Double
something
jump.
else, and they still hadn't refilled my drink. So I sat on the patio alone and decided to have a smoke. The waitress comes out. Her. Sir, there's a no smoking sign over there. I was told to tell you not to smoke here. Me. Is this the last you in this experience? Her. Yes, I think so. She walks away. I walk inside, pay the bill, and leave. No apologies, no discounts on the bill, nothing. $18 for weak iced tea and shitty pizza. This is arrogance in its worst form. I can forgive bad food, but I cannot forgive misplaced arrogance and the blatant dismissal of a customer, whether you agree with them or not. Perhaps the sign on the door should also say, wanted, new owner. I cannot for the life of me recommend this restaurant to anyone. Now, admittedly, personally, I think he was maybe a little bit harsh about a few of the things. Maybe my scale for bad service is broken after watching the Kitchen Nightmares episode. But how did Amy respond? Like I said before, the
Like
way to
a
handle this
pro.
sort of thing, legitimate or not,
Right?
is to take the high ground, act mature, and don't let your feelings get hurt. Here is Amy's response. Dear Joel L., it is blatantly obvious to me why you were alone on a Saturday night. Read any of the reviews that have been written about
You're a
us, and you will
incel
see
bum
that everyone
loser.
loves us. The only people that don't
Everybody
is
loves
our
us.
competition. We knew you had been sent
The only
by
people who
another
don't like us are the
restaurant before
haters.
you even ordered your $14 pizza. Good God, what is it with these conspiracy theories? The pizza was fresh and amazing. The reason the tomatoes had different texture was because I used 3 different heirloom tomatoes and some of them are sun-dried. So of course they're going to have a different texture from the fresh ones. But perhaps you were only accustomed to tasting the ones that come fresh from the can. Moving on to the store-bought dough comment. Please, my dough is made fresh every day from 100% organic ingredients.
Loser.
Perhaps your palate is not sophisticated
Try
enough to
having
tell the
sex
difference.
sometimes.
As for you having the patio all to yourself, unless you have been living on another planet, it is summertime in Arizona, moron. Only tramps and losers
You
want to sit
fucking
outside
idiot.
in 110-degree temperatures. We are hiring because we are so busy that we need to hire more
Dipshit.
people. You just so happened to come in right after a huge rush. And the people did not change their mind for the
I like
margarita
it. Oh.
pizza they ordered. They were
That's a
still
good crust.
enjoying their amazing Caesar salad, and I thought perhaps you would appreciate not having to wait so long for your pizza, which was just coming out of the oven. I am the chef and the owner, and I am the one that made your pizza. As for the no smoking comment, everyone knows that it is against the law to smoke within 20 feet of a public place. But perhaps you think you are above the law. Have a little respect.
I am
Not
the
everyone
law.
wants to subject themselves to being around secondhand smoke. And as for the overpriced menu items, if you think the $12 is too
Ow.
much for an entree-sized organic salad, or $14 is too much for an amazing pizza, then perhaps you should go to the pita jungle that is just a stone's throw away. And if you get lucky, maybe you can even dig up someone to take with you so you can share a $5 falafel.
Oh my
Do us a favor and keep
God,
your
it's so
ugly face
vicious.
and your ugly opinions to yourself and go back
Your
to the
opinions
restaurant
are
that you
ugly.
really work at. I would love for anyone who reads this review to come to ABC and try our pizza. If you don't like it, then I guarantee you don't have to pay for it. Ooh. Honestly, when I read the first guy's review, I thought he was overreacting to a few relatively minor things. So the food wasn't great and the employees were a little inconsiderate. Fair enough, writer reviews saying so. But he was really overdramatic and made it sound like it was some huge deal. If Amy had just
Dark Sid
ignored
Amy,
that guy,
seriously,
I think he would have
change
looked like
pizza
the
to
bigger
Scream
asshole,
and everything fits
this
in.
whole storm might have never
Moron.
started.
The only people who don't like us are the
actually, I
haters.
take that back.
Who don't
Something
like us.
probably would have set them off eventually. And the last thing that I want to leave you with are some of the best reviews from Amy's Baking Company, some from this article, and some that I found myself. By the way, if you go to their Yelp page, it has a warning on it saying that they had to disable the comments because people were trolling so hard. I brought a package of Putney Pasta 3-cheese ravioli, my favorite pre-made ravioli, to Amy's Baking Company, and they were able to heat it very well. This is the best tasting food I have ever eaten in my entire life. I could eat here for every meal of every day. It is that delicious. Amy is also the most beautiful and inspiring person I've ever
wrote
met.
this one?
She is so nice and treats all of her employees very well. This is definitely a real customer and absolutely not Amy and Sammy from Amy's Baking Company. So this is going to seem strange and unbelievable, especially with all the hate Amy's Baking Company has received. The food, in particular the sweet and spicy andouille pizza, was actually pretty good. My concern was the state Sammy, one of the owners, left the restroom. The guy you can see images of online came out of a stall directly before I did. The guy you can see images of online came out of a stall directly before I did. He gave me this awkward half smile. The odor he left behind was, by far, the worst I have ever encountered. It smelled like a dying animal. He also left a little toilet paper in the bowl unflushed. I could oh my god. I could hear his half-assed hand washing too. The sink ran for less than 10 seconds. It literally made me sick to my stomach. I will not be returning. I really understand why my review would be seen as a troll. Honestly, I don't care if you don't trust me because they already get the hate they deserve. And that is the story of Amy's Baking Company. In my opinion, the owners turned one single negative review into the worst PR nightmare that has probably ever befallen a restaurant. Their continued belief in the delusional idea that they are victims who are being attacked by Redditors and Yelpers, and their continued insistence on fighting back and refusal to admit wrongdoing turned the public against them and probably sealed their fate. Who knows? Maybe if they had left that first negative review alone, they would still be there in Arizona selling frozen ravioli. Thank you so much for watching all the way to the end. If you liked the video, please consider liking and subscribing, and hopefully I will see you in the next one.
Definitely not Amy. Okay, there is a follow-up.
I recently did a video on the most insane episode of Kitchen Nightmares, Amy's Baking Company. It's completely off the walls, and if you haven't seen it before watching this, I recommend you go check it out. I'll put a link to it in the video description. In this video, I want to do a little bit of a follow-up and investigate two rumors that some people believe about Amy's Baking Company. One is that Amy and Sammy are currently divorced or separated, and the other is that Amy's cakes from the Kitchen Nightmares episode, the ones that Gordon said were good, were actually pre-made. I've seen several people post comments about this, so let's look into it. I was only able to find one thing that might support the claim that Amy and Sammy are separated. On the Kitchen Nightmares subreddit, someone made a post saying that Amy and Sammy were divorced, and they provided these screen caps of what looks like a Facebook conversation between Sammy and some other people. Let's read what Sammy supposedly said. "The women's who look for attention does it. Only women's who look for attention does it like Amy. She is thirsty for attention." Someone else writes, "Well, she certainly has a lot of attention without doing pretend photo covers. She's an incredible baker and she's gorgeous. She has it all."
And she's
Sammy
super
responds,
hot.
"Good luck to her."
It's like
I should also mention that
it's like
some
Sweet
people were
D from
saying
Always
that Amy
Sunny.
was on the cover of Vogue magazine.
It's a lot like her.
I couldn't find that cover anywhere.
Just like constantly in need of validation. A lot like Sweet D. It almost seems like Sweet D is based off of Amy.
And while I'm not an expert on Vogue magazine,
Like they looked
she
at her
seems like
as
a very
inspiration.
weird choice for a cover. Not based on her looks or anything. I mean because she's only known from a reality TV show where she flipped out. I don't know, I could be wrong. I think maybe Amy made that Vogue cover herself, and that's what people are talking about here. If I'm wrong and she really was on the cover of Vogue, then please let me know in the comments. The conversation continues. Someone says, "She is beautiful." Sammy responds, "She's fake. It is filtered." Amy left. She turned whore
Oh, by
in
the way,
LA
she's super
after
hot.
18 years, and she doesn't want to give me the divorce. Then, on a post Amy made about Mother's Day, Sammy wrote, "You mom won't be proud of you if she was here." Someone responded, "That's f***ed to say." Sammy responds, "What you mean? Lauren, you don't know what she did to me after 18 years of loyalty. She hurt me very badly." And that's where it ends. Obviously, we don't know if this conversation was real or if it was even really Sammy writing. I tried to find the picture of Sammy that you can see he has as his profile picture, but I wasn't able to find it anywhere else. So we can't say with 100% certainty if this is real or not. My guess would be that it probably is, but that's not hard evidence. Next, let's revisit the claim that the cakes that were sold in Amy's Baking Company were pre-made. There's a really interesting detail that some people noticed on the Amy's Baking Company Facebook page, in addition to a bunch of other completely insane posts.
Screwed.
In this post it says, "We do not need this, you stupid people. America's about wrestling?"
What?
I'm gonna assume she meant to say reselling. But America is about wrestling, though. America's about
Sure.
reselling. It is not a big deal. The cakes we offer are expensive because we have to repackage and ship. Do not blame us because you cannot afford quality. The Yelpers and now the Reddits need to back off. You're not right just because of some TV show. Good God. A lot of people have pointed to this comment as proof that the cakes that Amy sold in her restaurant, the ones that Gordon said were good, were actually pre-made. Specifically the part where she says, we have to repackage and ship. It's important to note that Amy claims that she was hacked and that some of her social media posts were from someone else. Whether you believe her or not, I'll leave up to your discretion. Saying that she has to repackage them makes it seem like they're being bought from somewhere.
Now
After all,
guys,
if you make it
on today's
fresh, it needs to
DSP
be
tries if we will
packaged,
eat
not repackaged.
margarita pizza
Other
from
than
Amy
that,
and
this post is
Sammy's.
completely sane and
Choo choo,
normal.
it is
Here's
authentic
another
Italian
really
pizza.
entertaining
And I've heard
post
she's
from
really
Amy's
hot
Baking
and
Company
beautiful
Facebook page.
and smart and
You
funny.
don't know us. We will thrive. We
And
will
her cakes are
overcome.
totally real.
We are starting our family, and we will teach our child exactly what God wants in their path. We will teach them how to fight against oppressors like you people. We will start a generation
What?
of truthfulness, and we will fight to bring
Excuse
places
me?
like Yelp
Sir,
and
this is a
Reddit
baking
and
company?
horrible people like
Ow.
Gordon to the light. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. In my opinion, if they're admitting that they had to repackage their cakes, that's pretty convincing proof that they were store-bought. I guess it could be a typo, or maybe she misspoke, but she also said America is all about reselling, which seems to back up the idea even more. Like I mentioned in the original episode, Amy was buying at least some of the other restaurant's items from the store and just heating them up, so it wouldn't surprise me that much if she did the same thing with the cakes. But that's just my opinion. We can't say with 100% certainty if Amy and Sammy really are separated, but it is a possibility. And likewise with the cakes, we can't be 100% sure if they were pre-made, but my guess would be, based on this evidence, that they probably were. Anyways, I guess that's all for now. Thanks so much for watching, and hopefully I will see you in the next one.
Not doing enough damage. Ow. Got her. Whew, that was close. That was super close. Fun game. All right. Part
Dirty
3.
kitchens and restaurants. Many restaurants on the show have old moldy food in their walk-in freezers, raw meat right next to cooked meat, and dirty surfaces everywhere. One of them even had an actual live pigeon flying around inside the kitchen, but this one, I think this one is probably the absolute dirtiest kitchen from the show. I'm talking rats, roaches, flies, all of it, in addition to rotten food and everything else. This was an episode that allegedly completely destroyed someone's career to the point that they tried to take legal action to prevent it from being aired on TV because of how bad they looked in the episode. The restaurant I'm talking about is called Dylan's. The episode starts off as usual. Gordon comes in, tries the food, and gives it some really harsh criticism.
Not exactly an Indian classic, is it? It looks like a dehydrated turd.
Maybe you're wondering what kind of food does a
Killed her
restaurant
with
called
the old
Dylan's
American
actually
martial
serve?
art
I
technique.
definitely was.
Yeah.
A fucking
And herein
Glock.
lies the
Bitches
first
love
problem with the
cannons.
restaurant. Martin, the general
The RPG
manager,
came in handy
describes
too.
the type of food they serve by saying, "This is an American-Irish restaurant with an Indianness connected."
That was a really cool move. I got knocked into the air and then I air canceled and then shot the rocket down and killed everyone around me. It was really fun.
To it. What? As customers, I think we all intuitively understand that it's important to have a clear identity in terms of what type of food you serve. Olive Garden has Italian food. Papa John's has pizza. Imagine if Papa John's was an Italian-Korean barbecue restaurant with an Irishness to it. Not only does it confuse people as to what they actually serve, but it really doesn't inspire any confidence that the types of food that they do serve will be done well. Usually you focus on one genre of food and do that one thing really well, not try to open a school cafeteria that serves 5 types of mediocre shit. To make things even more confusing, there's not one but 3 different managers in this tiny restaurant, all working under one owner. There's a floor manager, a general manager, and a operations manager. This really just sounds like they all do the same exact job but wanted different job titles. On top of that, there are 2 different chefs working in the same kitchen because the chefs cooking the Indian food don't know how to cook anything else. Basically, if someone orders something from the non-Indian menu, this manager that looks like he's from the 1920s goes back in the kitchen and cooks it for them. Given all of that, it's not really surprising that the food was pretty shit. Another huge problem is that right from the beginning of the episode, the show points out how many flies there are in the restaurant. Even while Gordon is trying to sample the food, he complains about the flies bothering him. To be fair, depending on where you're located, it can be pretty hard to keep flies from coming in when customers open the door. But damn, that's a lot of them. After trying the food, Gordon is apparently so offended by it that he asks the chef that made his fish to sit down and eat it.
We haven't got any other chefs in the bank.
Is there a manager that manages the managers?
Western-style food. Can you do me a favor? Yes. Eat that.
I kind of feel bad for him, honestly. Interesting side note, after watching the entire series of Kitchen Nightmares again, I noticed that Gordon Ramsay was a lot meaner and more serious in the early episodes of the show. In the later seasons, he's way more easygoing and even cracks a lot of jokes. He still yells at people, don't get me wrong, but it seems more like he's...
Like if you look at the British
He's
kitchen...
the final boss of this zone, Hassan.
Yeah, right. The sand monsters. If you watch the British Kitchen Nightmares or Bar Rescue, you know, any show with Gordon Ramsay, he's so much more polite in the British version. It's almost like he's incentivized to be more like savage and brutal in the American version.
Doing it to try
and it only got worse as the seasons went on.
Get the restaurant back on track as opposed to just being pissed. In this episode, he seems more like he's genuinely pissed off. Maybe he was just having a bad day, I don't know. It would be pretty hard to be in a good mood after eating that food, I guess. Poor guy is just left there in the dining room eating his fish. Gordon then fucks off to the kitchen to get the chef some ass reaming, and after complaining about how bad the lamb was, the chef reveals that the reason it tasted so bad was because the lamb they served him was old.
Maybe the standard Gordon has a very high compared to mine.
You think? But next is the part of the show where Gordon observes a typical dinner service, and it only gets worse from here. The dinner service is pretty much an all-around train wreck. The food is very slow to get out of the kitchen, despite the fact that they have several chefs working, in addition to 8 servers, all 3 managers, and the owner in the kitchen all at the same time. At one point, Gordon notices one of the line cooks is literally just standing there doing absolutely nothing. After asking him why he wasn't doing anything, the cook says he wasn't given anything to do. So Gordon calls over Martin, the general manager, who ironically appeared to be messing with his phone instead of working, and berated him for not doing his job as manager.
Get me the general manager, Martin, please.
All right.
Not your Martin! This young man's here, he's standing here, and he hasn't got anything to cook. You've got members of your team standing here getting paid, doing fuck all. I've never met a general manager so shit as you.
I've watched all episodes. When he was doing the British restaurants, it felt more genuine.
It did, because he was like...
You're skinning that poor man. Yes, you fucking
He's just more real.
You're taking advantage of a weak, rich man.
And to no one's surprise, the customers don't seem to be enjoying the slow service, bad food, and the flies. But after that,
I can see why people like the American version.
It's time to do the usual kitchen refrigerator inspection, and this is where things get really bad. Gordon finds rotten burger patties, rotten chicken, and mystery food that even the chefs can't identify. Then he decides to go into the basement.
What goes on down here?
That's my sex dungeon.
What's that smell? For God's sake! Look at that! Look!
Look at that! I love how he's just like, what's that smell? For God's sake! I don't know if they edited that or what, but that shit was hilarious. Like I said previously, this is the absolute worst kitchen in terms of dirtiness I've ever seen on Kitchen Nightmares by a country mile. It's absolutely infested with cockroaches. I think every fucking species of cockroach in North America was represented in that kitchen. There's like a whole ecosystem going on in there. He also finds rat traps and rat droppings all over the place, in addition to rotten produce and a bag of lettuce with flies in it. I guess that probably explains why the restaurant can't get rid of the flies in their dining room. Now you might be tempted to say, yeah, it's gross, but it's in the basement. not the actual kitchen, so it's not that bad. But they do have a walk-in freezer down there, and they are using it for food storage, and you can see in multiple shots they're storing plates, trays, and all types of other kitchen implements down there. So it's not like they aren't using that area or anything. They're keeping cooking equipment and the food they use down there. Gordon calls over the general manager Martin again and starts ripping into him about how dangerously unhygienic the kitchen is. He also finds half a rotten tomato and realizes that they probably just served the missing half, which prompts him to frantically ask if it went out to a customer.
Oh! That's been sliced. That's gone out. What is that? Where's it? Hey, madam, where's that tomato gone?
Heck if I know. Oh, no.
Look,
oh,
it's
no.
fucking rotten, you fucking idiot. It's rotten.
Oh my
Has
god.
a customer just been served a slice of tomato? No.
The cameraman is just sitting there watching someone eat poisoned food. So after that, Gordon immediately shuts down the kitchen.
Well, that
and
half
goes on
wasn't
an
rotten,
absolute
okay.
tirade that even the diners can hear.
You'd expect Tiger Woods to tee off with. Look at it. Rubber, rubber, rubber! That's what I got given at the fucking park!
He then gets what looks like a hazardous waste disposal crew, and they clean the kitchen top to bottom. And he even takes them to one of his nearby restaurants to see how clean the kitchen should be. Their reaction is basically, oh, yeah, the kitchen should be clean. So after that groundbreaking revelation, Gordon does the usual menu redesign, and he also brings in a skilled Indian food chef named Vikas Khanna to help run the kitchen and keep them on track. And after seeing their kitchen, I think they need it. They also redid the whole interior of the restaurant, and what the fuck? You didn't fix the floor? Look at that shit. It looks like a clown threw up everywhere. Maybe they couldn't afford to change it or something. In any case, they relaunched the restaurant and
Oh yeah, I
changed the
remember
name to
this. I remember
Panema,
this
But
redesign.
things do not go as planned. During the relaunch service, there's confusion among the staff, and that causes the kitchen to get backed up and food to come out really slow. The narrator of the show places pretty much the entire blame for the restaurant's problems on Martin, the general manager, who does seem to be a little bit out of his element. But after one of the other managers steps up, the service goes a little more smoothly, and they manage to get through the night. After the dinner service, Gordon sits down with the owner, Mohammed, and tells him that he really needs to get rid of one of his managers because he has too many. Gordon suggests getting rid of Martin and accuses him of being manipulative, but apparently Martin and the other staff were just standing off to the side within earshot during this conversation. Upon hearing Gordon's accusations, Martin gets pissed off and interrupts the discussion to say his piece.
Between you and I, Martin has an amazing way of manipulating you.
Tonight, Mohammed, I've never used you, I've respected you, I'm proud of what we've done, I've never cheated you. What's going on? You asking for management? You're recommending. You are enough, I've had enough. Because you've been insulting, you've been accusing me of cheating this, I have nothing to be guilty of.
You what?
Nothing.
You sat in it.
Yeah.
You ran it, you sat in it.
Yes.
You wasted it.
Yes, I wasted it. Yes.
You encouraged it.
Oh my god.
This is my last night. I'm out.
I love the savagery.
So, for some reason, after this huge confrontation, Martin decides to quit, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. He was mad because he thought Mohammed would fire him, which is why he confronted Gordon, but Mohammed might not have fired him. If he really wanted to keep the job, then why did he quit instead of waiting to see if he was going to get fired? Gordon was definitely really hard on Martin pretty much the entire episode, but without having been there, it's hard to tell if any or all of the criticism was deserved. There are a lot of clips of Martin looking down at his phone and just standing around, but the show was filmed over the course of a week. Maybe they only showed the times he wasn't working and omitted the times he was working, but it's hard to say. But that's pretty much how the episode ends. So now let's talk about what happened to the restaurant and its employees after the show. First, I think we have to talk about Martin, the general manager that Gordon heavily criticized. After either being exposed or made to look like a bumbling idiot on national TV, you know he's going to try and take some kind of legal action. And on June 19th, 2007, Martin filed a lawsuit to try and get $3 million and an injunction to stop the episode from airing. Now, I'm obviously not a lawyer and I don't have any legal education, but I read through all the legal documents I could find on the issue, and I'm going to try my best to break it all down. The entire complaint was 61 pages in total. So what did Martin accuse Gordon of doing? This is where things get a little bit wild. I'm going to paraphrase a little bit here, but basically Martin accused Gordon and Kitchen Nightmares of faking a lot of the show, setting up an elaborate scheme to frame him and have him fired, and even assault. Yes, he accused Gordon Ramsay of assaulting him during the show. Let's start with that. The complaint reads, on April 8th, 2007, while producing The Dylan Show, Ramsey put his face several inches from one of plaintiff's ears and screamed into the plaintiff's face, when I go for a shit, you are the little bit of shit I just can't get
Of course,
out. I really
this
wish
cat.
that part had made it into the final show. It continues. Plaintiff had learned prior to April 2007 that Ramsey was a martial arts expert and had served in the British Special Forces, and had the skill, if not the experience, in crippling or killing victims who were unprepared for or defenseless against any such assault. In another part of the complaint, he says that Gordon was a captain in the 23rd SAS unit and called him one of the most feared persons in Britain. Okay, we gotta stop right there. Gordon Ramsay has not served in the military, and he is not ex-Special Forces. I don't know where Martin got that from, or why you would make up a claim like that that is extremely easy to look up and disprove, but yeah, not true. As far as him being a martial artist, using the Wayback Machine, I was able to find an interview that he did with Playboy a while back, where he says that he does have a black belt and practices martial arts, so I guess that bit is true. But as to whether or not he's a killing machine that's guilty of assault for yelling at someone, I'm not convinced. Next, let's look at allegations that the show was partly faked. The complaint is littered with accusations of the show being faked and just generally being dishonest. He claims that the customers were hired to be actors for the production, were paid $75 each, and were required to sign releases. He also claims that, upon information and belief, Ramsey and one or more of his producers and production employees had planned prior to commencement of the Dylan's production, falsely blamed someone for various conditions fabricated by Ramsey and or his staff, such as 1. Discovery of rotten meat, 2. Discovery of rat droppings, and 3. Choosing a wobbly chair and having Ramsey sit down on the chair. He also claims that there was an incident where Gordon pretended to smash his cell phone and make him pick it up off the ground. It says, on Sunday, April 7th, 2008, on the sidewalk in front of Dylan's, Ramsey grabbed plaintiff's cell telephone, substituted a different cell phone without plaintiff's knowledge, then threw the substitute phone onto the sidewalk, then directed plaintiff to retrieve the phone. This forced plaintiff to get on his hands and knees on the sidewalk to look for what he thought was plaintiff's phone without success. Meanwhile, Ramsey dialed plaintiff's cell phone number in front of various production staff and Dylan's employees and left the following message for plaintiff. Hello, General Manager. Gordon here. Can you get your arse back to the restaurant and attempt to do your job, please? Now, quickly. Thank you, General Manager. Fake. In a sarcastic tone. Now, this alleged clip was not in the final episode, so we can't really be sure if it ever even happened. It does kind of sound like a stunt Gordon might pull, but who knows. Reading about it in the complaint, it does sound a little bit mean though if it did happen. Martin also defends himself in the complaint by saying that he wasn't responsible for any of the staff or restaurant issues that were shown in the episode, and he claims that his job was to book entertainment events for the restaurant, which he claims he was successful at. Now, I probably don't need to say this, but in my opinion, claims and lawsuits are frequently exaggerated and potentially even made up in order to help the plaintiff's chances of winning. The phrase, upon information and belief, is absolutely littered throughout this complaint, and from what I, as a non-legal scholar, understand, that's basically a legal term that means that you don't have first-hand evidence of the claim, you just heard it from someone or somewhere else. I assume that if you make specific claims that you don't have evidence for without that qualifier, you could get yourself into legal trouble.
Yep.
But all that's to say that we don't really know how many, if any of these accusations is true. As far as what Martin was asking for, basically, as I understand it, when he agreed to go on the show, he signed something saying that if there was any legal problem, it would be arbitrated instead of going to court. Arbitration is a faster, cheaper, less formal way of settling legal disputes than going to court. Basically,
but if you watch any of my Greer videos, you know all about this already.
You just get a neutral third party to be the arbitrator, and they decide who gets what. But Martin is arguing that the arbitration agreement he signed should be void because the show was allegedly fake, and his case should go to court. But unfortunately for Martin, the judge disagreed with him, as this article from Fox 42 says, earlier this month, a judge tossed the suit into arbitration. The article also had this statement from Gordon about the lawsuit. I would never ever dream of setting anything up, Mr. Ramsey said by phone from London on Friday. I want to sleep at night. We were issued a writ because, God bless America, if the toilet paper is not thick enough and you come out with a rash on your ass, you'll get sued. As far as what happened with arbitration, unfortunately, while civil suits are public information, apparently arbitrations are not. So we don't know if he got anything in the end, but I would guess not. I found another article about the episode from the Gazette Review, and it says that in 2008, after the episode had been shown, Martin once again took the Kitchen Nightmares production company to court. This time he was claiming $800,000. Martin's legal battle, however, ultimately came to nothing. And that's pretty much all the concrete info I could find on Martin Hyde. As far as what he's doing today or where he is, we really don't know, as he doesn't seem to have any kind of online presence. So now let's talk about the fate of the actual restaurant. About a year after the episode of Kitchen Nightmares aired, Gordon returned to do a revisited episode and see what happened to Purnima. The owner told Gordon that business was up and that Vikas Khanna, the chef that was brought in temporarily, ended up staying permanently. It's also mentioned that Martin did not return to work there. The whole restaurant is shown to be very clean, and they even take customers into the basement to show off how clean it is. However, the Gazette Review article I mentioned earlier says that the restaurant eventually closed down permanently in 2009, only a year after the recap episode. I was really curious as to why they closed down so soon after that, since they seem to be doing relatively well in the revisited episode. I managed to find an article from Delish.com where the writer and a co-worker went to the restaurant after seeing the show to try it out. This visit to the restaurant took place less than 2 weeks after the airing of the revisited episode, since it stated September 18th and the episode aired on the 4th. The writer even mentions that seeing the revisited episode made them want to try it out. According to the writer, the food was good, but it cost in the $18 to $24 per meal range, and they said their money would be better spent somewhere else. They also complained about noisy music from the adjacent bar Dylan's, which I guess was in this building. So it sounds like maybe they split the restaurant into Purnima, which served Indian food, and a bar called Dylan's that served drinks. But that's just my guess. In addition, they mentioned that the restaurant was nearly empty. I looked around the fabric-walled dining room. Besides us and one other couple, it was completely and totally dead. At 6:45 in New York's Theater District on a Wednesday. So I guess they must have put the ugly fabric back on the walls as well. They also said that the customers that were there were taking home leftovers, which was proof that the serving sizes were too big. I also wanted to read the Yelp reviews for the place to get some different opinions. There are only 7 reviews for the restaurant, 2 4-star reviews, 3 3-star reviews, 1 2-star review, and 1 1-star review, giving it a total average of 3 stars. Not spectacular. This 2-star review from 2008 said, "We came in and there was only one other table occupied on a Saturday night at 9 p.m. Regardless, I love Indian food and was looking forward to it. We had a bottle of Pellegrino which was smeared with some nasty food shit and the bottle was sticky and smelled like shit. Okay, not good. They finally brought me the chicken vindaloo and it was mediocre. My sister's biryani was also just mediocre. It was lacking serious flavor. The bar next door has quite loud music. We had mediocre service with mediocre food at prices that were way too high. $100 tab for us both." A 4-star review from 2008 said, "The food was pretty good to boot. Most memorable were the samosas and the chicken tikka masala. It was tasty and melted like butter in your mouth." Several of the reviews mentioned that the restaurant was very empty and that the food was mediocre with high prices, so it sounds like that article from Delish was probably spot on. It also makes me wonder about how packed it was on the day of shooting for the revisited episode. I have heard claims that the production staff rounds up customers to be in the restaurant while filming just so it doesn't look completely empty, but I need to do some more research to verify that for sure.
I'm pretty sure
One thing
about
that I
that.
noticed while editing is that in the revisited episode when Gordon first...
I do think they bus in customers for like grand openings. I do suspect that. You do get that hint if you're watching the show.
walks into the restaurant, it's completely empty. Maybe he got there early before their normal operating time so the customers wouldn't be disturbed, but you can see in this shot just before he walks in, it looks like daytime. It doesn't really look like early morning to me, and if they weren't open for lunch, I think Gordon would have changed that immediately. It does cut when he walks in the door, but in shots where you can see out the window from inside, it still looks like it's around the same time, and it looks pretty bright outside. It's not until later when Gordon interviews the staff in the dining room that there are some customers, but take that as you will, I guess. It does sound really expensive though, at least for my taste. I don't live in New York, so I don't know what the average food costs are in the area, but the reviews seem to agree with me. It seems like high prices and mediocre food ended up putting the final nail in Purnima's coffin. And to be honest, a lot of the restaurants from the show I might be willing to give another chance after getting revamped. But after seeing all those rat droppings and roaches, that's a hard sell for me. I can't really blame people for not wanting to try it after seeing that. But there is a positive side to this story. Vikas Khanna, the Indian chef that Gordon Ramsay brought in to run the kitchen, has gone on to have an extremely successful career. He has a long list of accolades. He's written more than 36 cookbooks, been in a number of TV shows including a judge on Hell's Kitchen, Throw Down with Bobby Flay, and a guest chef on The Martha Stewart Show. He's been one of the permanent judges on MasterChef India since season 2. He's produced 2 documentaries and a movie called The Last Color that made it to the last round of picks to win an Oscar. And he also opened his own restaurant in New York called Junoon that ended up getting a Michelin star. On top of all of that, he won the Asia Game Changer Award in 2020 for feeding millions across India amid the COVID-19 pandemic through a massive Feed India drive. He seems like a really nice and genuine guy, so good for him. It's pretty cool that this episode of Kitchen Nightmares was the starting point for his TV career. And as a wholesome final note, remember that one manager named Andrew that looked like he was from the 30s? He and Vikas ended up becoming really good friends that have collaborated together on a number of things since then. He worked with Vikas on some of the cookbooks he wrote as a writer and a photographer, and if you look at his LinkedIn page, it says that he worked at Vikas' restaurant Junoon as a kitchen manager for 2 years. So they've clearly maintained a pretty close relationship since meeting on Kitchen Nightmares. Andrew is currently a writer for an online classical music magazine called Backtrack, where he writes about dance performances. So although the restaurant barely survived past the airing of the episode, some good did come from it. Vikas Khanna and Andrew have made very successful careers for themselves, and Vikas' restaurant Junoon is still open today with really good reviews on Yelp. So I guess that's all for this video. Thank you so much for watching. I would like to briefly mention that I recently crossed the 2,000 sub mark, and I just want to say a huge thank you for that. It's really encouraging and humbling to know that people find my videos entertaining and want to watch them. So thank you so much for that. I'll keep them coming. But I guess that's all for now. Thank you again, and I'll see you in the next one.
Very good set of videos there. A good trilogy of Kitchen Nightmares, failures, and successes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this video is going to be a rant on Dark Side Phil, one of the most annoying chuds on not only YouTube, but the wider surface.
I wouldn't call him a chud, I'm sorry.
Internet. DSP is a
He's far from a
known for
chud.
constantly e-begging,
He's very, very
throwing
soy.
hissy fits, and being horrible at video games, even though he plays them for a quote-unquote living. He's been on YouTube for 15 years and still sucks at games. Every single game that I see him play, he is either severely under-leveled or severely over-leveled. And he'll complain that the game is too hard or the game is too easy. And people aren't interested in seeing him beat Player Obscure Expedition 33 when he's like level 80. No one wants to see that, and then he complains about it. Oh, why won't you guys support this stream? You were doing so good. Every time I love you, Dr. Chud. Everybody makes fun of me and nobody wants to support the stream because nobody wants to see you prance through a game that has zero challenge because you're so bad you have to over level. And that's another thing. He complains. He complains and complains and complains. It's always complaining. Half of his commentary isn't even commentary, it's just complaining. The other half is him making this stupid noise every single time his character in game gets hurt because he doesn't have any commentary whatsoever because he is boring as fuck. It's so annoying. He complains about everything. He complains about the game being too hard. He complains about the level design. He complains that he's not able to see anything. Legit, in Mario Kart World, while he was playing it, he complained and said the game was cheating every single time he got hit by an item because, guess what? He is 10 feet away from the monitor. He cannot see jack shit, and he blames the game and the developers and the netcode. Yes, Darkside Phil, every time he sucks at a game, blames the netcode. He blames lag. He blames the developers. He blames everything but himself because Darkside Phil is a very special boy who did not get his Wolverine doll from his rich parents because he's too good. He can't ever mess up. He's Darkside Phil. He's been playing video games for 15 years and he still sucks. Oh yeah, another thing. He recently played Pokemon Fire Red because of course he did. It's a re-release of a 20-year-old game that's $20. What the fuck's up with that, Nintendo? What is this? And people defend it. It's crazy. That's a different topic for another day. But basically, he is really bad at Pokemon. He is horrible at Pokemon. It's laughable. I spend hours watching detractor content, as he'll put it, of him being one of the worst Pokemon players aside from a literal fetus. It's beautiful. It's absolute abysmal dog shit is what it is. It's beautiful, guys. Trust me. If you ever want to laugh, the hardest laugh you have ever laughed to laugh ever in your life, watch DSP claim that Misty, the second gym leader, is cheating because she heals her Starmie with a single potion. I'm not kidding. He unironically said that Misty was cheating because she used a potion. And he was complaining that she was too difficult.
Watch it, but not directly through his channel.
Yes, the second gym leader with a level 21 Pokemon. You know why it was so difficult? Maybe because all of his Pokemon were level 15 the first 20 attempts he tried to beat her. That's an idea. I'm flabbergasted, I really am. It's amazing. Oh, and speaking of Pokemon, this is really, a lot of my negative emotions towards DSP come from Pokemon because Pokemon is for kids. Let's be honest. Pokemon is for literal toddlers, infants in preschool. The games are easy for those toddlers. DSP cannot figure out how Pokemon works at a fundamental level. But that gets into another thing. He constantly e-begs. His e-begging, that is half of what he's known for. He's known for two things. He's known for being garbage at video games, and he's known for begging for money while he's garbage at video games. It's like those two things combined together. It's like two homeless people fucking and then making like a homeless AIDS baby. And that homeless AIDS baby is DSP's content. It's beautiful how garbage of a creator he is because he constantly e-begs. And specifically during his Pokemon streams, he will say, oh guys, let me do his voice. So guys, you can name any Pokemon for a $5 contribution. $5. That was disgusting. But I had to for the bit. $5 contribution. Okay, guys? You can name, yes you can name, he points at the camera. You can name a Pokemon for $5 whole. So who's gonna support the stream? Come on, we can do this from YouTube memberships. We can do this from YouTube tips. We can do this from PayPal. We can do it from Kick. Who's gonna name this level 12 Albra that I caught on Route 16? Who's gonna name it? And he does this every single time, and people still fall for it. But the fact that he's done it used to be $20, by the way. I just want to point that out. Back like a year ago, while he was playing Legends ZA, it was like $20
super close
to name a Pokemon that he would use for 2 hours. Oh yeah, and that's another thing. I know this is very random, but I just want to get all this off my chest because I've been thinking about this for a while. But he only streams 4 hours every day, and what he does is he'll stream for 2 hours, then he'll take a 2-hour break, and then he'll stream for another 2 hours. Why? Why not just stream for 4 total hours? Why? And he insists on playing 2.
This guy is only looking at the recorded videos. He's not like DSP streams for like 6 hours a day, doesn't he? It's not just 4 hours a day. Like a lot of it is just filler and meandering, but as far as gameplay goes, yeah, it is pretty much 2 hours. Like 2 hours, 2 sessions a day on a game. It's like that's being very, very generous though.
2 games.
Like more like 2 hours in the day stream and like 1 hour of gameplay in the night stream because he's so slow.
He's taking Phil out of context, dude.
But yeah.
Every single stream, he is playing 4 games a day for an hour. You're not able to do anything with that. Or at least that's how it used to be. Now he's doing it for like 2 hours of Pokemon and then 2 hours for some game that people aren't giving him hand over fist money, just shoving it down his gout-infested gullet. It's crazy, and that's another thing about the night streams. The night streams are basically where streams go to die if people don't give him enough money. You want to know how much money he wants every single stream? $150. Why? $150. Every 2 hours. He wants $300 a day. And you know what happens at the end of the week if he reaches all of his goals, which is a total of $1,500? He will eat Burger King in front of the camera like a toddler. I'm talking...
Well, he doesn't need to hit the goal for that. Not anymore.
The new Burger King Whopper is really good. It's really good, guys. Thank you for the contributions. I beat the casino. He just does that every single week, and it's so infuriating because people actually pay it. Now, of course, if you're in detractor circles or if you know anything about Phil, people looked into it and they were able to, find the dents, the whales, the people who give all this money to Phil. And I do not condone doxing. I do not condone harassment. I do not condone any of that. Finding private information. If you go out and find people's private information online, you are a fucking loser. But here's the thing. It was used to prove that all the people who give to DSP are handicapped. What do I mean by that? I mean these are people
What do you mean by that?
who have assisted living. They get money every single, I think it's 2 weeks or every single month.
So you're not supposed to find out about this because
they have difficulties caring for themselves. Right? And DSP, if you listen with this information, if you listen to him talk, how he talks to his audience, you want to beat him in the face. And now, I do not condone violence, right? I condemn it. Violence is bad. We should never hurt people. We should always be nice and friends and sing Kumbaya and probably give everyone a tug under the table, just to your homies. But
this guy is trying not to violate TOS.
DSP is one of the most infuriating people of all time.
But YouTube is more
because
lenient.
of this, because of his complaining, because of him sucking at video games and complaining about him sucking at video games. Because
it's the chilling effect. He doesn't want to get that smoke from the raw Phil attackers.
Everyone else's problem, and it's everyone else's fault that he sucks at video games. Now, these things are already bad enough. But you know what's even worse? His videos. His videos are so fucking garbage. Okay, DSP's videos. They are hour-long, unedited gameplay walkthroughs. Now, this is not necessarily bad. People like Jacksepticeye, Dan TDM, Markiplier, they're able to get away with this, having like 2-hour-long videos of playthroughs of games. But do you know why they can get away with that? Because they're naturally entertaining. You could sit through a 2-hour-long Jacksepticeye video and still be entertained from start to finish. DSP, though, you're never entertained because you want to know what his commentary is? It's this. Guys, why don't we reach the goal? Oh, whoa, is that a Pikachu? Whoa, that's crazy. Oh, okay, $5 to name the Pikachu. Who's biting? And then he'll sit there for 2 minutes of silence, say nothing, and he's like, well, I guess no one's naming Pikachu, really? So we're just gonna have it left unnamed unless. And then he'll stall for another 2 minutes, wanting people to donate, and it is so annoying. His content is garbage, and he complains about that too. He complains about how low views his videos get. Not all the time, but every now and again, he'll complain about how low his views are on his what he calls on-demand content, his YouTube videos, which are literally just hour-long VODs of his streams, completely unedited, with zero edited out dead space. I'm so angry I can't talk. Oh my god. It's horrible. It's horrible. And he just complains about literally everything. And you know what makes salt in the wound or whatever? He is the biggest sore loser of all time. He complains, he begs, he yells, but most of all, he is a sore loser. And I mentioned a little of this earlier. He will blame everything but himself when it comes to him sucking at video games. Every time he loses, it's always lag. It's always his opponent's garbage. It's always, net code. He always blames his internet provider. No joke. I remember seeing this clip of DSP. He was sucking ass in Call of Duty. And you know what his excuse was for why he was sucking so hard? It's because he didn't hit the tip goal that day. He didn't hit the tip goal that stream. He didn't get his $150. So obviously the natural conclusion is that he wasn't able to play properly in Call of Duty with like a KD of like 1 to 14. It was garbage. It was horrible. Oh, but even then, he's always been known like this. He's always been a sore loser. Since even before he started his channel 15 years ago. Since way before that. He has been a part of the fighting game community, you know, Street Fighter, Tekken, all that. Love it. I love those games. I'm terrible at them. Absolutely horrible at them, but they're really fun. He's been a part of that for years. He was a part of the competitive scene, and everyone hated him. I don't think I know of a single person that liked Darkside Phil, or even likes, current and past tense, likes Darkside Phil. Because there's just videos of people laughing at him, and people saying he sucks. There's this one video where he was recording another person's fight on a camera for like YouTube content, which he did that a lot. He just took other people's. He's always been a fucking a worm, basically. He would record other people's fights, other people's gameplay at these events, and you know, people, you know, the event organizers would tell him, stop that. Actually stop that. Go to your seat or you are getting kicked out. And he yells back. He yells back in the most annoying, bitchy tone of all time. That makes you just want to smack a guy. You know, you just want to smack him across the face.
You want me to run this competition for you?
It's like one of those fake tough guys in school. You know, they put on this false bravado and they puff up their chest and they're like, what? What are you gonna do? Huh? What are you gonna do? And it's like, oh, dude, you are not him. You are not him. You're a fat chud recording gameplay at a fighting game tournament that no one likes you at. You're horrible. And, oh. Another thing, he always brags. He's not just a sore loser. He's the biggest...
He's a sore winner as well.
Brag, but he just brags so much. Everything.
Speaking of Supercard, remember when he was flexing his Hogan card
like,
and people were making fun of him?
Street Fighter Turbo.
Because he goes into the forum and he's like, guys, I figured it out. Here's the secret. Here's how you get the really good pulls. Here's what you do. You spend a whole lot of money. You just spend a shit ton of money, and that's how you break the systems.
Deluxe
Everyone's just like,
edition,
okay.
You know, player in all of America. When he got like 4th place because no one else wanted to play that shitty game because it was on a horrible version. It was like the PS1 version, which it was super glitchy, super buggy. It was terrible. No one liked it. You can look it up, and he just brags about that. He'll even bring it up today. He'll be like, I am the best Street Fighter 2 Turbo 2 Deluxe Panty Edition player in the entire US of A. There was 3 Japanese players, but I was the best in the US because no one else wanted to play in the US.
Anubis.
I don't know about a whole lot of his career in the FGC. I'm not sure, but I do remember one more story. And it's beautiful. It's so amazing. So one time, Darkside Phil was trash talking on this, like, I can't remember his name. He was trash talking this dude at FGC or online or something. And the dude's like, okay, then pull up. You know, because Darkside Phil was talking about I'd beat your ass in real life. That's not his voice. It's not that deep. It's way higher pitched and nasally. You got a snort in there too. No, I can beat your ass in real life. Fight me. I'm the #1 in US Street Fighter 2 Turbo player, 2 Deluxe Panty Edition player in the entire US. There was 3 other Japanese players, but I was the only one who played in the US, so I won automatically. That makes me the best American player. Shut up! These feelings.
Oh my god, alright, this guy.
I'm sorry. These feelings. Sorry.
Loud
warning, but
see, this guy is all wrong.
For a long time. It's
Nobody hated
so
DSP and wanted to beat his ass IRL until this is how you don't play.
Yes, he was trash talking and he was like saying he's gonna beat some dude's ass. Dude pulls up. He's like, "You wanna go, bro?" Calls him out to the like parking lot of an FGC event or something like that, like some local event or something. Goes out in the parking lot. And he's like, "Come on, bro, let's do it. You said you were gonna beat my ass." And then DSP, Darkside Phil, he basically pisses his pants and curls up in the fetal position. And he's like, "No, I'm sorry, please. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, please, don't hurt me, please don't hurt me. No, oh, mommy, comb my hair, please. Please, where's my mother? They combed my hair until I was 17 years old.
This guy knows
That's
all
a
the
true
lore.
story, by the way. His mom combed his hair until
Guy's
he
a
was
Kino watcher,
17 or like
I'm
16
guessing.
or something like that. It's pathetic. He's such a fucking mama's boy. But yeah, this dude felt bad for DSP because he was like, oh man, I can't beat this guy's ass now. He's like, he legit thought DSP had like something mentally wrong with him. Like he
Well,
thought
probably
DSP
does.
was actually mentally disabled.
He probably
And
does,
it's just
honestly,
one
but
of the
he doesn't
best-
want to
Oh,
admit it, so.
it's one of the best stories. I chuckle every time I think about it, and it's just mwah, chef's kiss. Thinking about DSP pissing his pants and crying in a fetal position because he's such a keyboard warrior. Oh my goodness. Oh, all right, that's about my rant. I just had to get that off my chest. I'm sorry. Thank you for watching. Hope you guys have a nice day. Peace.
I think that if DSP got beat up just like Sirix did from Marty, he wouldn't be so delusional. He now thinks that he can always get away if he'll cry like a bitch.
Yeah, typical spoiled brat mentality. Sloproach recently put out this video on LTG. This is a recent one. This isn't an old one. Big ups, big up Sloproach. Big fan. Well, the thing is, like, the Jaha thing, like a lot of people have said, if Jaha had beaten up DSP in that alley, or in that parking garage, DSP would have sued, and he would have learned nothing from it.
Bill Wilson was born in LA in
So it
1984,
depends.
raised by his mother in a Christian school after his father went out to get milk and never came back. He has an unnamed brother who is apparently 6'6". Dale obviously and understandably has a lot of resentment against his father, and one of the reasons is because he could have put his brother in sports and at least made money off of him.
That's why I'll never ever forgive my dad, period. Because not only did you fuck up with me, you fucked up with my brother too. My brother is like 6'6". I mean,
So they
man, you
put
could've
it us
coached
in
one of us
sports
into
because
making
we're
you some
tall,
paper.
and
Not
being
much
tall
else
is all it
known
takes,
about his
man.
early life, other than sometime while growing up, he really got into fighting games, specifically the game Street Fighter. Early on, though, Dale's questionable behavior
Yeah,
would
now
start
that
to
I think
rear
about
its
it, you're
ugly
right,
head.
just like
In
Sirix.
2005,
He would say
Dale
that he
would
actually
receive a
won because
restraining
he's
order
alive.
from a certain
You
woman
used her
he
weight
was in
against
a
me.
relationship with. While he never physically hurt her, he did send her several threatening voicemails saying he would kill her. This would be indicative
fair.
of his future behavior as
None of
an
this is
internet
fair.
creator. Dale would first create his YouTube channel on January 20th, 2006. It was originally called Sparrow25 and would be used to upload various
Enough money.
skits.
Street
It
Fighter
seems
and
his
its
original
consequences have
calling
been a
was an
disaster
actor.
for the human
Interesting.
race.
In 2013, Dale would release his first big hit, a roast video on Boogie2988. It was exactly what you expected it to be. It's amazing how little Dale has changed in 13 years.
You fat, disgusting, ass-smelling, cheese-drinking, lard
You
gargling,
drink cheese.
calorie thieving,
This is pretty funny, though.
cabbage patch face having, T-Rex arm having, non-vegetable eating, cook on a George
You
Foreman
fat
grill,
glutton
drink
fuck.
out a drip tray.
Thing is, though, there was a time where Boogie was actually well liked by the YouTube community, so this video was very poorly received. Right out of the gate, Dale was known much more for being infamous than, well, actually famous. Dale would rebrand his channel as Low Tier God around this time and start focusing on fighting games. The idea is that
about
he
the
would
people I unlocked?
specifically play characters that were considered low tier and would dominate with them, showing that skill is what prevails in fighting games. However, his domination in games is greatly exaggerated. Let's take a look at how he actually handles fighting games. Dale would get a reputation for being toxic in the fighting game community, known for rage quitting, making excuses, talking mad shit, and only being able to back it up sometimes, etc. His overconfidence in his gaming skills combined with his endless excuse making has given him the nickname Black DSP. Rather than being known
he's
for a skilled
unescapable.
player who could pull off wins with underrated characters,
Get outta here, Phil.
he'd just be known for being an unbearable antagonist who everyone would just prefer if he just shut up. In 2014, his shit-talking would draw the ire of a player who goes by the name Vizkin. They would randomly match in a game of Street Fighter, to which Dale lost, obviously. Dale would talk mad shit about Vizkin online afterwards. Thing is, he wasn't doing it for fun. Dale really took this loss personally, and he was lashing out. We're going to see going forward that Dale takes himself way too seriously and treats every single slight as a personal attack against his honor. A few days later, Wednesday Night Fights would set up a match between Dale and Vizkin. The first to 10 wins would be the winner, and it went just the way you expected.
That's it! That's it! And Jay is popping off! He is popping off right now! He is popping off! The shirt's tucked in! No handshake! The shirt's tucked in! Why would we shake hands? We do not shake hands in grudge matches of this caliber! Wow! He has done it!
This was basically the equivalent to the Syndicate match with Wings of Redemption, cementing Dale's reputation as the Black DSP and making him a hated figure in the FSG. And of course, Dale would respond a few months later defending his actions and making excuses for why he
fighting
lost.
street
If you watch the set closely, there was actually a point in time that I was up in the set. So saying that I got bodied baffles me, and it's fucking hilarious. Now let's slide over to the Vagina Scott grudge match. I want you guys to closely watch that match, and I want you to look how nervous this guy Vagina Scott was when he played
Vagina
the
Scott.
until his
Not
boyfriend
Viscount, more like
decided to come to the
Vagina
sideline
Scott,
to
because
coach him.
Also in 2014, Dale would have his daughter. No, really, he managed to create life with a woman he met in 2013 for their shared interest in Borderlands. When he found out she was pregnant, though, his demeanor changed and immediately started becoming far more distant, both figuratively and literally. He basically did what his father did and went for milk and never came back. Court records show that he knew he had a daughter, however, he spent almost 10 years denying this. We'll get to that later, but for now, I want to show Dale's attitude when it comes to having a daughter.
Imagine like you have a daughter and her only purpose is to just suck and fuck some other nigga and create his kids and destroy your legacy. That's how I don't see
does
how
that
men
mean?
can have daughters.
What do you mean
and be
destroy
like,
your
"Yo, my
legacy? It's
baby girl,"
carrying
like,
on.
You know what your baby girl gonna do one day, right?
You just hate black people so much at the idea of like your spawn dating a black person is like, ugh,
gross. Get back, shot it, ride cops.
Ew, imagine having a daughter and she's having sex with a black guy. Ew.
Bring you in and all.
Yuck, ew.
His daughter is like 6 years old in this clip, by the way. What does it say about his character when he says shit like this? Also in 2014, man, this was an active year for him, he would meet Elena at a movie theater. Elena was Dale's girlfriend until 2018. I want to be careful when talking about this because it's extremely questionable behavior. See, Elena's birthday is on November 23rd, 1996. This means she was likely 17 when they first met. Dale, on the other hand, is born in 1984, meaning he was 29. We know they met in 2014 because they could be heard talking about their 4-year anniversary on August 3rd, 2018.
What the hell is your problem? You gotta be kidding me. Ain't nobody prioritizing shit. It's a goddamn couple of days at EVA.
Friday is our 4th-year anniversary.
To be extra charitable, I will assume they met on August 2014 and didn't officially become girlfriend-boyfriend that day. But it's still very weird. As much as some people want to paint Dale as a likable lolcow with some redeeming qualities, I just can't bring myself to the same conclusion when I hear about stuff like this. 2015 was when the low-tier god detractor community would really start to take off. One of the first troll channels was Pikachu Akuma, who published a bunch of videos roasting and criticizing Dale. Low-tier god took negative criticism the exact same way he took losing in a video game. He crashed out. If he wasn't considered a lolcow after his Vizcant loss, he'd definitely be considered one now since people knew how easy it was to antagonize him. If he had just laid low after the Vizcant loss, all of this could have blown over. However, Dale has a habit of making situations so much worse. Whenever he tries to negate criticism, the actions he's taken have been far worse than the reasons he received criticism in the first place. 2017 was a very active year for our protagonist. First, he matched with another fighting game streamer named Punisher in Street Fighter V. He lost, obviously, but what makes this loss stand out is that it was a 50-game loss streak. In his last high-profile loss against Vizcant, he lashed out on Twitter, making excuses, etc. However, this time his ego was bruised even more, so the reaction was far more volatile. He would tell his fans to hate raid Punisher's Twitch, which would get him banned from Twitch for an entire year. This would just be the start of Low Tier God's escalation in his actions, though. A troll channel called Low Tier God Stream Archive had a video removed due to Dale copy striking the video. Dale has a habit of false flagging and abusing the flawed copyright system on YouTube to an insane degree. There's even a spreadsheet made attempting to document all the channels and videos Dale has targeted for takedown. If this video goes down suddenly, y'all will probably be able to figure out why. And the reason Dale copy strikes videos isn't just to have them removed. There's a far more sinister reason. Here's the thing when you file a copy strike or appeal. You have to give your personal information, and the other party can view that information. Dale knew this, and once the Low Tier God Stream Archive channel appealed, he immediately published all the information publicly and fully doxed this channel. This would not be the last channel Low Tier God did this to, and if this video goes down, I know exactly what the reason will be. By the way, Dale, I hope you're enjoying this video. Your name isn't Deluvian Sparrow, you're 41 years old, you have a 12-year-old daughter, and you should spend more time calculating your child support you need to pay instead of trying to dox random slot
now he knows.
who just talk about you online. On the topic of Dale's online conduct, he would have a falling out with one of his mods around this time, named Donovan. Another mod had called Donovan the N-word, and Dale would tell him to suck it up and would eventually start calling him slurs himself before banning him completely. Dale has a weird brand of self-loathing racism against other black people.
He does.
When you look at his tweets,
But I'm not the only one who
he
sees
seems
it.
to have a stereotypical racist Southerners attitude on black people. He claims he's only against the New Age blacks, but I'm not buying that excuse when you've literally
No, he is the
defended
New Age black. He's against anyone other than the New Age black. He's against the Old Age black.
I don't even think it's not even on that type of time anymore.
Dale says slurs on his streams like crazy. His favorite one seems to be the one that starts with C and rhymes with spoon. His racism is so advanced that he's even created his own slur, Balrog, or just Rog for short.
You're 5'3", she's 5'3", you some
Tamir,
Balrog looking bitch.
he's
You're
a super black.
Now your kids are gonna come out looking like monsters. Now their life's fucked up. Now they're single in their 30s, 40s, 50s because it's your fault.
So Balrog is a character from Street Fighter, but I always think of the Balrog from Lord of the Rings and immediately start laughing. Are we going to be calling white people White Walkers as an insult soon? Anyways,
No, he calls
later
us
that
Ice
year,
Wardens.
Dale matched with a handicapped
Pretty
player
cool.
named Broly Legs. Broly Legs has arthrogryposis and can't properly move his arms, but he plays with controllers using his face and mouth. Pretty impressive, honestly. Well, he ended up beating Dale. Dale would rage, calling him Krang and rage quitting. Broly Legs could have just scolded him for being ableist and salty, however he decided to have a little fun and return the trash talk on Twitter. Dale responded in the exact way you'd expect him to.
I don't give a what match he posted. Motherfucker's a fucking worthless human being. Worthless piece of specimen. He could put whatever the he wants. No one gives a fuck about no goddamn Broly Legs. Stop even saying legs.
No one
Just call
cares about
why
him.
Why call him Broly? out of here.
What a swell guy, eh?
No one
Brawly
even
Lake's
cares
response
about
was
him,
far more
okay?
nonchalant, and he absolutely dismantled Dale.
He makes a response like a week later, and I already forgot about him like the first 10 minutes. Man's not even on my mind at all. Like I have no response to him at all. Just looking at his video and just like, okay, you know, yeah, I showed people that you rage quit. It's nothing new, right? You can't beat me in any game. That's right. It's fine. And I understand that you respect me in the game, though, but I get it. And do I have respect for you in the game, though? No, I think you're a scrub, and that, you know, you have never done anything to ever, you know, gain any kind of audience or whatever. You're just a scrub with a big mouth, but it's fine, right?
This really made Low Tier God a hated person on the internet. Not only was he known for being a scrub who couldn't back up his words with any skills, but he was extremely salty and toxic and would take drastic measures to anyone who would slight him. Dale would do a half apology years later, but he would also try to justify his behavior again and again. Tragically, Brawly Lakes would pass away in 2024. Interestingly, Dale would mourn his death and offer condolences in a rare moment of human decency.
I'm not sure what happened with Brawly, but I was pretty sad when I heard the news. Because, you know, contrary to what people actually believe, I really thought Brawly Lakes was talented. Even before like the whole 2014 rose to bullshit between us, I thought he was a talented guy. I thought anybody that made a way to play games at his level, to play Street Fighter 4 at his level, was astronomical. It was crazy. It was a once in a lifetime thing.
And if he wasn't good at Street Fighter, then what would you be
Elena.
saying?
He would go into a depressive period, but
Seems
would remain
kind of
friends with her for several years. Elena would spend these years defending Dale, insisting he's not a predator and that she wasn't taken advantage of. However, years later, she would post this on Instagram. 2019 was a year where things took a turn for the worse. Of course, it was already terrible. It's so terrible that YouTuber June the King made an official documentary on Low Tier God. The documentary focuses on the major events of his life online and concludes with June ending on a positive note, talking about how he has the potential to be a genuine great influencer outside his infamy. Dale obviously took all of this terribly, but this time he was going hard on playing the victim, saying that June was releasing personal information even though everything June talked about was public knowledge. He started by leaving an angry comment on his video, being a whiny bitch as usual. June initially ignored this, but then Dale copy-striked the video, taking it down temporarily. Hilariously, Dale put his name in the request as "This video is defamation of character," so it would show up as this. Dale Emmanuel Wilson has gone by many different names over the years, such as Deluvian Sparrow. However, this is an interesting name he took on. After "This video is defamation of character" flagged June's video, June fell for his trap and appealed the copy strike. The good news is that the appeal was granted and the video went back up. The bad news? Dale would end up doxing June, releasing personal information on him. He also threatened to sue him several times, as well as inciting harassment against him. The next 2 years would be dreadful for June, as he'd have to deal with deranged cyberstalking from this maniac. He tried reporting to YouTube for privacy violations, but they didn't do anything. From here, Dale would actually go on a doxing streak. The next year in 2020, Dale did the same thing to notable trolls Trevor Belmont and Slayer.
Trevor Belmont
had done a video on Dale debunking his
Trevor.
lies about his age. Dale would strike him and wait for the appeal. Then he'd search up Trevor's house on Google Maps and started insulting his living situation, as well as making racist remarks against him, of course.
Nah, I stay in one of them ghetto-ass Mexican neighborhoods with the small gates in the front with the fucking ghetto-ass rose gardens and shit. Some broke-ass nigga. Yeah, this is a ghetto-ass Mexican neighborhood. You should see this nigga's crib. Hold on, let me pull it up. Oh yeah, y'all
Fucking
niggas gonna
asshole,
see.
man.
He would also pull up pictures of him and obsessively
That's what he
stalk
gets
him
for
while
making fun of
calling
me.
it detective work.
Oh,
In another clip,
I'm
Dale
special.
had even suggested his audience to file anonymous tips to ICE to harass him.
His grandma, his mom, all that shit was saved. The cops came with a sex trafficking anonymous tip. Or maybe a call to ICE.
I thought you hated ICE.
I'm feeling cold right now. I mean, I got my papers, I'm good. But I mean, if that's the kind of games you want to play, my nigga, if you want to keep stalking me, I can get real creative.
Stalking me by making
He
fun
would
of
later
me.
dox Slayer, who was Trevor Belmont's real-life brother. They tried to report the stream to YouTube, but for whatever reason, YouTube rejected it. Also in 2020, Low Tier God matched with a transgender Street Fighter player named Cereblas. Now
Guilty?
obviously Dale lost, and obviously he started bitching and moaning. However, this time he would call her the F-slur and started making transphobic remarks.
Well,
that's exactly why I got this dude blacklisted. He ain't trans, he didn't f***ing get his dick slit, he ain't got the balls for that. If you're a real transsexual,
cut your dick off, or else you're just a phony.
How you gonna go 50%? If you really about that life, get your dick split like a fucking hot dog, let them tuck it in, make a pussy and a clitoris out of your dick.
Bro.
This would be the last
You
straw
are
with the wider
weird.
FGC community, as he would be banned from attending EVO and Capcom tournaments. Personally, I think he should have been banned after all of his doxing shenanigans, but better late than never, I guess. In 2021, June the King would release a follow-up video talking about his experiences dealing with Dale. This video was much longer and much more personal than usual. June the King's videos tend to be very objective, and he doesn't like bringing his own personal biases into them. So for him to turn on his webcam and get much more personal really says a lot about how shitty Dale was. What also should be noted is that June has been in contact with many people he's done videos on, and the only person he's ever had negative interactions with is Dale. June also debunks all of Dale's flawed points about how June was the one doxing him.
Like most associate myself, I'm pretty sure everybody here knows what my real name is. I'm pretty sure everybody here knows what my real name is. But I'm pretty sure everybody here knows what my real name is.
Everyone already knows. What's the big deal, dude? Like that, everyone knows. How am I putting out your information if everybody knows?
Late 2022 is when his channel finally got terminated. Not for cyber stalking, harassment, or doxing, but for watching violent clips on WorldStar Hip Hop. Dale would then spend the year bannivating on other accounts such as Deluvian Sparrow versus the World, The Covenant,
versus
Paradox
the
Realm,
World,
and others. Somehow these
like
channels
DSP versus
never
the
got
internet.
suspended, but that might also be because he rarely streamed on these channels. In 2023, the law came a-knocking. His child support payments were overdue. Well, he didn't pay it, and he was officially sued that year. The next year, someone actually made an in-person request to an LA courthouse to obtain these lawsuit papers confirming the existence of Dale's child. Dale, of course, would continue denying this, but the truth would eventually come out. Dale's baby mama would also come out of the woodwork, taking a whole bunch of interviews so that she could give details about Dale and her relationship with him. Later on, Dale would accidentally leak what he called financial stuff while on stream. The reality is that it was him jotting down notes and calculating his child support payments. He would later reluctantly admit that he owed child support after all of these years of lying.
Niggas, on top of this shit, anything I pulled up on my stream, as far as the notepad shit goes, I'm not embarrassed of nothing. It's called being stolen from and robbed.
2026 was a big year for Dale. Not because anything significant
Not being stolen
actually
from when you have to
happened,
pay your child support,
but because
but
in 2020,
it's not
6 years
stealing.
ago, he said this.
Fulfilling your obligations.
If I'm still streaming 6 years later, I'm a failure.
Oof. Later in the year, he represented himself in court while filing a restraining order against his baby mama. And to his credit, he actually won. Dale had built up goodwill with this clip, and many people called this a W. He would then squander it months later by aggressively chasing his cat with a vacuum cleaner.
God, man. Fucking stupid ass cat got trapped in my room and ruined my fucking
But what
carpet.
about his major Hollywood blockbuster Soul Swapper?
Yeah, I hope you talk about that.
Hey,
It's
Mora, don't get a
Oscar
pet if
worthy.
you expect a perfect, pristine living space all the time. And don't take it out on the cat if they scratch your carpet. What a f***ing prick. Well, that was a longer one. I want to give a shout out to the Dale Dossier. It's an incredible 300-plus page document detailing over all of Dale's controversies and was absolutely essential in my research on this topic. Thank you guys for watching, and subscribe for more lolcow stuff. You can also support me by giving me a tip on ODS, but only if you really want to. In the meantime, watch out for Dale's flagging shenanigans. If this video goes down, everybody is hearing about it. Peace.
Bonk. Hold on. And bonk. Okay. Let's see. No mention of the movie, huh? No mention at all. It's lame. What's Rev talking about?
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here.
Hey, what's up, guys? ALT's favorite streamer in hot water. Poor Imaru.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here. So in this video, I'm be giving some hilarious updates regarding a situation I covered in a video yesterday. This involves Emiru and Mizkif, as well as some side characters like Asmongold, who are roped into the situation by
That's
Mizkif.
ALT.
Essentially, Mizkif came out with a 45-minute long YouTube video denying the allegations made by Emiru about a year ago, and instead of going after Emiru directly on Twitter afterwards, he instead roped in Asmongold, posting a screenshot of a conversation on Discord between Asmongold and Emiru, where he implied that they were flirting with each other. No correlation found whatsoever on that claim. But he also posted Asmongold saying a jumbled up version of the N-word, and Mizkif was trying to essentially cancel Asmongold as a result, which is not only hypocritical coming from Mizkif in this situation, it's also some weird cancel culture stuff that no one really cares about. It also turns out the framing of that word was not even correct, and Mizkif knew this. He claimed it was a password for Asmongold, but yesterday, Emiru would live stream on Twitch and reveal the entire context, and lo and behold, Mizkif was being manipulative and posting things out of context. In fact, the context of that word used by Asmongold was not a password, but it was instead referring to an example of names people would use to get around auto-modding on Rumble. As if you needed any more context to somehow still watch Asmongold as a result of this lame cancel culture campaign made by Mizkif. But in case you're not terminally online, here's the quick context. About a year ago, Emiru came out with a video making many allegations against her former boyfriend, Mizkif. As a result, Mizkif would file a defamation lawsuit against Emiru and Asmongold as well. Bad news for Mizkif on that front. His case against Asmongold would be dismissed with prejudice because the judge asked Mizkif to provide a single example of Asmongold defaming him. Mizkif could not supply an example, therefore it was thrown out with prejudice. However, nearly a year after the allegations were made by Emiru, Mizkif would come out with this 45-minute long video claiming that none of the allegations are true and that his case is moving forward. Essentially, the judge found that there was a reasonable chance for defamation to exist, and that's really all there is to it for the moment when it comes to the essay allegation made by Emiru against Mizkif. The courts will be handling that, and if she's lying, she should suffer consequences, obviously. But a big part of this, and why a lot of people just don't care to hear Mizkif's side on anything, is because they don't like him. They don't like the way he has handled this situation and countless other situations. And in response to this video getting attention, Mizkif would go on Twitter, not directly attacking Emiru, but instead going after Asmongold, even though Asmongold at this point really has nothing to do with anything. And Mizkif posted this screenshot saying, "Hey, at Asmongold, you're going to react to your Queen Emiru's 48 minutes of lies," which of course Mizkif knows that Asmongold is not going to respond to any of this stuff, given the fact that they were in a defamation case against one another, which has been dismissed. But why would Asmongold basically dig himself a hole, weighing in and getting baited into responding to the situation? But he continues on saying, "Or do you want to keep hitting on her, saying how cool you are for using the N-word as a password at 33 years old?" And of course, this is the conversation. There's also a mention of Pokimane where they're kind of laughing at her, but we'll get to that in just a second.
Okay, buddy.
But of course, in those
what are you gonna do?
screenshots,
People know you
Emiru
use
would
the
say
N-word.
that she was not going to screenshot them. Of
not a
course,
word.
she was lying. But it is very hypocritical to hear Mizkif talking about screenshots and no words ending up in them. That's exactly what has happened to Mizkif in the past. And unlike Asmongold, he directly said the N-word. Unlike in the screenshot where Asmongold was using a bunch of jumbled up letters and numbers, Mizkif just says it directly. And also, this is the year 2026. People are tired of these sorts of campaigns. People do not care anymore. They have fatigue of this sort of stuff. They don't want two grown men in their 30s trying to cancel one another for no words said in a leaked screenshot. But there were some people to directly respond to this. Pokimane being one of them. Apparently she wasn't a big fan of her name popping up in those leaked screenshots, and apparently she unfollowed Emiru on Instagram. I know, big day for the unemployed, ladies and gentlemen, but what I thought was also funny is the streamer Cena would also weigh in on this in true Pokimane fashion, because this situation has nothing to do with her. In fact, this is supposed to be one of Emiru's close friends, but every time Emiru is in some sort of controversy, she throws her friend under the bus for public approval. We saw that with the ICE situation about a year ago, where Emiru refused to talk about ICE on her streams, saying she's not knowledgeable enough and it's not the right space, and if you want that sort of a conversation, go somewhere else where it's more relevant. And people freaked out, and Cena essentially threw her own friend under the bus to virtue signal about that topic. But here she is again, addressing the leaked messages as if like her friend got exposed as some sort of a criminal.
I'm aware of the thing yesterday. Not aware, obviously I'm aware. Obviously some conversations had to be had, because I'm obviously not comfortable with that. You know what I mean? I feel
Obviously,
like if you know me or
okay.
watch
I don't
me,
want
you know,
illegal aliens invading a
I
country to be
really don't.
deported,
I
obviously. I just want them to be here and just
This is literally
take
fence
unlimited
sitting,
social
by the way.
services, obviously.
I mean,
okay.
Textbook fence sitting, but
Obviously, I'm
even
not
while
okay
fence-sitting,
with
she
deporting
is
people who
essentially
invade another country,
calling out her
okay.
friend and
They should be
making
allowed to
an
stay
us
forever.
versus them sort of situation and condemning her. I mean, this is the most Pokimane type response imaginable, inserting yourself into someone else's situation and then making a lame virtue signal about it. But a lot of people were reacting, as we saw yesterday. Hassan Piker weighing in saying, "Grown man stuck being an edgy 14-year-old," which can be instantly defeated by just posting this guy's own fits, right? This guy making fun of anyone for being edgy is ridiculous. But a lot of the people in the Hassan orbit were weighing in, saying biggest political streamer on
need that
Twitch
cheap labor,
uses the
okay.
N-word as his password. Well, first of all, the context, as we'll see, is not even correct. But even if he did use a jumbled up version of that word for a password, what's going to happen now? Are you going to try to cancel him or something? Is there a single Asmongold fan out there who saw this and was like, ooh, that's a little too far. Asmongold, I can't support you anymore. Like, of course not. This is a bunch of
I didn't
virtue
know he
signaling.
was
It's so rich hearing this from
politically
people
incorrect.
like Hassan orbiters, who will say, oh, biggest political streamer said a no word, but then they support Hassan and try to simp for the guy who shocks his dog, simps for terrorists, threatens people with political violence, and does things that are way beyond just saying a word that people are thinking is problematic. And of course, words, apparently, according to these individuals, is just as bad as crimes against children. People are posting this in response to the leaked DMs, tagging people who are friendly with Asmongold, basically saying they got your mans. And this clip is referring to someone getting outed for being a child predator. Apparently, in the eyes of Twitter users, saying a jumbled up version of a word in leaked DMs is on the same level of seriousness as crimes against children. This is the most unserious space you will ever see. And of course, people have to weigh in for their virtue signal. This post getting 45,000 likes saying, Emiru really is that two-faced pick-me girl for these racist incels. Oh my God. All of the
words.
language in there. Racist incels, pick-me. It's always the people calling other women pick-me who literally rely on being picked. This she-they literally sells their body for men online, but they call other people pick-me. Like, your entire livelihood depends on men picking you. That's like the entire purpose of what you're doing. But you can also see people responding to the screenshot that was leaked, and the fact that Mizkif tried to frame it as Asmongold hitting on her, which it was literally a mundane conversation between two friends, but terminally online users somehow think that must be romantic or sexual because, well, they're miserable and they've never actually had friends before. And also they're posting screenshots of Asmongold at one point looking in the general direction of Emiru, saying Asmon really wanted to be the one dating her. Not even Stretch Armstrong could perform a reach like this. But there's plenty more weighing in, saying she wasn't doing it for free. This was her reward for being such a good little chud Discord kitten. Thousands of viewers and raids every stream from him and his racist community, referring to the fact that Asmongold has raided Emiru many times before, and then calling her a good little chud Discord kitten. Ladies and gentlemen, these are supposed to be the normal people. But there's more people weighing in saying, oh, we are very surprised Emiru is racist. Glad this came out because her having a racist friend group, ignoring ICE, streaming with racist, and being around racist all the time totally made me
illegal
think
alien
she
is a
wasn't
race,
racist.
apparently.
I think this person needs
Where do
a
illegal
grammar
aliens come
lesson
from as a
immediately
race?
Because this is an absolute mess.
They're a
But
race.
you can see,
like, what's their
they're now doing
country
guilt
of
by
origin?
association.
Being illegal.
This girl literally was in
here,
DMs
like,
with someone who made a jumbled up
Like, what
version of
country?
a word, and all of a sudden
Would
that
it be
makes
like-
her racist. It's like the Nazi in the bar allegory all these people try to use to claim someone's just as bad as someone they're talking to. But of course, Caseytron had to weigh in, one of the Hassan orbiters, despite never being supported by Hassan during her now losing court decision with the Ethan Klein copyright infringement case, saying people don't talk enough about how Emiru view-botted herself to top female streamer status for years. Oh, leave it to Caseytron to be hating on the success of other women. I would have never seen this coming. But I will say, I am surprised the queen of saying the word incel didn't take the full plunge and call Emiru an incel. I thought it was going to come, but no, she saved that for Asmongold, actually. Saying this is the woman who's been representing us as the #1 female streamer, a homewrecker who hangs out with an unwashed, racist incels who say slurs. Oh, there we go. She brought out the big I word, but also
We're
called
forever
her a
Dr. Chud.
homewrecker. Is she basing that off of the conversation in the leaked DMs? What are we even talking about here? Leave it to Caseytron to have the worst take on everything, and also going after women for being successful and just having casual conversations with people she doesn't like. But of course, Caseytron is probably pretty mad right now. She's still banned on Twitch, coming after a clip of hers went viral where she was allegedly smoking and possibly drinking while driving and streaming at the same time. She's still banned. She does not have that sort of touch with Dan Clancy. Apparently she is not one of the favorites. She's been banned for nearly a week at this point, so I guess that's why she's so upset right now. She's got nothing else to do other than spurg out about Asmongold and Emiru. But another person weighing in is, of course, another Hassan Orbiter, Denims, who had this clip get a lot of attention where she just sits there and reads the DMs with a shocked face, like literally trying to soy jack her way through it, acting like she's reading the most heinous thing
I really believe
she's
that
ever
now more
seen in
and
her
more
life.
people would want to
But she
troll
wasn't
Faithful
done.
Sheriff.
She added on quoting herself from February, where she posted fake screenshots between Emiru and Asmongold, and then said, I guess this hit too close to home. What are you talking about? I literally don't know. They got to make themselves the center of every controversy, but on top of that, some of the Denims orbiters, I guess, were also defending her, saying, Denims has every single right to dunk on Emiru. A powerful, misogynistic man was/still is trying to financially ruin Denims, and she decided to add her unnecessary opinion, siding with the misogynist. I think she's mixing up Ethan Klein with Asmongold because, no, Asmongold is not trying to financially ruin Denims. The only person you could even try to say that about is Ethan Klein. And also, it's very rich, this person constantly saying, oh, misogynistic men, misogynistic men. Your name is literally Male Slayer, and you're an anti-capitalist, self-described misandrist. Why would anyone care what you have to say? And also, very funny, being a self-described misandrist while posting photos of yourself for the validation of men, even in your profile picture. It's too rich, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, let's go back to the original post by Mizkif. He posts this, and people like myself said this seems pretty manipulative. Okay, like what is the context? And Asmongold's word here pops up right at the beginning of the conversation. We see nothing before it. But of course, Emiru would stream yesterday and give the full context of the DMs, and it turns out, well, it's not the way it's being portrayed by Mizkif. I know, color me shocked, but here's her explanation.
Who does that? So that's the actual context of what's going on, is I'm reacting to this super fucking weird viewer, and like we're clearly talking about insane viewers, right? It was not his password. Like, you can clearly see there's no flirting happening here. But like I said at the beginning, I know like this doesn't change the context of like certain things in it, and like some people are still gonna feel uncomfortable about that, and I totally understand that.
So basically what happened is, and you can see the entire conversation posted right here. If you read through it, they're not talking about passwords, they're talking about Rumble, and the fact that the moderation system over there is not very good, and a lot of users, they don't get IP banned, so they can just keep creating new accounts, and there's ways to get around the auto-modding system over there, and she was giving examples of names that people were using and words they were using to get around the auto-mods. And that N-word variation that Asmongold provided was an example of that. He wasn't just randomly saying that word, he wasn't even saying the word, he was giving an example of how someone would get around the auto-mod system on Rumble. That is the context. But of course, even though this debunks everything that Mizkif is trying to do, people are still not happy, saying, strangest response I've ever seen. Emiru went live to debunk that Asmon password was the N-word, but didn't address her laughing about him using the N-word and her throwing shaded pokey. Not sure the context makes her look any less of a chud who is okay with casual racism. Yeah, racism is when you provide an example of a way people are getting around an auto-mod system on Rumble. And of course,
I agree.
No
No
more
more
don't
casual
understand
racism.
the context. They're saying, I don't think this makes
Only
it better. Well,
overt.
you don't even understand the context.
No more
Nor do you
casuals.
want to, and that's why you're making a post like this. But of
That'll
course,
show 'em.
Mizkif would respond with a series of interactions right here, saying, I can't watch the stream, but correct me if I'm wrong. She said nothing. All she said was it was a viewer, not a password, so she's defending him more? What about all of her lies in the video? What about how she lied about everything? And it's just so crazy. This guy knows the context. He has the screenshots. He just didn't want to present them with the full context. He tried to manipulate the situation to make Asmongold look bad, and ultimately, it didn't even work. No one actually cares at all. And here he is saying, well, what about all the lies? Why would she be addressing anything in a video? Okay, if she is really going through this defamation case from Mizkif, she doesn't need to settle this in the court of public opinion. She just wanted to address a clear out-of-context screenshot, which really has no impact on anything involving the defamation case. It's just a weird way of Mizkif trying to virtue signal and trying to make himself look good, and Asmongold and Emiru as a result look bad as well. But anyways, that's really the update to the situation I talked about yesterday. Big mess, massive day for the unemployed, all that stuff. But for now, that's going to do for this video. If you enjoyed, please consider giving the video a like, consider subscribing and turning on notifications for daily uploads as well as multiple streams every week live here on YouTube. But overall, hope you guys enjoyed the video. I'll see you next time.
Man, this game is so good. This game is better than I thought it would be. I love the team up combos and how you're able to just flow them together seamlessly. And if you take out a bunch of enemies at the same time, you regain health. Just incentivizes like team combo attacks. Like that. Alright, what do we got here? Gintama is... okay. I have not watched Gintama. I watched the first episode and it just didn't hook with me. Bastard's body make 5,000 bodies. Episode 1 is bad. Yeah. The way it like establishes everything, it reminds me a lot of like early 2000s webcomics where it's like here's the stoic, overpowered male badass. Here's like
Thanks for the stream,
the harem women.
But my pizza is cold.
Here's the harem women, and here's like the cute little animal bunny floating pet, and it's just like, okay, this feels like we're setting up like a bad early 2000s webcomic, but I probably should have kept watching.
こっちがびっくりだわ。そうか、わかりやした。じゃあこれ鼻から飲んでください。
The thing is that bad early 2000s webcomics probably came after Gintama, and they toxified what was essentially a good premise.
姉のパンツくらいどうってことありませんよね。土方さんなんか親父のブラジャー姿見たことあるくらいでさ。足詰め俺は道を外れたゴンタクレってところですかね。
ちょっとそうく何してるの？うっ
せえな。姉がいるんだよ。おい、いいメス豚がいるじゃん。
おい、角心に火つけちまったよ。お前ら頼むからこの店から出てけ。金払うから。
土方さん、もう少しめり込んでください。あともうちょいです。これなんてどうでしょうか。
なんだそれ。
それ私のほくろでしょうが。
とにかくもう決まったことなんで。
相互止めに行くぞ。
誰が相互で？俺は殺し屋相互サーティー。
It's time to watch more Sakamoto days.
いつものことじゃないですか。
いつも俺を付け狙ってやがるのかお前は。
俺に妙案がありますぜ。いやー、うちの局長はそこの浅い言い訳させたら天下一品ですね。おい、見てください、あの排気ガス。
え？何？
騒いだら穴がもう一つ増えるぜ。うんこしろ。ジェットコースターが帰ってくるまでにしてなかったら殺すから。
And Lead is playing Pal World right now. Wonder what his base looks like. Probably full of slaves. Ah. Great ad, bro. Super cool ad. Everyone wants to watch this.
Traitors.
Ugh.
Thinking I'm done.
Sure, dude. Heck, go away.
Unbelievable.
Fucker. Sure. You can force people to watch it, but you can't make people listen to it. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for hanging out, stopping by. Thank you, Zarazabuza. Thank you, Anthony. I'll be back tomorrow for a lazy Sunday. Thank you, Kuranox. Thank you, Suburban High, Lonely Soli. Everyone was stopping by and hanging out. I'm probably gonna join in with the server later.
Like they gotta breathe. We gotta breathe.
That's the sort of vibe you get from the Anlead server. It's a cool looking sword though. Looking like Urza. Alright, let's go raid.
What do we need? Bullets require gunpowder. I'm guessing we don't have any gunpowder.
7. Yeah, he's all about breeding those pals. Pal breeding. Whereas I'm all about making the pals work.
This is a plus. Yeah, we're gonna
work, pals. Made a good blood guide your way. We'll see you tomorrow. Say hi to Anne.
Oh god. Oh, that's gonna take forever. Fuck it. No, we're gonna let her do it. TV is playing Fortnite versus bots with Chris. Chris!
Yes, I love this.
Chris! What the Ludwig?
World Order has done a raid of 7.
Thankful to my wife.
Get to the robot.
Thank you, wife.
Should I have a non-depressive day today? And